Hello, pre-market pulse. Let's go. James, how you doing? Good to see you.
Good, good. Thank you, Paul. How are you, mate?
Well,
Exciting times, right?
yeah, I would say so. But we've got some jobs report data coming out either right now, really, core PCE as well, and some news out of the Bank of Japan, you informed me. So I'm just going to run through some Forex stuff, and then we can jump into that once we've got confirmation of the numbers, if that works for you, my
Yeah,
friend. If we could put my charts up,
sure.
please.
Let's have a
Thanks.
quick look.
Quick look at what's going on in
All
Forex
right.
while we
So,
check those points.
all right. While you pull
Right.
those charts up, jobless claims,
Yeah.
um, 1946,
Okay.
um, exactly the same as the previous number, actually. Jobless claims, 4-week average, 221, slightly improved. Initial
Yeah.
jobless claims, 218, improved. PCE, this is the important number. We've got jobs and inflation type data on the same time. Core PCE came in, well, PCE came in at 0.3, slightly higher than previously, but as expected. And then core PCE came in at 2.8, the same as previous, but slightly above expected. So a slight tick up in inflation, almost nothing. And core PC, the actual center, the key number, the real month-on-month core PC, 0.3, previously 0.2, expected 0.3. So if anything, inflation may have just ticked up a wee bit, and this is what Jerome Powell was in the
Yeah.
meeting yesterday, that they still have
Yeah.
concerns about that, but we see very strong jobs numbers still. And it's the jobs which actually Forex market a lot. So let's see what you got there, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely, and I completely agree. I mean, when you look at these numbers, it underscores, of course, what Senor Powell was saying yesterday. Caution is required. So, and obviously underscoring the importance of political independence, which I think is good. So it was good to see holding steady. Of course, we all want rates to come down, but I think these data points, of course, which have just come out, underscore that. So, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Let's just have a quick look, a very brief look at what's happening. A few things are ticking down a little bit. So the pound, we've definitely moved to the bottom of this range we were talking about, following this reversal pattern at the top. Still plenty of opportunity for a bounce from here. We've still got another level to go. So don't necessarily open up your short plays just yet. But nonetheless, this is quite reflective potentially of the last few days of activity. The Aussie dollar, we are breaking the trend. Of course, we've seen this though before, so this could be a fake out. So be very mindful. If we surpass this previous low, of course, that'll be better confirmation. But ticking down a little bit now. But when you see these sorts of things, when you've got a higher high followed by a higher low, that's potentially a change of character in action, but it could also be a little bit of a fake out and just a grab for some people. So just bear in mind, of course, that's the first sign that we might be heading down, but don't necessarily be fooled by just one single signal. And the same with the New Zealand dollar, the Kiwi dollar. We again putting in lower low, following a breakdown of this trend here. So we could be seeing the beginning of a downtrend, at least in the temporary. But again, if you just have a look at this area here, this is probably where we might end up landing if we do. But of course, we're still in this range technically, but you can see a bit of a reversal pattern. Head and shoulders is potentially forming with the neckline around here probably. So we could still have a recovery, wait for confirmation. But and again, with the euro, the dollar, we're definitely coming down now, following, of course, the trade deal, the trade deal, which not everyone is super happy about in Europe. I think this is probably quite reflective of what's happening there. And if I just move that out the way, Japanese the pound, Japanese yen, still, if you look at this diagonal line, of course, we've broken down and we're bearishly retesting it, but that's just one signal. But of course, not looking particularly good. Looks like it may be starting to roll over a little bit, but again, we need more confirmation. And then the dollar, Japanese yen, is actually ticking up in quite a healthy fashion, actually. So this is quite a positive thing. But we do have this high to overcome as well. So we are running straight into resistance for a bit of context. But this, of course, is, we're trending to reverse. The dollar Japanese yen is trying to reverse at the moment, and it looks like it may be doing that. If you can see the curve visually, then something like that is in play. But then, of course, the euro Japanese yen is suffering a little bit, putting in a bearish retest of this upper range, which is kind of added confirmation that we're heading lower. So this isn't looking pretty good. And then the Swiss dollar Swiss. yeah, it looks like we've surpassed this previous high. We've based out, and potentially we could be moving up from here. So look for a retrace back down to here, but looking pretty good. So interesting combination at the moment. I mean, what are your thoughts on this, James, from your perspective?
Well, the only charts that are heading upwards are those with USD in the front of the pairing. So that tells you something, which also tells you that I'm wrong about my views currently, because I do believe that the dollar is should be moving slightly lower, another 5% or so. But you can see the only charts that are moving up on this page are the dollar denominated currencies, dollar in the front. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong. This does happen though, when we get these big upsets in the stock market with this tariff event, you see everything dropping simultaneously, even the dollar, and then everything kind of rises, breaking all the correlations, and the dollar goes up along with gold and stocks and Bitcoin, everything moving up at the same time. And you wonder what people are selling. And right now it looks like the Japanese yen and the euro and the pound and so on. So I may be wrong, but I think we still got some chance of rescuing these majors for another 5% rally before I think the dollar will recover more vigorously. So we can have a look at my charts if you want, unless you want to carry on in there, Paul.
No, let's swap it over. That's fine. Yeah, that's good. And I think this is what we've been
All
talking
right.
about. The chaos which ensues from the tariffs, which are now, it's August the 1st tomorrow, the tariffs, we've had stuff going on with the tariffs in India, and it messes everything up. It makes things look a little bit all over the place and very difficult to predict. So I wouldn't count your bias out just yet, but we may need a couple more days, the weekend, to get through the weekend to see what happens. But yeah, let's get James your charts up. That'd be great to see that.
Yeah, India got a 25% tariff slapped on it, unfortunately, by Donald yesterday.
Not good.
Yeah. So we get my charts up. Welcome to everyone in the chat. Please like and subscribe while you're here. And if you do that, you also put yourself in contention to win. I think there's a prize, if not in this session, later on today. So make sure you like and subscribe and give us your comments. Let us know what you're trading, what you're looking at, what charts you're considering, key levels, anything like that. And ask any questions that you want to, and we'd be pleased to answer. Anything to do with currencies, stocks, crypto, oil, gold, silver, anything you want. Right, let's have a look at my charts. And we were talking about currencies and the pound. So you can see my position there, which is obviously not comfortable at the 100-period moving average. We talked about this yesterday. We also talked about the 78.6% last chance Fibonacci, which we've now broken down. Considering that I'm long, I have to make a decision now whether to exit this for stop loss. I don't use leverage much, so if at all, most of the time not. So I can endure, several hundred pips against me with very little sort of risk or stress. But I'd rather be making money than losing money, even just a little bit. But this is quite a big drop down since our entry. So we got in at 1.33. We're at 1.32 now. So there's 100 pips down. And we also have another smaller entry just slightly above there. And we've broken down through the 78.6. Now, what's going to happen? Normally, when we break down through the 78.6, we'll go straight down to the full retracement. Mostly, I'd say like 80% of the time. But that 78.6 is a little bit strange, and so is this little dip. And in fact, if you cut that dip off, that little sort of swoon down to the bottom there, and ignore it.
Swoon.
And you can only do this if you swoon, yeah. And you shouldn't do this unless you're in a badly losing trade like I am. Then you've got permission to redraw your charts and make it look a bit better. If we do that, the bottom of this range really is before that one reversal candle. So almost a flat bottom with a clear out, and I'd regard that flat bottom as more valid as support than this little spike down. And on a weekly chart, that'll just look like a small wick down. So I think we have a chance of holding here today on the pound. The only way we can hold here is if the dollar index starts reversing. And I'm going to ask for your indulgence and switch across to my other chart because I'm sort of juggling between white and black charts. But I have got the background in black, and I hope that helps. I'm doing this because I want to show you the dollar index, but it may be a bit jarring. So if it is, forgive me. But I just want to show you this Dixie chart very quickly because it's a cool chart and you should see it. Um, and where are we here? This one right here. All right. So this is the dollar index. And basically, when you're trading currencies, apart from all the economic stuff that you've got to look at, interest rate differentials, performance of different countries, apart from all of that, just look at the dollar index. That's the Dixie, DXY, and it's made up of a basket of currencies, including the euro, mostly 70% the euro, and then the yen and the pound, the CAD, even the NOK, and a couple of other ones, 6 of them. And this is what the pattern looks like on the dollar index. And it's been a pattern I've been tracking for multiple years now, and it's a big broadening pattern. We broke out through the top, failed the rising trend line at the top of the broadening pattern, or megaphone, or trumpet, saxophone, or any sort of wind instrument you'd like to think of. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. And normally these patterns are really, really reliable. It's one of my favorite patterns, and we've been trading within it for a long time. They're a little bit difficult to draw because you're starting an angle out from the left-hand side, and depending on that angle, the sort of degree of splay can be completely inaccurate. But I think this is more or less the case. We tried to get through the top on the dollar index, failed there. We broke down through Dixie Moab, this line here, the mother of all breaks. And now that we're below there and we've retested it from underneath, we're busy with that right now. There's the 100-period moving average, and we're right into Dixie Moab. It's not to say we can't go higher, and possibly we will, and that will drive the euro and the pound down a little bit. But I think, unlike my red arrow, which I'm going to redraw, I think we could see something like this going into next month. Today is the last day of the month. We've had massive moves to the board, and maybe we're at the end of those moves, and at least next month, the start of next month, August, which is a good month for the stock markets and crypto in general, not great for the dollar, and maybe this is the August move, my red arrow. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, and I'm going to give it one more day. If the pound doesn't hold here, and just, even if it just holds right where we are, that's okay for me. But if we do move down, hold down there, we've got a shaven bottom candle, something like that, looks terribly bearish. I'll just hedge that position and wait for later on. In general, I think that the dollar will, as I said, carry on moving down. But I think we're in the midst, because of all the massive moves going on in Bitcoin and the Nasdaq and the S&P and the German 30 and the Dow and everything else you can think of, gold, silver, copper, we saw crazy moves. Because of all this wild stuff going on, it tends to make the dollar behave a little bit strangely. And it's not to say that the dollar might just get a bid along with everything else and keep moving up a little bit. But I think that's the least likely case. And I think we need to finish off that megaphone pattern, get down there. It's another 5% down on the dollar, which means about 1.2 on the euro and about 1.4 on the pound. We're trading at 1.3 on the pound right now, and a couple hundred pips down below that on the euro too. Euro had a big sell-off, as Paul said. I don't have the euro chart up here, but I can show it to you perhaps over here on my white charts. And do forgive me, I'm busy sorting out my palette and my playground here with microphones and cameras and screens and the right colors and everything.
Let us know in the comments, everybody, what you think of James's one-off white charts, right? What do you think? Now, obviously, we like black charts here at Hola Prime. That's our thing. But it should James be punished? Should James be punished? Leave a comment. Should James be punished for the whiteness of his charts? Let's see.
Yeah, and be gentle. Be gentle. All right. So let me illustrate this to you very quickly on these charts. They are a little easier to see if you're switching multiple charts and you've got a lot of lines and everything like that. They're not good for your eyes. But here's the euro approaching the 100-period moving average. Remember that we're looking for the Dixie to turn around, the euro to move up into that question mark. We almost got there, actually. And the point is, maybe we've gone far enough already. We got to the 78.6. We got up towards my blob. We got through the top 200-period Bollinger Band. And maybe that is far enough. But looking at the dollar index, I think we've got further to go. And I think we could see 1.2, 1.22 on the euro, something like that. We have to talk about the stock markets, obviously, because these are just very, very difficult. If you're not in this market, I don't know how you're going to get into it. Most people will be looking short now, most retail traders. I'm seeing comments everywhere, and it worries me because this looks to me like we're actually accelerating. We've got an exponential move beginning, parabolic move, epsilon, Nike tick, however you describe it. But we're definitely seeing a very dangerous sort of uptick like that. And my target on the Nasdaq, and I'm fully hedged on the Nasdaq. I've locked in just over 1,100 points on these two longs. So I've got no further upside unless I unhedge. I'm not prepared to do that today on the last day of the month. Be very, very careful today. Also remember that we're on the wrong side of the market being long. The majority of, as far as I understand it, and I could be corrected on this, but multiple data seems to indicate that by and large, the retail market has driven this rally up and that the institutional market has been left behind to some extent. And they may want to catch up, or they may want to reverse this starting today, last day of the month. Maybe they've got a bunch of shorts on that they need to cover. Maybe they want to get long and drive this market into a frenzy again next week. We just don't know. It just takes a few big players to spark up some moves, and the others will join in if they feel that they're in danger. And remember, these are all old boys clubs sitting around, and I've been in that club myself, sitting around in bars and restaurants in London, Amsterdam, New York, and talking to each other over a pint and deciding what they're going to do, just like we're doing now. They're no different to you and me, and no cleverer, and no more experienced. And they've got all the same psychological family worries. Yeah.
Don't have beers here,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Why am I on the WTI chart? I meant to be on the other one. I wanted to get the S&P. Here we go. And we had a look at this yesterday as well. And this is kind of what I think is happening. We're still long on the S&P. We've now got a lot of profit locked in on this, and I have not hedged this trade. We've got another long position from over here. Let me just draw that in. We've got two long positions on here now. And the other one's a little closer to where we are. But there we go. So we got all of that profit and all of that profit. The market's moving up, but I don't have a hedge on here. I have no protection apart from, if we drop back down, I'll take profit or get out at stop even. So I'm not hedged, and I'm fully long, naked longs on the S&P. I think we're going up into something like this, and I think our target is close to 7,000. And I think the shape of this curve that we're seeing already, I don't like these zigzag lines. Let me just reset that. And I think the shape of this move, and we had this drawn in, I don't know where it disappeared to. And now my scale's too small. Anyway, it's something like this. I think we're going to see a very sharp, rapid move up there, forgive the drawings, up into that green zone, shy of 7,000, or maybe just through 7,000. I'd go with 6.8 or 7.2, something like that. And then we can release this back down into the liquidity gaps that we've left behind, and we will leave more behind if this happens. So that's where we are. And I think today, being the last day of the month, and institutional traders looking to, finish off this month with something, and they're going to have to prove to their bosses that they know how to trade. They're going to come up with some ideas, I imagine. And I know because I've been with these chaps, mostly chaps, hardly any women, but there are a few around. So welcome to all the ladies in the chat. Emily Trader is one of them, and she's here. Hello, Emily Trading, who won the prize this week. So that's it, folks. I think we're going up. I think we're in an everything rally still. We have been this whole week, and I think that applies to potentially the dollar too, which I hope not, but potentially the dollar, gold, Bitcoin, all the indices, including potentially the German 30, the Nasdaq, the S&P, and the Dow, and a few stock names that we've got on. And I think that's kind of covered it. The other one that I want to talk about on currencies, just to wrap this up, well, two things really. We are short on the dollar yen, and we're moving up. Remember I said we were at the channel center line yesterday, and I'm short on this. You can see my short positions more or less there. I don't know where my arrows have gone to. I had them all on this chart. But anyway, we got short at the channel center line, not yesterday, but a couple of days ago. At that price, and we've moved up a little bit since then. But we haven't got to channel top even, and it's a bear flag, I think. And I think we have this crowning pattern moving down, and an eventual breakdown there will see us move to 127 and then down to 120. But let's see what happens. If you want to day trade this today, maybe you should wait for this to move up a little bit further, up to the channel top, and that previous swing high over there, and that's at 150, 140. We're currently trading at 150. So that's 140 pips up. You may want to trade it long if you get a chance from this sort of zone. And you may want to then, if you're trading short, reverse at that channel bear flag top. And then, or you might just want to leave this alone, which is probably the best idea, and wait for this to break down through the bear flag, potential bear flag bottom, retest it from underneath, and then get short. It's one of my least favorite plays, this, but I'm in it, so I've got to deal with it. And I would hope for something like this if we do go short.
So
those might be your two plays, something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So either from the top of the channel, you could get a long up to there, and then maybe short from the top of the bear flag channel, down through there, back up again, retest from underneath, and then down to this level, which is the level. And if we can break there, I think we've got a free fall down a long way further, much further. So something like this. First of all, 127, big bounce maybe, and then somewhere around 120. And I think 120 to 125 is kind of where this will end up resting towards the end of next year, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's a difficult pattern. It's a little bit ugly.
Yeah. And then just to segue into Paul's expertise on Bitcoin and all things crypto, which is not really my forte. I'm still long on Bitcoin. I'm very grateful we didn't have to hedge further. And I did remove my 10% hedge that I put on day before yesterday. So I'm back to 30% hedge and 70% long. Average price 85,000 down here where that arrow is. And I'll be looking to add more on if we break up through the top, basically. I've got a good position on here already, but I'll be looking to add more should we get this sort of situation occurring next week, next 2 weeks, next 3 weeks, something like that. Not long, I don't think. And if we do see that exponential rise in the stock markets, which I think is possible, I'm not saying it's probable, but it's definitely possible. If we see that exponential rise starting today, started this week earlier really, moving into next week and the next few weeks of frenzy, this could be the time when, and you talked about August, Paul, as being crypto's time, and the frenzy, I think, will take us up at least to 136 immediately, and then thereafter up to 170 potentially pretty soon, by the end of the year maybe. But I don't know, Paul. What do I know about crypto? If it's going up, I buy it. If it's going down, I try to hedge it. And basically that's where I play this crypto game.
I'm really sorry. I'm not going to, right. I know you're being humble and modest, but come on, you know exactly what you're talking about. So let's, come on. Right. And I just want to underscore the fact that most of the people in the comments do not feel that you should be punished, right? There's a few people which feel you should be punished for the white charts, but most people have got you and are in your corner. So I think that's very representative. They respect your opinion.
Appreciate that.
They don't care. It's good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate it.
Do you look at the US30 Pro at all? We've got a comment about that. Do you look at the US30 Pro?
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at that. I don't trade the US30 a lot myself. I prefer to trade. It's kind of, I mean, they're all different. They all got different personalities and they behave differently. If I had to pick, I would go, I like the Nasdaq. I'm a tech sort of guy. I prefer the Nasdaq. The S&P is a bit dopey, bit slow. And when it comes to the Dow, let's have a look. It's a bit violent. And you'd expect it to be a bit more placid, really, because it's, it's the mums and pups type stuff in industry, and it's all meant to be rather stable. But as you can see, it's not. We have been trading this quite recently, but, well, no, actually, the last time we were trading it was, I think, actually before this big tariff sell-off. We were picking these tops and selling these tops. But and then I was looking at a move like this, but we didn't take it. Actually, haven't taken a trade on this since that happened in April. So where are we? Well, we're back at this high now. And to me, I wouldn't be shorting this at all. When you get a clear double top like that, and then a very, very aggressive revisit, not even spaced properly. So we got them together. We've revisited, much, much later, and approached it with great determination and speed and vigor, and we haven't rejected really. It's just holding up there. So, and of course, I think the S&P and the Nasdaq are going up as well. And I must caveat all of this, folks, by saying if these markets reverse and turn down dramatically, I'll be out of these long trades, I'll be taking my profit, and I'll be looking to sell. So I'm not committed to the long direction, but I'm committed to the direction in which the market is moving, and that direction is currently up. So I need to be in that direction, and I wouldn't be picking tops. I wouldn't do it on the Dow, I wouldn't do it on the Nasdaq or the S&P, or the German 30 for that matter. I'll tell you what my plan on the German 30, because I know this question will come up. I'm going to have to quickly go back to these dirty old charts again, quickly put up my German 30 chart. I will fix this, I promise. The German 30 is a fascinating creature, because we've been in a channel longer than you can imagine. Some people weren't even born in 2022. A lot of people weren't born in 2022. And we've been trading in this channel ever since. We did try to poke through there, but got rejected through there was the tariff sell-off, rejected there. And then here we are, moving back up towards the top. We sold variously over there, haven't taken a trade since then. But this is an easy one because we're stuck in a pretty tight range with a very clear top and a very clear flat bottom. And I'll just trade these breakouts. So breakout, pullback through the top, or a breakout, pullback through the bottom. So I think that's where we're going on this one. That's the German 30. But I want to look at the Dow quickly. And let's go with the US 30. And this is, yeah, all right. We have a problem here. Let me go back to the other charts. We've got it here. Yeah, so US 30. So yeah, approaching that top very vigorously, as I said, and slight double top there, although not really. It's making higher highs. So unless we break down through that level there, at 43,700 and some change, unless we break and close beneath there, we've got higher highs and higher lows, and it's moving up. Don't try and pick this top. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, agree.
And if you do want to pick a top, just keep very tight stops. Be prepared to stop and reverse, perhaps, or something like that. There's no problem with speculating at the top of a big move in an overbought market, but you have to play it incredibly carefully. And you may even want to hedge that if you want to short this, which is what I would do personally. You may want to hedge that against your long Nasdaq or your long S&P. I've got both of those long. And if I did think there was a little chance here, I might short the Dow, the US 30, as a hedge against my longs on the other two indices. And that's really the only reason I would do that at this current time and place. I hope that answers your question.
No, I think that's very thorough. Very thorough. Thank you. Very. If we've got a few things. Firstly, Tiger, great to see you joining us. Of course, thank you for taking the time to.
Hello, Tiger.
A good old Tiger. Nice to see him. Roland, just want to respond to you. I can't actually see your profile to check whether you've got your email. Apologies for that. I have tried to have a look for you, so I'm sorry I'm not able to confirm for that. And maybe I'll ask some of the team if they can clarify that for you. Maybe we can give you an answer tomorrow. But yeah, very interesting. Let's what should we have a look at, see what Bitcoin's doing? Shall we do that? James, is that cool with you?
Let me just I forgot about Bitcoin. Let me did we look at it? I can't remember now. Let's quickly revisit it. No, I can't do it on that chart. Let's try and find it. I won't have this problem with my chart, so I'm feeling very self-conscious about it. But
no.
The problem I'll tell you what the problem is. I could change all the backgrounds on all these charts instantly, but then all the lines variously disappear because some of them are black, some of them are white, some of them are colors. It's difficult to see. We did talk about Bitcoin, and I said this is kind of what we're looking for. I don't think we're going down any further. I think this is it, basically. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we reach this high today, back up to that range high, not the all-time high, just this range high at just shy of 120. And then over the weekend, and we've left lots of CME gaps behind, so I'm not too worried about them. There's a massive one right in the middle of your page, which we could just leave it behind. Only about 85% of Bitcoin CME gaps get filled eventually, so they don't always get filled. So I expect we may move up there and then create another CME gap over the weekend. I wouldn't be surprised. and open up on Monday or Sunday night like at 122 or 125 or something like that. So I'm pretty bullish. I think we may have just seen the lows, but I'm allowing for the green paths, either of them still. And I'm sure Paul, and by the way, that green path there, the one that goes down, which should be red, just goes to the top of the CME gap. It doesn't go all the way down to the breakout support level. Okay, it's really important. That arrow, the bottom of that green path, is precisely where the CME gap top is, and that's at 113, whatever that number is, 600-700.
Yeah, we could have a bounce from there if it does.
Yeah, but I think that's So those are my thoughts, Paul. I don't know about yours, but I think they may be fairly similar. I think you're expecting this dip to happen more than I am, but sure.
Well, I want it to happen. I mean, you're right. It's quite a simple proposition at the moment, for sure. Could we put my charts up, please? Thank you so much, team. And let's have a look and see if I have any dissenting view of James, but I don't think so. It's very difficult to argue with you, James, because you know your stuff. Let's have a quick look.
I'm an old curmudgeon. I can.
Well, apparently, I'm an old curmudgeon too, because Eric's just been pointing out that he was born in 1980 and then calling himself old. But guess what, Eric? I was born in 1980, and therefore you've just made me old too. So thank you, Eric. Thank you so much for that. Right, so this is 15-minute chart, and a little bit scary when you look at it from this perspective. We had this dip down to around 115 yesterday, but as we were talking about with Bitcoin, these initial dips are really just seen as opportunities for people to jump in, and we've seen this all the time. This whipsaw kind of action, and this is where we were, this is where we went to, and now we're exactly where we were again. But there was a nice question which you've asked twice now. Sorry, I was getting it to. Why is Bitcoin having a hard time breaking 119K? Well, there is a psychology to this, of course. So when the price action first arrives at it breaks into price discovery, and obviously fib levels are going to be lines in the sand, which is sellers are going to start taking control of. But once a line, an all-time high, has been established, sellers are obviously people are looking to take their positions from other moves and so forth. And it's a bit of a battle between sellers and buyers, but it's not quite as simple as that, because if you think about a trader, you're looking to buy Bitcoin and you want to enter into a trade with Bitcoin, but you're not going to enter into a trade when it's near resistance or it's near 119, 120K, because there's a lot of risk there. There's the probabilities that you're going to get a reversal from that point. Therefore, people are waiting for these dips, right? And then more buyers come in, and then there's a fresh set of buyers which have been now added to the buying army, which are then marching towards 119K again. And it just takes a little bit of time for an army to regroup, for the buyers to regroup, for there to be opportunities for more buyers to come in, and then the sellers to start running scared. So sellers might look at these dips and like, okay, maybe I'm looking to short, but then they try and short it from here and it just reverses. It scares the sellers, buyers start taking control back. More people have entered positions at these lowest price points, and they're not as keen to sell as you approach 119. And as time goes on, that starts to increase. More buyers, less sellers, and then eventually, as James implied, we'll have a breakout to the upside as a result of that. So it's really a psychology thing. It's really about you've got to have some price action to trade off. You need the dips to jump in on. And at the moment, though, everything's pretty good because these dips are opportunities to buy. The problem is, of course, if we have more of these dips, the sellers will start looking at the buyers and thinking, well, actually, we're coming down a bit lower, and then the sellers could take control, which is why it's very important to ensure that we don't move below these kind of local support lines, because then the bears will start looking at it, and then the longs will start, changing their positions and essentially leaving the market until Bitcoin can recover, and then they'll look for maybe to come in here. So if we do lose this local support, people will look to come in here, and then it'll just take a little bit more time then for the buyers to get back control, to have another crack at all-time highs. So right now we're in a really good position for a potential break over the next week or so upwards, but if we do have a further move down, it may just delay it. But that's essentially the psychology behind that. I hope that kind of makes sense. But this is obviously a 2-hour chart, which is a little less scary than one we just looked at. And you can see that dip was nothing. It was just a wick, and we're back exactly where we were, above the point of control and above the moving average, 2-hour moving average, which is a difficult thing to trade because it's all over the place. So really, my analysis is just like James's. We have a break up or we have a breakdown, local support or all-time highs, and then that's it. But until we do that, we just have to wait. And all of these opportunities, and these opportunities here are great for altcoin long. So for example, if you had entered an altcoin long here, Bitcoin would have given you a bit of momentum to pull that up, which is why it's important, of course, to sync up these things. But we did have a question about altcoin setups and how are we doing for times. So let's just run through. I'm going to do a really quick run through of some of these setups. Now there's a video being released on Hola Prime X. Make sure you subscribe, my friends, tomorrow, which is going to cover these setups in more detail. But if you are looking for some altcoins to trade, check out this rundown, right? So I'm just going to run through this. So this is Uniswap. We've been talking about this on this stream, and it's in a nice place to come into now. There's a bit of an ambiguous neckline for this cup with no handle, but you can see the price action has previously kind of acted as resistance here. So a bounce point for this would be pretty good. So Uni is a lot of altcoin setups are in a good position to play now. So Uni is a not bad entrance for a long play. It's very manageable for risk management because when you're here, even if you do have a pullback, if you're right at support, you're going to get that bearish retest if it does head lower, which gives you a no loss exit before your stop loss gets hit. So really good setup with Uni. Not double bottom potentially forming with a nice high here. So there's a potential play. We've got Solana, which is in this nice little pocket at the moment with the median line on the RSI. So we could see a reversal from here. Nice little place. All we need is Bitcoin to jump up. And then we've got Algo. Again, this is looking really nice. We've got confluence with the neckline of this double bottom and this moving average on the daily. So this is looking like a really nice play. And if you do just jump in around here, that's a nice 25% back to where we were. So looking good. Lots of setups are now coming into play thanks to a little bit of a dip yesterday. Pepe, again, cautious, is a meme coin, retesting following this breakout. Be careful in this area, but of course the price action does need to come back to test the diagonal line, but we are below resistance now, so just be very careful with this. But Pepe is in a nice position. We've also got Render, which has entered the golden zone. I've entered a trade here. I'm in here, Render around 3.671, so that's my position. This is a long play for me, but there's a lot of short plays for you as well. Short-term long plays. So in the golden zone here, following this, and you could see a move up. That'd be a nice little play for Render. SUI again broken out of this triangle. We talked about this previously, I think, and we could expect the price action to come back down here to test these moving averages, but we could also see a move up from here because of this nice higher high. So you could come in here, and if we do get a move back down, then of course you've got another position. So you might want to scale in for this. But again, a lot of setups really coming into play today. Theta, Crypto OG, struggling with this moving average, but we are very low price point. And if you come in maybe around the point of control with a wick, again, you've got a very, very, very good price point down here for maybe a range trade. And as this is getting squeezed by the moving average, we could see a nice break down here, which could give you a long play. So lots of setups lining up. There's Theta. Doge, if you're into Dogecoin, really nice double bottom. Neckline we've broken above with a higher high. Now we've had a pretty sizable retrace back into this buy zone. Not quite oversold, but Doge, a really nice place to buy. Again, do your own assessment of this, and obviously make sure it aligns with your plays. But these are just very basic assessments of where we could expect to bounce from here. So nice little range play from Doge, looking good. Inge. This one, again, finding a base on the moving average, a bit of an ambiguous area, this exaggerated cup and handle pattern. But Inge, if you just look for a flush buy around 200 MA on the daily, zooming in, that'll be pretty good play. That higher high is selling it for me. Lots of good setups. And if you are a little bit cautious and you're worried that it's not going to continue or higher, could just be a very little trade here. Little trade, 20% is not a little trade, but a little trade from here to here. So just bear in mind, trade it any way you want. And ADA, again, Cardano, lots of big players, some of the high caps coming in. Again, very similar price action. Flip this moving average, now retesting it. Nice little support zone to come in around the 272. Could see a bounce up to the 618. Lots of great little plays. And that was a previous winning pick as well. So there's a few setups, a quick rundown, and there'll be a more detailed evaluation of this on Hola Prime X coming out tomorrow. So check out that. And if you're not subscribed, please do that. But James, what are your thoughts about the altcoins at the moment? Are they going to be moving up from here, do you think?
Yeah.
Or do you think this is a fake out? What do you reckon?
I was going to ask you that. Is today, is tomorrow, next week, Monday, is it go time for the alts? Probably, I think. Just looking at these charts, Ethereum and XRP over there. See, I almost filled my Red Bull. I just like the way that the charts look, and I think these are sort of patterns that you recognize from experience. You kind of get a feel for when things may take off. I'm getting that feeling. I'm sure you can quantify that by writing down what that feeling might be. You know, you see something that's doing something, and you could write it down exactly what it is, and maybe even make some code for it. But in general, that's how intuition works like that. And I just feel that we've probably got a launch pad busy forming into August.
Yeah, and we
I
still
don't
haven't
know,
had
Paul. I wanted to ask you about on your charts, Paul. You used 2 hour. I think the viewers might be interested. I noticed you've got 2 hour and 12 hour charts, and not 4 hour and day charts. Is there on your crypto charts? Is that a normal thing amongst the crypto bros?
on the 4 hour is as you'd expect with like other assets is pretty typical, but the way I choose the time frames is whatever gives it the chart's the best visual representation of what the price action is. So if it's the 6 hour, it's the 6 hour. If this week for Bitcoin it's the 2 hour, then it'll be the 2 hour. So it's really, you know, obviously I don't use the 3 hour or the 5 hour, but it's whatever represents the charts best. And I think for fellow traders as well,
Yeah.
it is important that firstly, it's important that you're looking at charts which all the other traders are looking at. Hence why you should look at the 4 hour as opposed to the 3 hour. Or the patterns will look a little bit weird. But finding the one which people are trading off typically is a good play. And sometimes it's not the 4 hour, sometimes it's not the 1 hour, sometimes it can be the 6 hour, and so forth. So that's the way I look at it. But the daily chart,
Mm-hmm.
I tend to look at quite a lot because the 200 MA on the daily carries significant as a support and resistance level. And even though you can obviously put the 200 MA on any chart you like, which I frequently do, it's always about what is the best visual representation, or what perspective is not gonna you're not gonna miss something. And that's the way I approach it. So
Yeah,
you'll probably see
that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed, watching traders, they'll say, like live traders, even the folks trading here at Hola Prime, they'll say, I've noticed today that the price is respecting the 20-period moving average. Or on another day, it might be, I've noticed today that the 20 EMA is working particularly well, or VWAP, or
yeah.
the 50 DMA, or something like that. And so markets tend to move according to different structures at different times. And I think quite a lot of it is just a whole bunch of blokes at the bar in Amsterdam again saying, what are we going to trade off today? The 50 or the 20? Let's go with the 50. It's not, obviously, I'm being silly about that, but it's kind of a little bit like that. But there were some questions about oil and XRP. Shall we have a look at those? Have we got time?
Yeah. No, yeah, I think I just want to point out we are going to make an announcement shortly. Now, we didn't say at the start that there's going to be a prize, but we wanted to surprise you all, right, and catch you all out. So we are going to announce a prize
Fantastic.
very shortly. But while we're waiting, let's have a quick look at those two things. So can we swap back to James's charts, please? Thank you so much.
Yeah, and while you're switching over, Paul, if you could just interrupt me when it's time, if I'm rambling on, just stop me. All right, folks, this is WTI oil, and I think we've got the second scare that's happened since we got the big surge up with the Iran attacks. So if you remember, we were long at I don't know how many people got long here, but we got to the bottom of the channel. I think it was a pretty sensible play. I think most people picked up these longs because it was oversold, it was a double bottom. Most retailers picked that up, which is great. And you should have. It was a pretty easy entry. And we've rallied up since then. And most people are kind of thinking that oil has got a bit of a bid under it now, and, with a bit of tension going around, sanctions and this and that, or whatever it is, all the stuff that's happening, that oil is going to carry on moving up. I have a completely different view. I think oil is on the move down, and that we should be selling into rallies. And that's what we've been doing. So for the best part of a couple of years, we've been selling the top of the channel and the 200-period moving average every time, with a bit of intelligence attached to it, not just willy-nilly, obviously. And now we got up to the 200 again. After that big move down, we sold the top there, of course, because we got to the channel top. We also sold the 200-period moving average a few days ago because we got to the 200-period moving average. And we also reached the underside of this Moab, which I've called WTI Moab, surprisingly. So we've got a lot of Moabs on our charts right now, but you can see this is a super important level. There's no doubt about it. It's traded off this level how many times in the last number of years, and we're right at that level now. So you might be bullish on oil or you might be bearish depending on your fundamental or technical view of this chart. I believe this chart's clearly pointing downwards, gradually and in a messy fashion, but it's moving downwards over time, and we should be short, in my opinion. So we shorted the top of the channel there, 3 o'clock in the morning my time. We talked about this last week. That was a great trade. It was lucky. I'm not claiming expertise. We sold the channel, and a few hours later we were at channel center line, just like that, like $11, $12 down, and we banked that profit, and then started selling into the rallies again, back to Moab, back to the 200, and then a couple of days ago we retested that with some more jitters surrounding energy between China and the US and Russia. Lots of deals going on, lots of jiggery pokery and messing about. No one really knows what quite is going to end up being the deal, but in the meantime, uncertainty drove the oil price a bit higher, only up to the 50% retracement level, the top of Moab, and the sell zone. And so we sold. So we have a short position from there at the 200. We have a short position from just under Moab, and I haven't got this last block on, or arrow, and we sold right here yesterday. And that should be red as well. So that's our oil position. Our biggest positions are these last two. Well, those are only positions actually. And we have that one from down there as well. That's more or less the same price. That could be considered one position, and that's one position. So I think that we're going to move back down through the collapse. We're moving down already. Let's go to the 15-minute chart quickly, see what's happening on the short time frame. As you can see, we're moving down. Let's have a look at the 5, moving down, dribbling down, not very vigorous, and then back to the day chart. And we have this not quite a tweezer top reversal, but certainly if we close at or around the level that we're currently trading at, we will have performed an engulfing and dark cloud cover candle right at the top of resistance and WTI Moab. So yeah, so we're short again. We have not been long, apart from down there at those 2 arrows a few months ago. That was the only time that we've been long on WTI in the last 3 years, I think. There may have been one or two other occasions that I can't remember. Yeah. So that's oil. Well, and then XRP. Do you want to talk about that, Paul? Shall I just finish that off while we're here, or do you want to get on to the prize giving?
I think we're about to run out of time. So again, apologies for XRP lovers. Maybe we can reserve that for tomorrow, and we can have a real deep dive into that. But yes,
we can start with XRP tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's start with XRP tomorrow, Ripple. Thank you. But we do have a winner, and I know we kind of surprised you with this. We're just playing games with you today, just to make sure you're still commenting, right? But anyway, we have a winner, and we're very excited about this one. So for the 25K account winner today is Roland Cuteles. Roland Cuteles, I hope I got that right.
Well done, Roland.
Oh yeah, we got some confetti. Finally. There we go. That's what we're talking
about.
Well
done. Oh, wonderful. Well done. Well done, Roland.
Confetti. That's fine. I got confetti all over me. What's going on?
Unbelievable.
Just get off my hats. This is just getting. Come on, guys. I'm gonna have to Hoover now.
Roland's busy asking if Nat Gas is going to hold the $3 level, and as he was typing that, he won $25,000 account. So I think that's your answer, Roland. I think Nat Gas might just hold, if the omen is correct.
Wow. Oh, I'm a big fan of the confetti. Very big fan of that. Well done. That was fantastic.
Yeah, lovely.
Winner chicken dinner, Roland. Yeah, for sure. Everyone's congratulating you, Roland.
Winner chicken dinner.
Been a great supporter of these streams since we started. So glad to give back, and make sure, of course, you're telling us how you're getting on once you get everything sorted and you've got all set up. They're really exciting. Very exciting. Cool stuff. I think we run out of time though, James. Do you want to have the last word before we hand it over to
let's flash this up super quick. XRP, forget the scale, it's gone weird. So this is XRP 15-minute chart. Let's go to the day chart. Let's try and wrap this up. I think we're holding here. We've dipped down to support. There's a 20-period moving average right under those 2 lines. You can't see it now because it's gone black, but there's a 20 right under those 2 spike lows. It's also a Fibonacci retracement, which I think we will hold and I think it's a 38, and it is 38.2% retracement, 20-period moving average. I've bought here, I added some more about a week ago on that dip.
Yeah.
That's
And
XRP.
yeah,
Right.
I kind of do concur, but we'll jump into this tomorrow in more detail. But that's it for us for now, and we're going to hand off to the next team, which is very exciting. Please hang around for them because they are amazing, and we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much, James.
Sure are. Cheerio, everyone. Have a great trading day. See you tomorrow.
Take care.
Hi everyone, I'm Stanislava, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime, and this is a little sneak peek into how my life looks like beyond coaching. I like to start my day with kombucha and the radio. As a psychologist, I believe that how you begin your day shapes how you feel, and how you feel shapes everything else. My journey as a psychologist started 20 years ago. Over those 2 decades, I've always worked to broaden and deepen my expertise. As a performance coach, I try to help clients understand how their mindset and emotions affect how they trade. Everybody would like a quick win, but real growth comes from steady habits. It's about self-awareness, discipline, and caring for your mind and your body. It's the kind of balance I try to live by myself, and it is a big part of what I'm teaching my clients in coaching. The work I do is more than just a job. It's a part of who I am as a person. But beyond that, I wouldn't feel whole without making space for exercise, art, and some time to reflect. I spend most of my workday talking or writing. So with arts, I engage that other creative side of my brain. And the best part is I get to do that with my daughters. Now that work's done, I'm off to the most important job, being mine. So that's a bit about me, who I am, not just as a coach, but as a person. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's grow together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Iris, a trading coach at Hola Prime. This is where I found my trading identity, studying the logic behind price action. I started my journey 8 years ago. Like all traders, I had to study the markets, learning what to look for. This only came through perseverance and lots of screen time. And here I'm all about socializing, hanging out, and just enjoying the moment. And the only FOMO that I have is just missing out on my berry news. On coffee, please. But I'm also a student of life, a traveler, and someone who follows her heart. That brought me here, the east coast of Africa. This is where I start my day. My rooftop is my reset button, a little quiet before the charts. This is one of my hobbies because it gets me outside and be active at the same time. Just like in trading, golf teaches me to focus, strategic thinking, and emotional control, and have fun. But it's all part of the game, and when you learn to focus on the process, not just the outcome, that's when it clicks. And just like the perfect stroke, your edge in the market is something you keep refining. And part of working on the mindset means unplugging and stepping back. And when you're ready to level up, I'm here to walk with you.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Good morning, everybody. Coach Troy, Coach Iris, and Coach Paul. I hope you're all doing very, very well today. And to everyone watching as well, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Evening. How have you guys been doing? Did you trade FOMC?
Yeah, I don't think we traded it, but we saw it obviously live yesterday.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was interesting to watch.
Especially those earnings and what's now happened with the Nasdaq on those earnings.
Ooh,
and
it's
everything
killing it right now.
Is just exploded.
Yeah.
But it'll be fun. It'll definitely be fun for Iris and Sam and Troy, you guys to trade. I'm probably going to try and stick to the ES today, but
well,
but yeah.
I missed my move. NFP week is always, and especially on this day, my stats are always most of the times I don't do well. I have a few losing trades for some reason, and I'm always like behind. But then I know Friday will be a good day. But I'm hating missing this move because I was sort of like anticipating. But I'm also like, you know, I have to be. You've seen it this week. I've been struggling to get back out of the red zone into the green. It was hard work. So I'm only going to trade if there's a proper setup with all my things lining up. And today is going to be one of those days. But I hate to see those. These are the moves that I always love to have. You know that, right? But I was hoping it would come after 10. But anyway. How have you guys been doing? Did you do any trading besides the FOMC, before FOMC?
Yeah, I think we all did a little bit.
I made a terrible rookie mistake earlier today, about an hour ago.
Tell us,
I completely forgot the news coming out, and I was looking at the footprint. We had unemployment claims. Completely forgot. And I was looking at the footprint, and I was like, "Ooh, this is looking quite good." So I jumped in for 3 contracts, and then the news came out and just whipped me, and I smacked the exit button. It went against me, so I'm down $921 at this moment in time. So I've got some making up to do.
Oh boy!
It's completely my fault. I mean, I don't know what the hell happened. I forgot about the news. I don't know. And the footprint looks so good, just like literally seconds before the news came out, like a minute before.
The manipulation
was looking amazing. It's because everyone was getting out the market, and I thought, oh, these are all fresh buyers coming in and everything, and oh man.
I think it all happened to all of us.
You've been feeling better though, Sam. You've been feeling like all right, health wise, getting a little better.
I mean, I'm no longer sick.
Good.
I'm no longer sick.
Good to hear.
That's good. Thank you for asking.
Awesome. Yeah, of course.
Let me update my P&L actually.
I did take a gold trade last night, which was really nice, and so the quiet market sessions have been treating me well, I must say. So very happy I was able to get a good gold trade in last night. Had the P&L going into this morning, and
nice.
And yeah. I'm going to definitely be focusing on the ES today. Well, as we know, I believe we also gapped up on, so we gapped up on the ES. Obviously, we gapped up on the Nasdaq. This pullback that we're seeing here is nice. The ES, we just pulled back to the previous day's high. So that makes sense. Actually, no, we haven't pulled back. We were 6 points away from the previous day high on the ES, and we didn't even make it there, and we've already bounced a little bit. So would really like to see that pull back into the 64.30 to 64.24 level before trying to get long. But if we don't get that opportunity, then maybe I'll have to find something else in the volume profile to give me an excuse to get long here, because we are relatively bullish, I would say. On the bias, just gotta get in at the right opportunity.
I agree.
Yeah.
Tread careful today.
We're just gonna have to wait for a really good opportunity. I'm gonna have to be a proper sniper today. Wait for the perfect trade, and then boom.
I agree.
Let's start.
So also with something that because it's the last day of the month, right? So if you look at the monthly candle, it's a big, nice, juicy green candle. And sort of what I'm hoping for is that you get, like, we got a spike up, and then maybe because the last day we might have a spike down, to create the wick. But then again, it looks so bullish. So I would rather, I'm just going to sit this one out and wait till after 10 o'clock, and then either take a good long or wait until it's going up, and maybe for the later move, perhaps if it's going down. I would wait for a short. I don't know. I'm very indecisive at this moment, but I'm definitely on your side, Paul, with that it looks very bullish.
Yeah. Yeah, we closed the gap on the Nasdaq pretty quickly there at 23,686. That like happened extremely quickly in the first few minutes. So Nasdaq might provide a sooner opportunity than the ES now that I'm looking at it. So, you know, maybe I will be getting into a Nasdaq trade at some point today. Who knows? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should bite my tongue when I'm saying. Gotta be docile and just a little bit dexterous.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is right. I mean, there's so many sellers in the market at this moment in time. I'm going to be. It might be hard to long the market, although I have an area I would like to long it. I don't know if I want to take the risk and wait for maybe a better setup, but I don't know. I'll see when we get there.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't checked the any. I mean, I know there was the economic news this morning, but I haven't checked if there were any like headlines of any sorts in combination with that economic news. So I'll have to double check that.
You know, I'm going to get in.
I think Sam sent
in for a long soon. Sorry, Iris, what did you say?
All right.
No, I just want to say I think you sent your the virus my direction, because I might be coughing a bit and this is good stuff.
Oh no!
I don't have the headache though, so I'm doing okay. But
I've had a headache for like a few days straight. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I think the headache is coming from the muscles because I've been going to the gym and working out the shoulders, and ever since then I've just had this like really weird pain just at the back of my head here. But I'm dosing up on tablets constantly, so fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got it.
That's the way to do it.
Paul, we've got that H pattern. What are you going to do? Are you going to short it, or are you going to...
No, you know me. I'm staying away. No, thank you. Troy, like, so what's your bias on? Are you? I mean, I'm assuming you're short bias this morning right now as we, dipped in the pre-market, or we started dipping in the pre-market and into the first 10 minutes here.
I wasn't. I was leaning long pre-market, but when the 830 numbers came out, the PCE was, which is core inflation, right? The PCE is it's even better than CPI. Was greater than expected, 2.8 versus 2.7. So that made me think that, hey, the Fed is probably not going to lower rates in September, which I would assume the market will see as negative. So I'm kind of leaning negative now. And then obviously the gap up, if we don't fill the gap, we're going to have a really weird chart pattern. I think it's called missing orphan, or I can't. It's a island. That creates this island way up high, and you have this sort of weird chart pattern, and it doesn't happen very often. So you got a bunch of stuff going on. A weird chart pattern. You've got crazy good earnings, which is very bullish. And then you have PCI or PCE, which is saying, hey, inflation's still here. And I can just see, especially after watching Fed Chair Powell speak yesterday, that he's going to go, we need more data. And is not going to do anything, right? And I think the market's sort of expecting September to be the first beginning of the lowering cycle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And but me and Coach Tiger went over this last night a little bit, and the Fed Watch tool right now, or as of last night, I could check again right now. cut chances went from yesterday at some point, like from 68-ish or 60 to 68% or something of a cut happening in September to 41%. So after Powell's speech, it seems like the sentiment is more that he doesn't feel necessarily like there's an urge to cut, which makes sense because of the tariff talk that he had with like most likely prices getting passed on to consumers and whatnot. So that's going to be interesting for sure. And the Dow just in this first 10 minutes was diverging from the Nasdaq like we've been seeing, but then just rolled over to join both the S&P and the Nasdaq here. So interesting movement here this morning.
So on the 4-hour on the NQ, we just hit a volume imbalance. So it either has to, move up from here. If it goes below that one, I have to switch my bias. But I was hoping that it would reach this point, and then also it has the gap, obviously. But it looks it's very it's very strong to the downside now. So let's see what happens. So the level that I'm looking for, it goes below. That's the volume imbalance. Oh, I'm looking at ES. That's the wrong one. Well, anyway, so you might have watched that on the ES. I can go over that anyway. So that volume imbalance on the 4-hour, that is the low is at 64.25.25. And it's also the low of a fair value gap. If it goes below that, there is no, then it's really just, ignoring all the bullish signatures, and then I'll switch bias. But yeah, let me quickly switch to my NQ. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, it's very strong to the downside.
Can we get a screen up as well? The back end can show a chart. That's great.
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, no. It's already on the NQ. It's already below the volume imbalance, and also on the 4-hour. So I'm going to switch. I have to switch my bias now.
All right, here we go. The Nasdaq was definitely just looking weak there. I had my eye on the order flow on the Nasdaq just now, and that was definitely looking weak. And it just popped through its minor low of the day. Man, do I want to get into something? But I feel like I have to wait for some sort of long
retracement.
I have this. Yeah, I have this feeling of short in the beginning of the session to possibly set up for a little bit of a long, but yeah, we'll just let price kind of settle down for the next 5 to 10 minutes, see if my bias doesn't change or not. So.
I did a SAM. I took the breakdown of the H pattern there for a quick $80.
You got a short? Wow.
Nice.
I covered it. I was doing the 10-second SAMs trade.
Oh, it's still going?
I'm in a bullish trade right now, but I'm about to get out. Woo! $300. All right, I'm slowly chipping away at this loss.
Nice.
633.80. This is going to take some time.
I think
but as long as I finish the day green, I'm happy.
Yeah. I think it happened to all of us. I think, that a thing like that, it always happens once in your lifetime. And, it just is one of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't look at... For some reason, I had it in my head that we had no news today. Didn't look at the calendar. Because I was thinking NFP is tomorrow. That's the big thing in my head. And I just completely forgot about unemployment claims. And the footprint just looked fantastic in that moment because everyone was getting out the market. I thought it was people entering the market. I went in for a long, and all of a sudden we just whipped down. I went in 3 contracts because it was pre-market. It wasn't moving that much. So I was like, all right, 3 contracts, up it a bit. Quick scalp. I thought it'd be another 30-second scalp or something. All of a sudden I see I'm down like 1,000 something, and I'm like, what? I'm hitting the exit button, and luckily it kind of gaps up a little bit and gets me out at like 900 or something. But I think like 1,300 or something. It's like the lowest I saw it go. I was like, bloody hell!
Right.
Okay.
What a stupid mistake.
Well,
So I
real
do see a
quickly in the
nice-
chat, I just wanted to shout out some of our viewers in the chat here: Mark, Eric, Roland, Lola, MD, Investigenics. Nice to see you again from last night's quiet market session. Emily Trading, Robert, like always, in the chat. Mr. Peeps. So yeah, great to see everybody in the chat here. And yeah, you got any questions or anything, or let us know what you're trading. And looking forward to this session for sure. So this is going to be a fun one, I think, today, between both the morning and the afternoon. So
I think so too.
It doesn't feel fun yet, but
but yeah, I mean, you bounced right back. You genuinely like the true trader you are. You're down on an honest mistake, and then boom, just $300 in the first 15 minutes. So kudos to you. Let's just keep it going. Let's keep it rolling.
Well, I hope so. Back end, it's minus 633 positive. So, I wish.
I didn't want to say it. Yeah.
It's like, wow, that was a $1,500 trade.
I think he knows what's going to come, Sam. I think he has a little glass. He is like a little glass ball, and he knows that's a future. So
Exactly. If I finish positive 633, that would be a fantastic day. Oh,
exactly.
I'd be so happy. We'll see.
Chicago PMI just came out. It was 47.1 versus a forecast of 42. Remember, PMI is Purchasing Managers Index, and the basic rule of thumb is anything above 50 is bullish or expansionary. Anything below 50 is contractionary. So that's out.
Yeah.
And it was a better than expected number. It's moving towards the expansion area above 50, but we're at 47.1.
Yep, it's better, but at the same time, still not, the greatest number. So kind of probably like a little bit of a dud of a data piece, to be honest. But important to note for sure. Okay, look.
These sellers are relentless today.
They are. I was just looking to see if maybe I should be getting short, but I don't think so. The Dow has just bounced back, and it's getting back to its highs on the day. I'll just show the chart real quick. Whoops.
it's just
Or
going back into
regular trading
discount. And,
Okay, the Nasdaq bounced decently there.
Just got in for another little buy. Another
Yeah.
$170 or something dollars. Bloody hell, this is getting slowly getting there.
I think we need to share Sam's
466.
screen. I think we need to share Sam's
we need to
screen
watch
so that when he does get into a trade, that we actually get to see it
idea.
for the 3 seconds.
Let me get it up. You know what I hate?
Quick draw McGraw.
I need to get a stronger PC. Because when I start sharing and everything just slows down so much on my PC.
Yeah, we need to. We need
Okay.
to build
back
one.
end can flip to mine.
I might get into a long as well, but not yet.
Just looking for any little scalping opportunity. I see sellers getting absorbed. Do I want to get in? Not yet. Come on, show me something. Could get in. I don't like it. It's too high up. No, I'm gonna wait. Damn! It would have been good. Never mind. Didn't have the balls to click the trigger, but it's fine. All right, missed one opportunity, but it's fine.
I'm still waiting for the retest. Here we go.
We literally just retested the previous day's high and then just exploded upwards. Essentially, I mean, it's.
Oh, did I?
This is as
did I miss something
as
then?
it gets.
Yeah.
No, oh no, from the
I
ES.
missed.
Sorry, on the ES, not on the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq we pulled back even further and before bouncing just now.
It is bullish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did on the higher time frame. It is a breaker retest on the 15-minute time frame. So it's retesting the breaker that it formed on Tuesday, 8:45 Eastern, and now it's just retesting that. So it's a higher time frame retest. So, yeah, but you know what, guys? I know I should have gotten in already, so I have to sit this one out.
Yeah.
Guys. Oh, let me see on the lower time frame.
I'm looking to potentially short the market.
Are you NQ or ES, Sam?
NQ.
Okay. Affair is still going on.
Oh, come on, laptop. Stop being so slow. Okay. Zoom in.
I actually followed up on Troy, your tip, that PC Manager. I'm using it, and everything works perfectly with your tip. I think Troy gave that tip, right?
Yeah. Do that actually. I completely forgot about it.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I guess.
Potential for a short.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, might get
There is
in
a
a short
potential
here.
for a short.
I am not sure
Not
about a
seeing.
short yet.
So it's getting absorbed.
It looks like we're in a buy
should
program
have got
at the
in.
moment.
I should have jumped in.
I'm looking through
It's fine.
all the products right now.
I'm looking for a long, actually. Yeah. I'm getting in a long right now.
If you want to switch to your screen, by all means.
Let me. I haven't
getting in
shared
the
it yet,
trade.
I think. Yes, hold on.
Get in the trade first. Prioritize the trade.
Yeah, let me just, because I might be out already. Hold on. Yeah, see, it's already done.
Hey, That's the way.
Yeah,
the
let me
ball
just-
bounces. It's been some really fast trades lately.
All right, the sellers right there. Technically would be a buy, but I don't want to buy. I don't want to buy into a gap, which is annoying. But footprint's telling me it's a buy.
Mm-hmm.
I was literally just looking to buy the Nasdaq myself. I hesitated, I think, about 3 seconds too long. That was a relatively good area to buy, I think, for dang,
Yeah.
man. Dang.
Okay, buyers are coming in. Let's see if they get trapped. If they get trapped in this area, then I can short it. Let's see what happens. Not comfortable shorting it just yet.
No, and
Buyers
it's just
seem to
not,
know.
you know, it's still not,
Still a buy.
just no follow. The follow through is not really there, so I might just get out for a small.
And something to note: the 23,690 level, which is literally where we're right at, is the top of that spike from yesterday's session. So this is an interesting level that we're trying to kind of get through here after having broken through it 30 minutes ago. So
yeah. I agree.
Yeah, so I was already red on the. I did some small stabs this morning, so I was red, so I just made up a little bit, yeah, we'll just wait until there's a better trade. Yeah.
Big sellers coming in. That means I can potentially buy the market if they get trapped. Are they getting trapped? They're getting a little bit absorbed. I will in for a quick buy. Back to the top here. I have to put my stop just at 8575. Literally where it is. Come on, buyers, get in. Come on, buyers.
Wide FX is in the chat. Hey there. Great to see you. Coach Tiger in the chat.
Everyone is
as
there.
always a pleasure.
And Eric. Hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
Come on, buyers. No, they're not doing it, are they? We'll have to get out of this.
We're in a bearish fair value gap.
That's annoying. Okay, that one failed. Fine.
That is
wow,
quite
you're
all
halfway
right.
already, Sam. Good.
Get in there, bit by bit, chipping away.
Good.
Ah, I didn't see that. Yeah, I shouldn't have bought into that. Why didn't I not spot that earlier? Never mind. Means a...
Okay, we've got 10 o'clock.
If we trap those sellers at that level...
Okay. I might get in a short.
I actually just got into a short in the MES myself
Oh, you did?
here. So yes,
Because it broke VWAP.
But well, no, I just kind of saw some decent sell pressure here form a relatively nice push down. So I'm just putting my stop at the top of the wick up here See if we can't get a push down, you know, through my VWAP actually, and maybe into this area 64.38-ish, roughly like a 1-to-1. If I get stopped out, not a huge deal. Actually, I'm going to put it right 33. So yeah, there we go. 64.51.50, and I might get short one more contract closer to the 64.50 area. Definitely need to see the Nasdaq though join in on the sell pressure here to really help push things down, because the Dow is slightly ripping as we speak, which is helping push, I believe, push the ES up. So
Yep.
Hey.
Let's drop down to that chart. Show me something. Give me an entry. Oh, please give me an entry. Why is there no entry? I want.
It's very, for me, it's confusing at the moment because I have my bullish breaker, and we have a bearish fair value gap. So for me, it's sort of like it can go both ways. So that is for me now an indication that I do not have to. I just have no conviction at the moment.
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of liquidity pulling up on the offer in the ES at the moment, which looks like buyers really want to try and test. So I won't be surprised if I get stopped out here, to be quite honest. And the Nasdaq's really starting to base out a little bit.
Yeah.
Tick. Ooh, my head, my neck.
Oh boy.
What is going on?
Spa, is it going to be a spa day again this weekend? Most likely then.
I might do actually. I think I'll leave it. I've really messed up my.
Do you guys?
Neck.
Do you have Aleve? Aleve is a painkiller. Do you have that in?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's basically.
I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, it's like Advil or Tylenol.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you a secret. Okay, this is a drug combination. You take two maximum strength Tylenol and one Aleve. It's actually the same as one Percocet, but of course it's not a narcotic.
Wow!
Seriously,
Nice. Again,
this is
I don't
really
know if that's real or bad advice.
Troy has the good tips, everyday one.
Sounds.
Yeah.
I'm leaning too short now, and because, yeah.
All right, let's push.
Do some more calculations.
Please.
Yeah, I might.
I'm not gonna lie. I had a relatively bad execution there on price, but would like to see this continue here. Come on, let's push down. Both the Dow and the Nasdaq, if you could please roll over, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
Come on, give me an entry. It's moving so quick. The speed of this thing.
Hey. Go.
Come on, give me something.
No.
Show me the money.
Only problem. This is where we could find support. Now where I'm looking at the Dow, this is where we could find support in the Dow. And dang it. We can still see some sell pressure though come in here. Just let it go.
Yeah. I just wanted to go below certain levels that it really breaks, like goes down below the breaker.
Come on, give me something. Give me something.
Bravo Zulu took a quick scalp on GBP today. Nice, man. Great job. Sweet.
Bravo Zulu. Tom, good to see you. Glad you're in the chat again.
Yeah. So I posted something in the trading arena or in on our Discord about the devil's mark a few days ago, I believe. And if I look at the 4-hour chart on the Nasdaq, it's sort of like it's a confluence with a few other things that I'm looking at. So on the NQ, if we are going south, I'm looking at the 23259.50. But then we really have to head south, I guess. Look, we're going up again on the NQ. It's so confusing now. What do you want?
Yeah, I added one contract to my short, keeping the same stop loss from my previous contract. So it's only a couple point risk on that second contract.
Yeah, and I think that level is also not something today. It's something for next week if we go down. By the way, it's too far out. I'm looking on the very high time frame at the moment. Sorry, But then again, yeah.
Oh no. I'm just looking at possibly NQ is either going to break through this area right here, right now, to the upside, or I think it's just gonna fail. So I think that I'm right at the 50-period EMA on the 1 minute of the Nasdaq, and it seems to be holding up as like kind of a little trend resistance area. So the Dow is also being held down a bit. So would like to see more sell pressure come in and just push us down here again. But if not, I'll get stopped out for a relatively small loss here. So all right.
I should just enter 10 contracts and get one.
Do not.
Go straight in.
Don't do it.
Just close my.
This is for your head. This is for your headache. Your headache. This is for your headache. The good stuff.
Does Mountain Dew help with headaches?
Yeah, it's got caffeine in it. Caffeine's natural painkiller.
That's true.
And Coca-Cola also helps with headaches, right?
That's right.
Oh no, it's not.
You know, Coca-Cola
No.
it was originally invented not as a drink to be enjoyed, but as medicine. Coca-Cola.
Yeah,
that's right. And it had cocaine. It had cocaine in it.
It
the
did.
original.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see why people who weren't feeling well felt better after that.
The Nasdaq is struggling right now. It is really having a hard time pushing down. I
know. I want to short it so bad.
But it's looking. It's more short than. Yeah. I totally agree. I'm already looking at so many levels. I honestly just got out.
I ended up getting out. Okay, so on the ES, you can see on my screen here. So what I'm seeing is as soon like we're in this small little range in the ES the last 10 minutes, and as soon as the Nasdaq held, like the Dow's just kind of pushing down consistently, which is nice, but as soon as the Nasdaq pushed down a little bit, the ES got down to the bottom of the range and then bouncing, and it doesn't now all my average price is in the middle of this 10-minute range, and it's just not the Nasdaq's not following through quickly. And it just feels uncomfortable to even be in it. So I just quickly took out the trade while I was at a small gain, just for the sake of keeping my mind, straight here, and not being inside of a small range with a coin flip of a chance. It feels like after being in that trade for literally 10 minutes. So
I agree.
But if we break down, though, missed opportunity, but I'll take the smallest of wins. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Like the coin flip would have been in my favor, but that's completely fine, because that just was, the Nasdaq was really being weird there for a second. So
you know what I don't like about it? Because it's, I've spoken about macro times that, we use like the 10 to an hour to the 10 after. And when these moves happen after the 10 after, I just don't trust it, because it's sort of like it's just not running smoothly during those normal macro times. So that's also making me very cautious. See what it's already pulling back, and it's just, I don't trust it at all at the moment. And I've just, I don't want to drain my mental capital too much. I want to spare it for tomorrow after the NFP at 8:30 Eastern, I believe. Then I believe that is then things will just, according to my stats, then I can, get back to normal trading again. But I hope it will be today already. I just wonder what is the so the 8:30 news tomorrow. What does it exactly do? So that's the non-farm employment change. So which one of you coaches, Troy or maybe Sam or Paul? What's the difference with this non-farm employment change? And then we had one yesterday as well, or was it one day before? Also non-farm. ADP, non-farm employment change. So we had one yesterday, and we have one Friday. Who knows what the difference is? I think that might be an interesting one for the chat as well.
Well, ADP is an extremely large payroll company here in the U.S., and so they take they do payrolls for thousands of companies, and so then they tabulate their data. Their data is theoretically more accurate than the government data. Government data is reported on a voluntary basis, whereas ADP is ADP. That's their data. So usually you want to see ADP kind of front runs Friday's number, usually, but there are times when they are completely off. But usually the ADP is the stronger number, because of the data is from one source, whereas the unemployment data that the government reports is from hundreds of sources. So that's the main difference, is one is kind of a private number and one is a government number. They basically say the same thing, but right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Good to know.
Obviously, the
That was a very good question,
ADP
Iris.
is a smaller set of numbers, though, because the government covers all employment and ADP just covers their customers.
Yeah.
At least that's my understanding. I could be completely wrong.
No, agreed 100%. You explained it, I think, perfectly.
Great question.
So, and non-farm is literally excluding farming. it's literally
exactly, yeah.
And by the way, that's not like a jargon, like a weird financial jargon to our viewer. Like, that is literally excluding farmers.
Yeah.
So
I wonder why that is, though, actually. Like, why exclude farmers? What have they done wrong? Why are they not allowed to?
Yeah, those numbers are probably what are the numbers for the farmers? How do we call that? Because we don't have farm employment change, or are they not part of the economy, or how does that work?
They're included in
Okay,
the larger number, like the unemployment.
Oh, that's the okay.
It is weird that it's just one random sector that's just not included. Do you know what I mean?
Excluded.
It happens to be farmers.
Discrimination.
Yeah. I wonder why that is. There's got to be a good reason for it. I just I've never thought.
Yeah. This might, I don't know about you guys looking at the ES and the NASDAQ right now. Is anybody feeling like, especially with looking at the order flow, that maybe a long is setting up at this moment? Or are we just getting ready for these buyers that just came in here to be trapped, and it's going to continue to the downside here?
Well, Nasdaq just bounced off of the POC.
Ah, good catch.
Yeah, we're still in that higher time frame breaker, but I'm still on the lower time frame. I also see a lot of signatures for going short at some point.
I'll be honest, the order flow looks horrendous right now. These sellers are just dominating it, but at the same time, yeah, it's not nice to look at.
We can make a case for both ways, right? What are the chat things? I'm curious. How are our listeners? Could we do a poll,
in the next
maybe?
10 minutes. In the next 10 minutes, are we above 64.50, or in the next 10 minutes, are we below 64.40? Or are we in between in 10 minutes time?
Exactly, yeah.
On the ES. Robert thinks it's getting ready for the next drop. I don't blame you.
It could very well, to be honest. The sellers are like piling on the contracts. They're not really moving the market though, but the buyers are just not able to really do much damage either. But the sellers are just so much more outnumbering the buyers. So in that respect, if both sides are just being useless at moving the market, you want to go with the bigger side then? Do you know what I mean?
Possibly.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we just have a...
Paul, did you see on Financial Juice that copper comment?
Oh, no, I have not actually. No, I stopped looking at Financial Juice like a few minutes ago. Actually, let me look.
Didn't they really tank?
You're the guy.
Copper...
Yeah, that's what they said. The copper prices are down. I don't know what's going on.
Oh yes, yeah.
It's really because tanked this morning.
Yeah, yesterday there were a bunch of tariffs on copper, like semi-copper finished products and whatnot. Like literally, I think 40% tariffs or something on a bunch of copper-related products, and yeah. And then we were talking about what the limit down possibly was on copper. So let's I remember us talking about that. Let's, just for the sake of fun here, let's look at the 4-hour chart on copper. For anybody who's curious, that's /HG. Wow, geez Louise. Yeah, we're down almost $1.50 roughly from the highs, a little bit more than that, which would probably translate to like somewhere around like 25% or so, 20 to 25% down. Ah, man.
Mm. Yeah, these sellers are relentless. That flow is ridiculous.
I think we're going down. I think I might get setting up for a short. What time is it? 10:20. Oh, Tiger also commented on the ADP. ADP is more of a preview, but regular NFP is more influential for Fed policy and trading. Thank you,
Yeah,
Tiger.
I would agree. Yeah, good job, Tiger.
Good job.
Yes, yeah. I literally just looked at the chat and saw Tiger's explanation. I'm like, that's great. Perfect.
Spawn.
350
Bravo.
Robert, 350 micro short.
Oh my gosh.
350. Is that a typo or is that a special? Do we have a special evaluation?
Maybe that's his how many on it? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, 350 micro short would be 35 contracts.
35
E-mini contracts.
Right.
So I don't think.
Yeah, that can't be right.
Hey, nothing surprises me anymore. Hey, it's looking good.
Is
now,
that like all the volume you've done all day, maybe, or all week? I don't know.
Maybe. Tom was saying, price action looks drunk. I'll trade when it sobers up.
Yeah. This is really.
Yeah.
I hate
it's hard to enter. It's just It's just no proper setup. The proper setup was at when we hit the fair value gap. That was what time was that? 9:58ish. Yeah, just before 10 o'clock.
Well, my short that I had on earlier is looking pretty good now, but I can't cry about it now.
You know, it still might go higher in that fair value gap and just go take some more liquidity to the upside and then go down.
Yeah, nothing would surprise me at this point, to be quite honest. Not a huge fan of this price action, especially looking at the Nasdaq order flow. I need to actually go back to the ES order flow because I'm just not enjoying looking at it.
Yeah, I find it completely not usable. I don't even look at when I trade the Nasdaq. All I look at is the DOM for the ES.
Right.
But how do you?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
it's
can't
still
read
different
the-
order flow.
They're so
How do you
correlated.
trade that? Now I know they're correlated, but if you trade like a different, it's still like the order flow is still. It's like even though sometimes with the NQ and the MNQ can be different a little bit. Well, I do trade, even though when I trade the MNQ, I still use the NQ, but the S can be sort of different sometimes, right? So I'm just curious how you, because you said you use the NQ to trade the ES or vice versa.
Vice versa, yeah. So I look at the order flow for the ES, and when sellers come in, I short the Nasdaq.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the order flow is so much easier to read on the ES than it is on the NQ. It's almost impossible to read that. It's bouncing all over. There's small numbers. I find it very difficult. I don't even try.
Really?
Yeah. That's probably why, like, when it's easier to read if you have like footprint maybe, and like that you're looking at like maybe a 1 minute or a 5 minute footprint, and you're waiting for each footprint to like close or something. It might be a little bit easier, but it is difficult. Especially when I'm looking at like my other software that I have, that's just every second popping out, deltas and it's just crazy. But it is good to see like just certain price points, like maybe where there's like large volume, like a kind of like outlandish large volume, but you really got to have your eyes peeled at all seconds.
Well, obviously, Iris, when the Nasdaq and the ES are decoupled and they're not, one's going up and one's going down, I'm obviously very attuned to that, because obviously watching one and then trading the other is not going to work if they're decoupled. But I would say 99% of the time when you see selling come in, and think about it, all the entire 100 Nasdaq stocks, all 100 are in the S&P 500, right? So it's the same companies are in the S&P 500 that are in the Nasdaq 100. Same with the Dow. All 30 Dow components, I think, are in the S&P 500. So if you see selling in the S&P 500, it should relate right back to Dow and to the Nasdaq.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of why I keep my eye on all three at the same time. It's interesting because obviously with the S&P there are like nuances where maybe certain sectors are just doing better than others on certain days. Like maybe, for example, the financials and healthcare are killing it on the days, and the Dow is just ripping because of its financials and healthcare stocks. But then tech is, let's say, flat. So the Nasdaq is relatively, it's not popping and it's flat, but the Dow is ripping, and then the S&P 500 is like mildly bullish because of it. I feel like recognizing that in real time is a useful tool and can either help you, like for me, for example, if I see the Dow ripping and I see the Nasdaq relatively flat, it might make me feel okay with getting long on the ES, but just not having maybe too much exposure and not expecting these necessarily large moves on the ES. Maybe it's like a little bit of a slower grind because you've got tech working against you. So,
yeah.
I was taking very two short scalps, but I didn't trust it, so I was really in and out, so I didn't even mention it. Time-wise, I'm just going to wait after 10:34-ish. But I do think we're going down further, but it's just, I am just not liking this. This week has been really, like Sam words, it's been filth. Yeah, it's but my stats, NFP, it's my worst. I had my most losing trades during, and especially in the week when it's combined with month's end. So it's not in week one, but the last week of a month. It's even worse. But guys, I'm green $7. I didn't update it yet.
Right.
Get it green.
Well,
Green is good.
I'm the only one.
No, I know.
Catch up.
Troy, I was happy
Sam.
that I was green this week, 72 cents, because I worked my way back from minus 100 something, and it was 72 cents, and I was like, yay.
Yeah, clawing your way back like that is a feat, and
Yes,
I agree. It's worth being celebrated when you can claw yourself out of a hole like that. Very good, very good. And Sam's already halfway there himself, so
that's
and
right.
it's only 10:30, which is
Really good.
pretty awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Chapeau.
I hope I manage it before the end. Thing is, my maximum of what I'm willing to lose is $1,000. So I was only, when I started off with minus 920, I had like $80 left in the tank of what I would be willing to lose. So that was my last possible trade. I had to make the most of it. Luckily, it worked out and chipping away.
And you trade the minis to get it back. That's good.
Yeah, I've never traded a micro. It's always mini.
Yeah, Just taking a quick look at gold here on the morning. It's been pretty bearish. Last night there was a relative. I'll just pull up the. And you know what? 4 hour might be too much. Let's pull up the 1 hour real quick. After yesterday's massive sell-off on gold, we had that nice bounce towards the end of the day when all the earnings were coming out and whatnot, and we bounced from 33.22 by 4 a.m. Eastern time. We bounced back up to 33.66, which is $44 per troy ounce. So pretty big move there. And now we're kind of just consolidating, it seems. I don't really have much of a trade in gold during this regular trading session at the moment, so there's not really any levels I'm looking at, so I'm probably going to skip out on gold for today or for this session, maybe later in the afternoon, but yeah, I'm gonna stay away from that for now.
All right, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to grab my little heater. I want some heat for my muscle. Be back in 2 seconds. Oh.
So Troy, now this is what I would call my arch nemesis. Look at that sucker. Over 1 hour of time, that could be a reversal opportunity, I think. But it could also be let's just dive and explore, previous sessions' value. So
yeah, I have some.
You have that double bottom
numbers.
The double bottom, pattern. You have that kind of inverted W pattern, and then you call it the H pattern. So,
yeah.
I mean, my gut feeling is you always take the double bottom, at least the first time it tests it, right? So you go long the first time it comes down to the double bottom. The problem is that lately, if it decides to break, it's a whoosh, and you're if you don't have a stop, you're going to get hammered. So
yes,
I don't know. I feel like Iris. I'm like on the sidelines going, I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it, but I need to do something, right?
We know where it's going,
and
but it's just that it's going south. But where's the entry point? Where can I have a good risk reward? I just cannot make a good. I know it's going down, but I just don't see a proper entry. And it's just then it feels like gambling to me, and I just have too many red trades this week already.
No, I completely understand what you mean. It's Iris, like especially in this area. Understanding it would be nice to get short, but at the same time, the risk is relative to what could happen is a little bit much. And I will say, Troy, I don't remember exactly what session it was. Maybe it was Monday. I can't remember, but Troy traded. It's so funny because this kind of setup occurred, and Troy traded this short. And he did exactly what if I was to be forced to trade this kind of price action here, and I would want to get short, but my fear when this kind of structure is occurring is exactly what Troy was saying, where it can flush down real quick, but then it will bounce right back up. So your short will be in the money, but for a very short period of time, it'll bounce back up and you'll find out that the double bottom was true, and then you could see a reversal. But Troy the other day, that kind of situation happened, but he was in and out of the trade within, I think it was 30 seconds, and he made, it was $90 or $100 or something. And I was in my head, I was that is literally exactly the way, if I was going to try and play it, that I would want to play it. I'd want to be in and out super quick, not expecting a humongous, avalanche down necessarily. Or if I had multiple contracts on, at least I could take the one off, secure some profit, and then put the other one at break even in case, it genuinely does avalanche downwards. So.
Well, I call it the poke through. It comes down to the level and
Yeah.
it pokes through it. And it's like lately those poke throughs have been larger and more violent than we've seen recently in the recent market. I mean, it's almost guaranteed it's going to poke through it and it's going to be violent and it really rushes down and then it bounces, crazy to the upside. Same with whenever it takes out a high, it takes out the high and it does that giant poke through or spike and then it comes right back down. Obviously, the
I
downside
agree.
seems to be more violent than the upside.
I share the sentiment 100%.
Do you guys trade on the 15 and 30-second charts?
Never.
No. I mean, I will say it. Let's put it this way. I watch the order flow in seconds of time, but I don't watch the candlesticks in seconds of time, if that makes sense. Like, I'm watching order flow second by second, but I'm not watching the candlesticks by 15-second intervals or whatever.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
I use a 5-minute as my long time period.
Yeah.
And I use a 1 minute to trade off of, but I look at a 30-second.
Yeah, I do trade on days like this when I can't find entries. I do go to the 15 and 30 seconds to go to the lower time frame to find one of my models. So just to try, because there has to be a normal. I want to retest of certain things and then let's see. It's so obvious.
And Robert clarified, or he confirmed it was 350 micros earlier.
No.
I don't know what account.
Hey, Robert.
But like that that's just like, oh, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
Funny, but
and he's on the 15-second as well.
I wouldn't recommend.
Yeah,
but
that's insane, Robert.
Yeah,
that is insane. Do you also trade the? Is it mainly the 15? Also the 30 seconds or only the 15? Yeah.
And Eric said he's up $600 on the day, so good on you.
All right, Eric, you're doing better. You're doing better than. He's doing awesome.
Better than all of us.
Yeah.
Eric is the man.
Eric, we need that signal service. Are you already setting that up for us?
What's your telegram, Eric?
Yeah.
Too good.
But you know, this is, I mean, I'm not surprised by this price action because this is just most of the times on the Thursday before the last non-farm. This got me so many times already, so I'm just not willing to play the game NQ today. It's nothing unusual for a day like this.
AM Eastern and 10:37. We were trying to that double bottom. So a lot of volume to get into there, and then a little bounce up. But now looks like we're retracing back, or trying to push back down again. I'm not sure how much weight sellers are gonna hold here. They're gonna be able to get it done. But do we have any levels for the downside maybe on the Nasdaq? I'll check charts, my TPOs. my next level, man, my levels are for the Nasdaq. I think the next level that I would believe the Nasdaq would want to test is 23,550, which is the value area high from the previous day.
We've got an imbalance at 570, so it might have a small retracement there. And then you said 550?
Yeah, that's the level that I see for my charts. But
what about 524, 25-ish?
There, yep, point of control.
23.
So that's point of control. Exactly. So
Yeah,
that's
that.
exactly what I'd be looking for. Yeah.
Yes, I've got that already noted. So I am looking at 570, and then when that moves downwards, then at 525-ish. We might get into a short. I'm going to wait 10 more minutes.
Yeah, I just can't, unfortunately, my brain won't let me get into a short at this point, at least on the NQ.
I agree.
But
your brain is working very fine.
Awesome. Perfect. It's good that other people are seeing it at least, because I question it myself sometimes. So.
And I think it's the right thing to do, because it could still spike. This beautiful trend line liquidity. It's creating liquidity on the way down. As you can see it clearly, right? It's like one beautiful line to the downside. If you look at it, once it has a nice break and it takes liquidity, it's going to be a very nice ride up, because it's just creating liquidity for that next move.
Mm-hmm. Let's create.
Oh, we're going. Don't go now. See, that's why I hate that. You always go now outside the macro levels. I'm going to get the angry face again on the NQ chart, because last time. Okay.
Some text here. That's value area high. Okay.
It's going.
Here we go.
Come on, NQ, do something. This is
Come
very
on over.
boring.
Come on over, baby. Come on.
Oh, here we can. What I've been doing a lot, instead of using the magnets to try and pull price my way, my signature emoji is using the spaceship to suck the price action into its spaceship, so it can go home to Mars or wherever it belongs.
Oh, nice.
I'll do the inverted spaceship.
It's like a mushroom too. The inverted spaceship.
I like it.
Yeah, me too.
Spaceship.
Yeah.
And it has the same colors as your. Yeah.
Instead of the H pattern, I'll call it the inverted spaceship pattern, where we're just hoping that the spaceship sucks the price down and we break through.
That's what we want.
And the spaceship worked for me last night. So when I was trading gold, it worked. It worked like a charm. So I believe in it.
So Paul, when I wake up, I just see the last bit of your. I didn't log in because I just woke up. But I think when the summer comes here, I will wake up. I think normally I wake up a few, maybe even an hour earlier for some reason. Then I'll definitely come and say hi. I can learn something.
I would love that. I would love it.
I'm gonna trade gold with you.
Awesome. And like especially last night, like when with the Nasdaq, because I like in the night sessions, I do like to prefer trading either the Nasdaq or gold, just because of the price action and the volume in comparison to like the Dow or something. I can't be trading the Dow in quiet market session, and the ES just moves so slowly. So the Nasdaq and gold are great to trade, but Nasdaq last night, it was just like Sam would say, you look left and there's nothing because you're in outer space, and it's just difficult. It was just difficult to trade. There was no retracements happening or anything, or it was really rudimentary reasons to be getting long, essentially, and the risk to reward was just weird. So I switched to gold, and there was a lot more structure there, a lot more on the TPO charts on the market profile, and it just and it worked out really finely yesterday. So, but sometimes
Nice.
that's the benefit sometimes at looking at different products where, you know, maybe one market, the structure is just terrible and unfortunately there won't be any opportunity. If you are able to switch over to a different product that you know really well, you might be able to find a little bit better structure and find a good opportunity. But definitely takes some time of observing a few different markets for sure. My eyes have been glued to these screens for years now, looking at many different products. So
I like it. No, it's such a good thing that you're doing. And especially on days like this, then you can, you know, just revert to another market that does move nicely, or gold. And yeah, it's always good to have more things in your toolbox.
yeah,
I shorted that breakdown where it broke the new low, and for like no more than 5 seconds, and got a $40.
let's go.
Nice.
Let's go.
And if I would stay
Yeah.
in it, I'd actually be underwater. I'd be losing money right now. So you can't
Yeah.
hang on long. You got to just quickly in and out.
Yeah. That's the key.
It's a very tricky. It's tricky trickling.
Yeah. I do need to keep my eye on the ES because an opportunity to get long might pop up soon.
We're getting close to the intraday low, which is a
Yeah.
overnight low.
Some
I
big
should say.
buyers, some relatively big buyers popping up there just a second ago. But you can see, like, on my chart, like, I have just the 21, I like the 21 EMA and the 50 EMA for short-term trending of the markets. And whenever I see price action staying below a 21 period EMA, I don't usually enjoy the idea of getting long on like let's say on this candle at 10:47 a.m. where there was some big buying volume. Yeah, there was some big buying volume, but trend is still relatively in sync with the short side. So if I saw, for example, like a 5 on the 5 minute, and then on like the order flow on my other software, if I saw big buyers pop through and like on the 5 minute, for example, we like close with a hammer candle above that kind of short-term 21 EMA trend line, and it looks super strong, then I would get long on that close and put my stop below whatever the wick is. But yeah, this was not an example of that.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to step away for a sec.
No problem. Like, it's moving down, but it's doing it so jaggedly. You know, like it's like almost just move. Like, come on, you know, put some oomph into it.
Let's
you
get that
know, we wanna
laxative.
see-
Yeah.
Exactly, a laxative. That's what we need. Need a bit of laxity.
It's, that's the feminine way of saying, like, yeah, there we go. See, we talk about it and
There
Q
we go.
hears it.
There you
Or
go. Yeah. Good. It's about time. It needed to do a bit of laxatives.
So now we're in that on NQ, we're in that little 5-minute volume imbalance. Let's see how it reacts here.
Yeah. This is
Just bouncing off it. It's just, I wouldn't. If it goes below that, I might get in and just take a market order, But I don't like to trade that way, to be honest. To 525.
all right. The Nasdaq is come on. I'm not even in a Nasdaq.
Can pull up my trade. Yeah, it's already. So we're going back up again, but I'm staying in it right now. You see, this I don't like. I'm getting out because of I see a fair value gap here. Yeah, I don't like it. You see, that's exactly. It got me. I saw it and I was like, no, the time is not right.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I ready? Yeah. It's okay. We'll give it another go.
Just looking at the chat here, seeing if there's anything.
Yeah.
Baddest, real talk on your team, who would blow a challenge account in 2 trades? I would say real talk. All of us would be very disciplined in not allowing that to happen, because we've trained ourselves through a lot of experience to simply just not allow that possibility. Like, the whole point of doing what you're doing is to just stay in the game as long as you possibly can, and the only way to do that is literally be a very good risk manager at minimum. So blowing a challenge account in 2 trades, I don't think any of us would be capable of doing it, just because of our ability to risk manage things properly, which we've learned. Not that we were perfect from the beginning, but we've learned all through the years of just how to trade with proper risk management. So I would say none of us.
I don't know. I think I could potentially do something like that. It's FOMC and then just start trading.
I had a feeling you'd say that just to bring some light to bring some lightness to the conversation. I knew you were going to do that. Daryl,
I think you
Coach
want to
Daryl
trade.
Would have done that
I think
too.
when you do a challenge account, you should trade it as if it's a funded account, right? You want to establish consistency, and if it takes you a long time to finish the challenge, that's okay, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to simulate that it's real money and act like it is and trade like it is, so that when it actually is, you've already developed habits that are good. So I think a lot of people may do a big disservice when they trade the challenge account differently than they trade the actual funded account, because they do it to just as quickly as possible get to the funded, but then they don't really develop any kind of consistency skills. I would challenge you to take a longer period of time in your challenge to learn consistency. Then once you are funded, you'll be consistent.
Yeah. I think it's relatively rare for people to pass challenge accounts extremely quickly and then to get into a live funded account and show extreme consistency. That is usually a rarer occurrence, I would say. But
yeah. You just need to have a max loss, not the max loss that the funded, the challenge account gives you. Because you don't even want to get close to that max loss. Because even if you get within like $100 of it, let's be honest, trying to turn that around is you've only got $100 breathing room. It's not gonna, very unlikely. So you've pretty much failed. So you want to have, as long as you have like a max loss that you're willing to take in a day, which is a reasonable number, not, imagine if your max loss total is $3,000, then at most you ever want to lose in one day is probably like $1,000 at most, but probably a bit lower. And as long as you stick to that and you actually walk away when the time comes, you should be theoretically all right.
Well, I mean, you see how many losses I took this week, and I'm still, it's all minimal, and it doesn't do me any harm. But it's not pleasant. But it doesn't get to me in a way like, oh my God, I'm losing. But because they're all small, and I know I can come back from it, it doesn't really bother me in a way. Even though obviously we all want nice green days, but when this happens, it happens, and it's okay. And you're still in the game. And that's the most important thing. And every losing trade, this is something I do want to say. If I have a losing trade, I learn so much of it. I learn more of my losing trades because I journal it extensively, and then I always see little things. And even though I know with weeks like this, it's just not the way I trade. But I actually love losing trades in a sense if I, figure out, okay, this I could have done better, that could have been better. And so there's always a win. Then I'm getting back in now. I think, I'm getting back in.
Nice. I've got the spaceship doing its work for you, Iris, so you should be
Thank
good.
you. Thank you. Yeah. It's so frustrating. You know where it's going, and then your execution and your timing is off constantly. And it can really, it can cost a lot of money, even though there's paper cuts. But paper cuts can really add up, even on micros.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here
Come
we
on.
go. Come on.
Come on. There we go. Come on. 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. I'm going to put it a little bit higher because I don't want to because I know it's playing games with me. But you're going to 25-ish. Now don't spike up. See it make double.
Yeah. Right in between the value area high and the POC. Now we're like dead smack in the middle, essentially. Here we go.
So I'm on the 15 seconds now. Yeah, I want to get out. I don't trust it. Oh, gosh.
Nice
40%.
trade.
Very nice.
Yeah, good trade.
Yeah, it didn't bring me much. Guys, I'm up 42 cents again. Hey, but you see on the 15 seconds, now am I sharing at the moment? You see what I saw on the 15 seconds? It made you see those.
No, I see it. It's her screen.
Oh, it is. Oh,
you see this? So no, I've got the angry. That's me. You see why I got out on the 15 seconds? You see these those equal lows? I didn't trust that. And let me see what it shows, because then I know it's gonna go. It might go up first. And you see on the 1 minute, I would have missed it, and on the 15 seconds, because it will revisit this later. But when you see this, I'm always like, okay, just this short one, green one here, out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I know why my PC was so slow as well. I've been playing the live stream on YouTube all this time in the background as well. I never paused it, so it's just like I was looking at it and I was like, but that's Paul's screen. I saw it in the corner of my eye and I was like, that's Paul's screen. And I realized, it's the YouTube live stream, and I must be I'm 10 minutes behind or something on it. And okay,
That's funny.
Hopefully that speeds it up a bit. But yeah, I need to get something a bit more powerful. Because it's even affecting the footprint. Like the footprint is loading slow, and that's the way I trade. I need that speed. I need update speed.
Got to build you a PC, my friend. Really got to build that for you.
Are you built
I prefer
PCs?
laptops though. A laptop you can just take it anywhere. A PC is I get it like a superior product, but yeah, I don't know. I just want like a really good gaming laptop or something that's just super powerful.
Yeah, I get it.
Are we going down again? 11:02. Should I re-enter?
Like even when I switch time frames from like 1 minute to 5 minutes, 15 seconds for the footprint to load, and it's just come on, man.
Yikes. Yeah, that is not good.
It really is. It's just slowed down to the. It's not good at all.
All right, and the Dow just revisited its low as well just now. So
it's looking bullish. Yeah, there you go. Nice little spike up.
Ooh, okay.
It's a beautiful trend line here. It's very juicy. But I don't know. Are we done with the move down? Oh, we might. Yes.
I am actually looking at a possible long in the NQ at the moment. I am waiting for about a minute and a half-ish more, or no, just 1 minute more. I need to see some confirmation by 11:05, essentially. See where we close here. A lot of buyers just came in at 23,576 on the Nasdaq 300 contracts.
They're trapped though, by the looks of it. I think I would be looking at short at this time, but like only as a scalp.
That 525 level is sort of like it's such a strong. I have such a few confluences there that I just don't trust it to go up yet.
Yeah, it's tagging
But
the
then again, we've got
21
the
period
weekend.
EMA. Sorry, Iris, you go.
No, you go ahead. We got the weekly open as well at 514, 23,514. That's a strong liquidity level always as well. Yeah. But then again, we have the 4 standard deviation just tagged. It's a hard read. We might just go up.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it wants to bounce, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Bias of this.
I agree.
at least for like the next minute or two, maybe. But then it could easily, buyers could get through this 23,585 area, go up to 23,600, and then just reverse back down and just continue the downtrend. I also wouldn't be surprised with that either.
So on the 15, on the lower time frame, 1 minute, I have a breaker, but on the 3 and the 5 minute, there is no breaker. So that means for me that we're still like, that's not a change in the state of delivery. So we have not changed from a sell program to a buy program. So I agree what you just said, that we just go up and then go back. We might go further back down for that last bit.
Ben Trader saying, "Can we get merch for emotional damage caused by news spikes?" asking for my stop loss.
I love that. Yeah.
Let's see.
I haven't checked the.
Tom's tapping out today. Awesome. You did well. Glad to hear it.
I love to hear that. Yeah.
Ooh, a new poll just now. You see a clean breakout. What's your move? Jump in instantly, wait for the retest, fade it, overthink and miss it. I usually
I'm gonna go
with
for the retest.
Yeah, usually I wait for a retest. There are times where jumping in instantly can definitely work. It's just really dependent on the order flow for me as to whether or not I am able to do that, but I would prefer the retest.
I think we are going now to that level. But again, we've got a double. Yeah.
Yes. You're never overthinking and missing it, Sam. You're usually on the ball, I feel like, and very quick to act. So
I've missed so many good trades.
That's all right.
Yeah, it happens.
Me as well.
We all. And the most frustrating thing is that you see it and your execution is just off. But your analysis is right?
Mm.
I think that's the story of my life.
Well, you seem to be doing
Analysis
okay.
Correct, but implementation not so good.
See, now for me, example, I had a red trade, but I know, it's very frustrating if it would still go to the 525 level on NQ. And I just, I'm still up 42 cents.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, I know it'll, it is the Thursday of this week. It's sort of good when you know your stats, right? Then
Oh, sorry, Iris. Actually, you can
go ahead.
Go on. I'm just message the guys in the back.
I just want to say, sometimes if you journal and you keep stats and you can see a pattern that, okay, those days or those months, that is where I am, just a bit, I don't do as well as I normally do. And actually it doesn't really, now because I know that, I don't really care because I know, okay, it's okay. This is how it goes. So tomorrow, most likely, if I keep my mental capital preserved and don't drive myself mad, it's going to be, I can go all in again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you guys have specifics that you know from yourself? Sorry, I don't want to.
Well, real quickly, what I was going to say, once my screen is up and shared, I was going to just show the Nasdaq real quick and like what I was thinking in the short term here, and like what we were just talking about like 5 minutes ago when we were thinking there was going to be a possible break to the upside, and just the relative confluence. Man, look at us! Look at it go now! Look at it!
Crazy.
What do I
Here
say?
we go.
525.
Here we
I
go.
knew it.
There it is.
And even lower,
But,
maybe.
Oh yeah, and we have some bids popping up. Nothing crazy though. Wow. Okay. Jeez. 23,500 probably is where it wants to go down to now.
Then you have to reevaluate.
Man,
I'm not getting short. I'm not getting short. Hell no.
but yeah, when it looked like it wanted to break out there, and buyers were really stepping in about 6 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, it's still, there was no, like, I couldn't personally, I just didn't want to get in because again, that 21 EMA that I follow for the trends, it was just struggling right there. If it cleanly broke out maybe, and then we started seeing like the 5-minute candles look like, heavy buy volume or something, and there was maybe a dip opportunity to buy, I could have done that. I would have done that, but it just looked too iffy here. And then what do you know, it just respected that area, that trend, and down we go.
Yeah. Well, I just hit the weekly open, so obviously it will have it will pop up from here. But then the question is, will it go further down? Yeah. Let's wait and see. Yeah.
Well, the ES is at 64.10. That's been a level we've been watching as a bounce spot.
Okay, 64.10.
Yeah. Also inversion of the value gap.
That's close to the point of control from yesterday. 64.14 is roughly the point of control.
And it's at the top of the weekend gap, obviously, if it's the weekend open, the week open. Yeah. I do have a 4 o'clock, which is the same level as a midnight at 23,499. Let's say 23,500. That looks juicy as well if it goes further down. Yeah, there you go. Just go without me. It's okay. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'm going to hunt you tomorrow. Get some nice distribution moves.
Technically, price already went into my spaceship that I had here at 23,525. So you would think, since it entered its aircraft, it would just want to go home now and then fly away, maybe fly up to whatever planet it needs to go to. But maybe the financial markets don't work that way. I don't know.
It's nice. But yeah. Is it easy for the spaceship to turn around? Like, can it like
I think so.
Circle around its axis? Yeah, it's very agile. God, it's such a beautiful trade. If you look at it.
You have any levels that you're looking for, Sam, in the Nasdaq at all down here, or are you kind of this is kind of like a sit on your hands?
There's a bunch of smaller ones. Yeah, I'm not. The thing is, I'm waiting for like a clear trap. Like, we're just blowing through all these levels at this moment in time. There's quite a few, but the sellers are just relentless. Like, there's no. Like, buyers, if you look at the footprint, just look at the top of every candle pretty much. It's all just stacked with buyers getting trapped. Yeah. Like, until that shifts and changes, I mean, I could be shorting it, but I just don't know how far down it will go, to be honest. And I don't want to be stuck, because once that reversal happens, it's going to be brutal. So,
hey, maybe it's going to go to that 23. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to just really go all the way down to that 23,265. That are the doubles mark and that lower level.
I mean, we're at point of control of yesterday, so that's going to be interesting now. So now we're in an area where I'm expecting something to occur. If these sellers just keep on plowing down, then this is ridiculous. Like,
I'll mark it on my chart here.
See if there's any news or anything at the moment.
There's no more. I think there's no more news. Did I not mark it here?
Trump and Mexico extend trade deal for 90 days after a productive call 2 minutes ago. That was just announced, so that's interesting. Mexico has agreed to immediately terminate its non-tariff trade barriers. Okay. So a lot of news with Mexico at the moment.
It's because Daryl is there.
Yes. Daryl's the
we've got a weird man walking around in a yellow suit, eating a lot of tacos.
Sounds like him.
Yep.
That's our guy.
CEO Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon is making some headlines. I guess he's talking to somebody who's putting a couple of headlines out. We should be a little cautious on rate decisions, and so far so good on tariff negotiations. So nothing crazy, but he's been in the news a little bit recently, making comments here and there this past week. And also, Mexican president did a press release saying she held a very good phone call with Trump on tariffs. So, yeah.
Good to hear.
Now, on the Nasdaq, when I'm looking at the market profile, I am seeing where we currently are at. The last 3 days, so much volume has taken place right here at this like 23,500 level, like massive amounts of volume. The distributions, like the fatter part of all the distributions of the past 3 days, have been right where we're at. So if we just like plow through this area and down into like the low 23,400s, that would be very intense. I would expect some sort of settling here, like, price action just starts to chill out a little bit. People get a little bit more settled. Maybe we spend a half an hour in this area or so, but who knows? Who knows? With everything that's going on.
Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is the beautiful monthly candles, creating the beautiful wick. It's already in the 20%. So normally when you have an end of month or end of week, you see that a candle retraces, like also we have it on Friday at the end of the week, between 20, 30, and sometimes 40%. So right now we're at 25%. So yeah. Sort of like I don't have that edge anymore. Like, okay, when it's hit the 20%, I know, okay, that's like something that tends to happen. But once it's in that area, it's sort of like, okay, it can consolidate or move further down. My screen froze here. Why?
Well, gold double bottomed here just a little while ago, and now it's funny enough, it looks like it could be retesting. It is retesting its shorter term top. So we're kind of like in our range at the moment between 33.44 and 33.51. You got something, Sam?
No, nothing at the moment. Just moving.
Okay. I thought you missed something. I thought you were like, oh. You're like, oh no.
No. I'm just. But we seem to have a pullback from the point of control from yesterday, so potentially could be a short if we see. Just nothing I'm feeling super confident about in this moment in time. Don't like any of the price action I'm seeing.
Only thing I could go off of is literally shorting off of the 21 period EMA. And I don't like taking a trade. Like, yes, do I use these EMAs for the short-term trend? Yeah, but I'm not using them solely for the purpose of like that one thing happened, so I'm getting into that trade. That's not my process. Even though it would have worked out well for you if you did that this entire, last hour and a half, it would have worked out well, but I need a little more than just that.
Yeah.
No more shorts for you, Daryl. Or Daryl, geez Louise, Troy. My goodness, we got to talking about tacos, and Daryl's just been in my brain now. So,
I still like the short side, but yeah, I'd like to see it come up. I'd like the Nasdaq to come up into that low volume node at 23,536.50 ish. Would be a real nice little spot for a short. If it could maybe get up to that previous swing high at 585.50, I would also like it there as a short. It sure feels like it's just going to grind to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's not going to give you the opportunity. It's not going to give us the opportunity to get to those like good levels or those nice levels where a short would make good sense for risk to reward, unfortunately.
I think later on, as the market calms down, I think I'm going to be able to scalp a lot better. This right now, I don't like the way it's. In hindsight, it will be like the easiest thing to trade because you could just sell it at any point, pretty much. But
yeah,
it'll work until it doesn't work.
Down. Yeah, exactly. It's dropping, but it's dropping down in a really kind of nasty way. It's not dropping down like cleanly. Like you can just see that there's a lot of like buyers kind of hoovering up, getting hoovered up, and it's just you want to see a bit more. I don't know. Like a few times it does just bang. Like one candle would be beautiful, really hot. Excuse me. But
yeah,
I don't know. I don't really like what I'm seeing for the most part. I want to see something a bit. I want to see sellers get trapped, ideally, and let's start creating not just like this slow grind down. Let's create something a bit more balanced, I guess. This is just filth.
Filth. Yeah, I heard you say that about NQ a few weeks ago, and I was like, "Oh no, don't talk about NQ like that." But now I totally agree with you. Sam. I'm on your side.
Thank you. It's filth.
I agree with you.
Don't worry, guys. I just I just repositioned the spaceship so that price action will come back up to an area where we can short, and then I'll move it again
Nice.
back down once we get into shorts, make some money.
I think we might actually finally stop at the point of control of yesterday. I think this might be the beginning of a push up, but I don't know.
Well, on the ES, isn't 63.96? Wouldn't that be a full gap fill?
Let's see.
From yesterday's close?
Well, it just, I guess it depends on if you considered the extra 15 minutes after the cash close as the close or not. So I agree with you, though. If you just consider the cash close, then yeah, we're still... Oh, well, no, actually, technically, yesterday we traded up to 64.30. So we filled the gap a long while ago, I believe, in like the 2 p.m. area. Right?
My daily chart shows 63.96 as the close. I could be wrong, but...
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, for close purposes, yeah. But, okay, so we're thinking of two different types of gaps then. Never mind. I'm just thinking of, like, where the high was put in yesterday. Okay, so... No, I do see. Okay, so, yeah, I see 64.36 as, yeah, or 64.32 as the close on my thing. But the ES is currently trading at 64.12 right now, right? So we already filled that. Or is my brain not working right here?
No, I don't. I don't have a fill. I still have the close of 63.96, and the current price and their current low is intraday is 64.02. So it hasn't filled the gap yet.
Well, so what I was saying was I was considering with yesterday, since price at some point yesterday during the regular trading session traded up to 64.30, that the gap would be between 64.30 and the open of today, which was 64.46. But you're just talking about the gap fill of the cash close being 63.96. Like you're talking about the gap between close. Okay, got it. Yeah. I understand now. Just thinking of two different gaps. I get you. And then also on like my market profile charts, I have that extra 15-minute futures. The extra 15 minutes where the futures trade. That shows as as a close as well for me, so it just gets a little wonky there. But the cash close, I think, is the right. Makes more sense to be using as a general close price because that's where most of the volume. That's where most of the volume stops trading. So.
Well, it was weird yesterday because even though we had the technical ding, 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 ding close, it was screaming to the upside because of the Microsoft earnings.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
The only reason why I brought it up was, whenever you have a gap fill from yesterday's close to, today, usually that's a support area. Usually it bounces. Once the gap fill is completed, then the market decides it wants to go up or it wants to go down. But that's sort of the, okay, we filled the gap. Now what? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Totally. Definitely. I'm starting to feel like I want to get long now.
Yeah, it looks very juicy. I'm not going to go anything. I'm just going to wait. I lost my mouse on the. I can't do anything on this one anymore. It's okay. I'm not going to take a trade anymore.
Your mouse
Well,
escaped.
the spaceship worked once again.
Well,
So
Well, yeah. So I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to log off or log back in. So I can't enter any screen for some reason. So I have to restart it. But I don't. I'm not going to take any trades in this session anymore. So I'm just gonna stick and watch you guys. Take a nice, beautiful long, most likely. Ooh, going to run into your spaceship.
some big buyers popping in on the Nasdaq just 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Ooh, this would maybe be the
This
area
could
to
very
short.
well be a V-shaped reversal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For sure. For sure.
I'm starting to look at the possibility of it just going up, 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 up. Because it's a lot of areas that will have to clear. It's a dangerous one, but
you know what I don't like? When you have like when it trickles down, you want to see like a violent move to the downside, and then at some point it's done, right? And it's sort of like, yeah. $11:33 Eastern.
Robert's back. Survived the travel to work. Good to hear. Good to hear.
good to hear, Robert. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
Dow also double bottomed.
Oh, I have to look for S&T with ES. What did ES? Is there S&T with ES?
Yeah, the S&P and the Nasdaq essentially look the exact same, and the Dow is just a slight bit different, but essentially the same. So everything's kind of
what I don't like, yeah. I would love to see a difference in so that ES takes a low or NQ takes a low and ES doesn't. And it hit that 4. That's exactly it hit that 4 o'clock level.
The VIX is up 2.2% at the moment, which makes sense. And then in the S&P sectors, industrials are at the top of the leaderboard at 0.22% up on the day, and utilities are up 0.09%, and then tech is up 0.08%, and that is simply probably because of the earnings from last night with Microsoft and Meta and whatnot. So everything else is in the red. Actually, financials just flattened out. So now financials is at 0% on the day. But ooh, buyers might have just got, or sellers just might have got trapped right there.
Oh, it all do.
Karaoke session.
Why not? The most random song popped in my head during these sessions. I don't know why. Like, I haven't heard that song in like I haven't heard it anywhere recently. It's not something I listen to on a regular basis. Like, why is that randomly popping up in my head?
You must have heard it somewhere, in the car or.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
don't know.
I ask that question of myself a lot. Yeah.
It's strange how the human brain works.
That was sarcasm, by the way.
Oh boy.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's also funny sometimes when you wake up and you really remember your whole dream.
Your whole dream?
that doesn't happen too often for me, but when it does, it's kind of weird.
It's really weird, yeah. Okay.
Man, it really looked like the ES wanted to push through there. And
I think it still will. It's just building up.
Yeah,
it's building up the bias. I think the downtrend is for the most part in the short term over, and the buyers are taking a stab at it. They are getting absorbed a lot, which is not terrible because I think it's a very directional market today. Like, it will go in one direction and just keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. Very sharp.
Sam, I think there's
sharp movements.
The
and then
Zoom chat.
Oh, they're talking to me? All right, let's have a look.
Yeah, I think so.
I can't enter it right now. This is bloody thing. Beautiful.
So Alpha Supreme, this is all about futures. I know you're asking if it works for Forex. This is what exactly are you asking that's working? What exactly works for Forex, if that makes sense? Which part? We can probably help you out.
sorry, there just got a little sidetracked. All right. What do we got? Yep, just continuing. So on the ES, this blue line that I have here at 64.24 was the value area high from the previous from yesterday's sessions, so that we broke through and then retested before continuing lower roughly 40 minutes ago. So now we're coming back up to that area. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a little bit of resistance possibly. If we just break through that, that would be pretty bullish. If we see a break through that, maybe a retest of that area, that would be a decent area where I would look to get long for continuation.
Yeah.
A big part of me wanted to get long here on this pullback where you had this large sell volume on the 11:34 a.m. Eastern time candle here, but it kind of wicked back up into its relative midpoint, and then buyers just started trickling in. I wanted to get long there, It would have been a relatively cheap trade too, because it would have been like 3 points of risk, 3.5 points of risk. But the fact that that previous resistance at 64.24 on the day and from yesterday's session is right there, I just stopped me from getting in.
Yeah. And you know what's so funny? If it would break that line, that would be the creation of my breaker, my beloved breaker. So then it will be also more bullish confirmation, because there's nothing below. There's no order blocks below that level, right? It might push
Sorry, Ira.
No, exactly. The blue line that you were talking about, where it's hitting right now. When it goes above that, and it would have a close above that, that will be also the creation, the confirmation of a bullish breaker. So then it will be also confirmation that we'll have more bullish order flow coming, because as you see, there's no order blocks below that level. You only have the white candles on that level. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a few blue candles in between, which I actually don't like, but yeah. But it might just stop there as well. Important level.
James commenting Chevy V12 shaped rally. It's true. It is true.
It's a beautiful rally. Yeah. I need to sneeze, I think.
Yep. Perfectly on the point of control.
Yeah.
I'm looking at potentially getting short again. A little bit higher.
Yeah.
If anyone is new here watching, please let us know in the chat as well. Let us know that you exist. If you're brand new to this channel, we are giving away a 25k account, but we have to give it away to a new person. So and everyone has already won. So yeah, essentially.
That many giveaways.
If you haven't won yet, make yourself known in the chat.
Good odds. Good odds.
Incredible odds. This is the time.
I look for these odds in trade setups all the time. They are hard to find, though, I must say.
That's right.
This is like winning the lotto. Yeah. Oh boy.
We've got 15 minutes left of this session.
Lucky me needs one. Eric, you've been doing really, really well. Did I not see you make a lot of W's, Eric, as well in this chat? So you have quite a bit of your wins as well, besides all the winning you have already been doing.
Oh my god, my PC is so slow. What is going on?
Hey, I've got to, I think everything what you're having, you're sending towards me. You were talking about a mouse today, wasn't it? And now I lost the mouse. I cannot do anything.
I don't know what's going on. To be fair, I've never actually, I haven't shut it down or restarted it in so long. I just closed the lid, and then when you open it, it just boots back up again, but everything's running. I think it's like standby.
Yeah.
Maybe I just need to close every program, and just give it a nice fresh restart.
A good clean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know this one needs to be shut off properly. Well, I just can't shut it off properly as well because I can't. I'm happy that I'm still on.
You can't take the battery out and put the battery back in on your mouse. It'll reset it automatically without shutting your system down.
No, I'm not using I'm not using an external mouse on this one. I know I'm one of those people that likes to. I do have a mouse, but it's the new one. This is my new laptop. So.
Yeah, I'm not that coordinated to have to do all the stuff with your finger for the. I have to have I'm old school. I have to have a mouse.
Yeah. No, I like doing. I like using the mouse pad.
Humbled Haitian trader. Hello, how are you doing today? I see you. He says in the house. What's up? Good to see you.
That's another one. Nice name.
Stick around. Do stick around in this live stream.
Can't believe it. The session's flown by. We only have 13 minutes left. My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh.
And a beautiful close above the blue line.
Buyers really couldn't, like, there was a lot of weak buying pressure the last 2 minutes before that quick little selling pressure. So maybe we see a slight retracement down to like maybe like 64.
I would call it a retest.
21.
Yeah. I would call it a retest of the breaker, but it could be a fake one as well. Yeah,
looking pretty good.
Yeah. Anyone in the chat in this long? That is an awesome long.
Yeah, good question. Good question.
Can we have any W's in the chat on this nice, beautiful V-shaped recovery?
W's. Give us a W in the chat.
We want to see W's.
All right, we do.
Yeah. These are awesome days to trade your demo, by the way. Yeah, there we go. W. Nice.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see.
Is it my screen? I don't. No, this is Paul's screen. You're seeing right now.
Yeah, I'm the one with the blue and white candles. Whenever you see the blue and white candles, you'll know it's me.
I know.
I've been trading.
I might go first.
I've been trading with blue and white candles. I've been doing this for like 5 years at this point. I just got used to blue and white candles instead of red and green. I don't know why. I just like it.
Why not?
It looks awesome.
I like the blue and white color scheme. It's very nice.
Yeah. I agree.
I might take inspiration and copy you, Paul.
I might go for pink. I might go for pink and white because I'm the girl.
Yeah.
I'm the only female here. Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
All right.
It looks nicer with the black background.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely.
Yeah. Retest. Is it a retest or are we going to fill?
Well, on the on all three of the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the ES. The 21 EMA crossed the 50-period EMA very briefly, and it's testing at the moment. So could just be a small little retest to then resume the immediate uptrend.
That breaker retest. Yep. This should have been my trade as well. 11:51.
Oh.
I would have entered here, by the way.
Would it be a bad entry?
No, this would be my entry. Breaker retest, 11:51. Go. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can announce a giveaway winner. $25,000 challenge account we're giving away. We're going to announce the winner right now. Okay, so the winner of the $25,000 challenge account is, let's get a drum roll, Humble Haitian Trader. Congratulations. Humble Haitian Trader. You have won a $25,000 challenge account. Still in the chat. I did subtly hint to you, please stay in the chat. When we saw you appear. Do let us know if you are here.
Are you still here? HHT?
I hope he is.
He is.
Humbled Haitian Trader, you have won a $25,000 challenge account. I think he may have left the stream. But it's fine, he'll get a nice email from us. And in that email, he'll be nice and happy and surprised.
Yeah.
One of the best emails you can get.
Maybe we should put a Discord.
He wasn't aware of even a giveaway. Imagine he wasn't aware.
I don't think.
And we send an email and he thinks, it's just spam. What a load of rubbish. No one's giving away account. Just deletes
man.
Oh, no.
That would... Like, no, you actually won something. You actually...
No, because truth be told, if I got an email, right, imagine I just went into like, I don't know, Prop Firm's YouTube channel and I just got an email. I didn't realize they're doing a 25k giveaway or anything. I just got an email from them saying, you've won an account. I was like, come on. Like,
delete.
It's not true. It's not good. Whatever.
Yeah.
Spam.
Right.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
no, of course. If you're super unaware, everybody's cautious nowadays.
Yeah, you're used
oh
to
my God, I just popped
we're
up
sorry
in,
to inform you, your challenge account has been closed. That's what you're used to getting, right?
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, I don't think he's in the chat anymore. But whenever we see him pop up, and if anyone in the current stream right now, anyone in the chat, if you do see him pop up at some point, if you could just let him know, just drop him a message in the chat and know that he won. That would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eric says, I have to go get ready. Everyone wishing you all a great day. And Robert, I hope you have a great day. Eric, have a good one. Thank you for joining, as always.
Bye, Eric. See you next time.
See you, Eric.
InvestiGenix, my time will come. I've only got 330 left. And then I'm break even. But to be fair, even if I close the day at minus 330, that's fine. That's an average, like
exactly.
It's just one day.
Yeah,
you know?
can't sweat that. Can't let that
Exactly.
get to you. It's not a big deal.
Exactly.
Hey, Andre,
Really,
I'll
when
see
it
you
goes
checking
over
in.
like 1,000, that's when it kind of
Good to
hurts
see
a
you,
little.
Andre.
That's when. Sorry, Paul.
No, you're good. Sorry. No, I just saw that Andre, like I hadn't seen him in chat for a little bit, so like for a few days or whatever. So when he popped in, I was like, oh, cool, awesome, good to see you, man. But yeah, continue what you were saying, Sam. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, like over 1,000. That's the kind of number where on this kind of account size, it kind of hurts a little bit. It's where you're like,
Yeah.
That's
For
a full
sure.
1%, a grand.
Yeah, it
Full
makes you feel
1%
beat up. You
loss.
feel beat up.
Yeah, because you know it's going to take you realistically 2-3 days to make that up.
Yep.
So it can kind of ruin your week a little. But 300, yeah, no problem. One good trade. That is.
One good trade.
One good trade. Yeah, and sometimes it's just hard if you have like if you know, like for example, your stats, and you just have to wait, like maybe just don't do anything after that bigger red day, and just wait, take a little bit more time, and then it's just easy to even get back from that amount, because those weeks are just easy and just your setups are there. But you always want to like make it back very quickly, right? Like, okay, I have to try to.
Yeah, that's the worst thing you can do though. Like trying to make it back.
Yeah, you just have to,
like most this session,
just take a
I've been
break.
staring at the charts. I've seen plenty of opportunity where I could have jumped in, but I've been very selective with my trades because I don't want to make the loss any worse. I need to be, so I've only taken a couple of trades in the session, 3 trades. And I've kind of, chipping away at the loss, but like if I'm just jumping in at any opportunity, that loss would be like 2 times as big now. It would be a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah, well done.
Definitely.
Why am I so zoomed in?
Yeah.
You're very zoomed in.
Classic.
You're
It's meant to zoom out if I do that.
you
There
can
it
do
is.
it by that. You can do it with your hand gesture.
Apparently so, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do
But
that.
the annoying thing is, if I
Wow.
move my hand, it then thinks I want it zoomed in or whatever. I have all these random gestures. So. I don't know how you actually zoom. I think it's like this or something. Looks like I'm doing that Baby Shark thing. Baby Shark, do. Don't get that song in my head, because that will stick in my head. It is the most catchiest tune that just stays with you. Oh, it's time. All right.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming. We have up next, do stick around, because we have Mind Over Markets. It is with Laura, or is it Laura and Stanislava? Let me have a quick look. No, today it's just Laura Leon. Mind Over Markets, well worth sticking around. It's all about psychology. Believe me, it will help you a lot. But apart from that, we will be back later on, back to trading a bit later on. Have a great one, everyone. Coaches, I'll see you in a couple of hours. Take care.
See ya. Take care.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Lara, psychologist, performance coach, and for the past few years, trader, a journey that's taught me as much about myself as it has about the markets. My philosophy in life generally is that once we know ourselves, truly know ourselves, the whole world opens up to us. And nowhere is that more true than in trading. Outside of trading, hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Mind Over Markets. I'm delighted to be here and to talk to you all and to step away from the charts for a moment and into the power of the mind. I'm Lara, I'm a performance coach here at Hola Prime. I'm also a trader and I've worked in psychology with people one-on-one for many, many years. The mind is where I really understand what power it has and to bring that information to you as traders and with the attempt to try and bring your trading futures and your trading careers to the absolute most potential that you have in that area. As both a trader and psychologist, I've learned that charts may hold the data, but it's you who holds the edge. And I often liken this idea to having the top most Formula One car, the best machine that's out there. But if the driver of that machine is scared, hesitating on the bends, that machine's just not going to take them to the finish line. We enter the trading world very often thinking that the key is the strategy. And whilst your strategy is very, very important, learning entries, mastering exits, managing your risk, over time it becomes super clear that our greatest challenge isn't just reading the markets, it's reading ourselves. If your trading account is the mirror, your mind is the muscle. And most traders stare at charts looking for the next setup and rarely turn inwards to notice the patterns within themselves. And this is, for me, this is where the gold is. Your edge isn't just in recognizing the market behavior, it's in understanding your own. Because once you really understand your own, that's where you can harness it and take yourself to the very next level. So self-awareness is the core of sustainable improvement, and it gives you the power to notice, to reflect, and ultimately to evolve, which is what all of us want as traders, you know, because the power over our minds ultimately translates to that P&L, and it's a natural evolution. So I talk a lot about tracking not just the trade, but turning your emotions into data. And today I'm going to go into that a little bit more. Last week we discussed the emotional awareness and actually what that does for you. We went slightly, deeper into in what ways that can help you. And this week we're going deeper into what elements of your trading psychology you can shed light on. Because what I want to do is to help you to shine a light on your habits, your blind spots, your hidden motives, which we all have, and your emotional reactions, which you may not yet be aware of, so that you can take deliberate and intelligent action towards taking control of your patterns. So we want to step beyond trade reviews today and into self-reviews. I'd like you to grab something to write on if you can, because I'm going to be giving you some absolute gems in terms of how you can take control of this aspect of your trading psychology, getting a little bit more detailed, granular into what your own hidden emotional, psychological weaknesses might be, how you can shed light on those, to work with those, and to ultimately transcend those. So we're going to cover emotional journaling. We're going to cover trading biases. We're going to cover your hidden motives, identity stories, and we talk a lot about identity as psychologists in trading, and your blind spots. And all of these things shape our decisions, and they shape our decisions in those moments when we are in stress and under pressure. And as we know, that is basically what the market does. It puts us under stress, and it's a highly pressurized, ever-changing environment. which activates our neural pathways and creates emotional responses, even though we may not be aware of those. And so this is all about becoming aware of those. And by the end of today's session, I really want you to walk away with some practical tools, not just to analyze the trades, but to observe yourself in real time, to take conscious action, and to begin mastering the one variable that you have control over. You have no control over the market. The one variable that you do have control over is yourself. And that's where the gold is. So grab a pen, as I said, and something to write on, make some notes. But above all, when you start doing this work, I just don't want you to rush past anything that you notice about yourself. If you notice any patterns, if you pick up anything about yourself that you were not previously aware of, it's really, really important that you take the time and stop and reflect on that and work with that, because we need you to integrate that into your awareness about yourself. We need you to integrate that into your identity actually over time. Right? The faster you notice patterns, the faster you can begin to shift them. So I'd like you to make notes, and today, just write this down, because I want you to reflect this week on some of the following things. I'm going to go into the different areas that we're going to cover, but I'd like you to make notes around any recurring behaviors that you noticed, what you feel triggered that recurring behavior, and that will be obviously something in your trading, whether that's to do with your P&L, whether that's something to do with being in drawdown, whether that's something to do with price action in the moment. Just notice what your behavior was, what triggered it, and what thought or belief came immediately before that behavior, right? So that's what you're trying to track. And then I'd like to think about, is there another way to think about this? Stanislava and I went into this yesterday. We were talking about cognitive rigidity, being stuck in your thinking, and the need in trading to be cognitively flexible. All right, so if you start to recognize any of your own patterns, you recognize what the triggers were, you then recognize what your thought was. I want you to also write down, how could I have thought about this differently? And that's how you start to become cognitively flexible. So let's get into the sections that we are covering today. All right. So number one is what exactly is the role of emotional journaling? And I will tell you when there's something for you to make note of. I'll let you know just ahead of time. But so far, that's what you've been writing down, what I would like for you to capture about your own mind, and then how that leads to your own behavior, what triggers it. So, but journaling is not just for tracking trades. It's a mirror for your mind, and it reveals the thoughts and the emotions that you're subject to. And by writing consistently, you start to see really, really clearly. I mean, this is the crazy thing about our minds. They have such power over our behaviors, and yet most of us, most of the time, don't know what is going on in there. We are just slaves in terms of the behavior we're aware of, but we're not, until we start tracking it, aware of the thoughts behind that. So that's what this is about. So the concepts that we're discussing in terms of emotional journaling is that emotional journaling creates clarity and objectivity around your emotional reactions. And that's what we want. We want you to become super clear around what is happening for you in the moment emotionally. And journaling is a really very fast way for you to get really clear on that. It reveals patterns. You can't see your emotional patterns just by tracking the numbers, what your R is, or your, if you're in drawdown, or your P&L, what that looks like. That gives you absolutely no information about your emotional state. So emotional journaling is absolutely crucial. And through that, that's how your emotional awareness increases. So let's just have an example for this section. Let's say we've got one trader, Helen, let's call her, who doesn't journal. She keeps on repeating emotional mistakes, but she's got no awareness around it. And every time that happens, she's blaming the market. Let's say her friend, Sam, he gains clarity from every single loss because he can see, because he's emotionally journaling, that actually it's his thoughts that have led him to poor decisions. And over time, he steadily improves. So grab your pen, because in this section, what I want you to do is to track the following. I want you to do a daily emotional log. I want you to write down what your mood is before and after each trading session. Okay? So think about your mood. It doesn't really matter how you categorize that, as long as you begin noticing it. It could be excited or optimistic, or it could be down or nothing in particular. Whatever that is, I want you to log it before and I want you to log it after your trading session. Post-trade debriefs. For every single trade, I want you to log the decision process, the feeling, and the lesson within that. All right, so you need to understand not just how you executed based on your plan, but I want you to get really clear on whether there was a decision involved in that and how that resulted in you feeling, so the emotion that came along with that. And then at the end of this week, you'll see some patterns around your emotions that will give you some really good clarity. All right, so just make a little table, write down somewhere, create an emotional log that basically says trade number, your emotion before, the action that you took, and the emotion afterwards. And then just reflect on that. All right, so I just want you to think about that, because you might not have any kind of reaction to that, but actually most people, when they first start logging their emotions and the emotions that they start looking at in terms of the decisions that they make in the moment, their execution, be that execution to get into a trade or the execution to step out of it and cut, sometimes cutting losses or letting them run too long. All of this is based on emotion, and that's where we need you to kind of get clear. All right, so that's the role of emotional journaling. And if you've never done it before, this is the first week that you're going to start to look at your emotions before and after each session, and more particularly each trade. All right, so hopefully you're clear on that one. One thing that we do know, excuse me, just 1 second, is that we have biases. We all have biases, meaning that we kind of lean towards one thing or another. That happens to us in life generally, but it happens to us in our trading. What biases are is that they are mental shortcuts, right? They help us survive, but they will hurt us in the market. All right. So to become a disciplined trader, you've got to understand what is invisible that may be influencing you. So your biases are kind of constructs or models that you hold in your mind without knowing about them. And the goal of your emotional journaling this week is, for one, to understand what your biases are and if and how they are affecting your trading. So the idea is that you see what supports your idea. All right. So if you have a bias towards something, what happens is that the brain will interpret the information in front of you in a way that will feed into your bias. So if that makes it clear, what I'm trying to say is that if you think, let's just say, if you think NQ is going to go bullish today, right? Let's just say that's your bias. If you are not aware of that as a bias, you can be looking at your charts and you will see price action that confirms that to you. Whereas if you're aware that that's your bias, you're going to be much more cognitively flexible, which is what Stanislava and I discussed yesterday. You have to understand that you may have fixed biases. So let's understand what those are and what causes them. You need to judge your trade based on result, not process. And do understand about recency bias. Okay, so you've got 3 main types of bias. Confirmation bias, which is the example. You see what supports your idea and ignore what contradicts it because you're not aware of your bias. Outcome bias is when you judge a trade based on result, not process. And this affects a lot of traders. If it's a losing trade, then you beat yourself up. But actually, you should be appraising yourself based on the process that you underwent, not the outcome. And yes, we talk about this, and it's, you've heard people say that a lot, but the only way to truly overcome that is to understand your own psychology. So that's what we're doing here today. And then recency bias, which is huge because this is how the brain responds to positive or negative stimulus. So if you had a recent winning streak, you are going to have a bias towards winning. If you had a recent losing streak or losing trade, you are going to have a bias towards that. So your last trades overly influence your next move in recency bias. So let's just see how that might play out. And I like to do the two trader comparison. In one example, one trader chases trades because the last setup worked. Another trader might pause, review their journal, notice that confirmation bias is starting to creep in, and they wait for a clean signal. So in that moment, what they've done is they've been centered, they've been mindful, they are looking at their own psychology and their own emotional responses, and they are able to ground themselves and make a truly informed decision. So one is reacting, the other is reflecting, right? So what we'd like you to do, what I'd like you to do this week is that I would like to think about noticing these patterns in real time if you can, thinking about what you might do differently next time this happens, and potentially what shifted as a result, all right? So out of those three, recency bias, outcome bias, and confirmation bias, I said those in the wrong order. Confirmation bias, outcome bias, and recency bias. Pick one, right? Just pick one and start to notice yourself and see if you can pick up signals from yourself around if any of these three are creeping into your own trading. So choose one of those three biases and log how it influenced you for 5 days. So for the next 5 trading days, have a think about, reflect on whether that was affecting your trading decisions. And have a column in there that says, am I projecting recent results, for example? So based on the type of bias that you're picking up, what you want to do is reflect on whether that is influencing your decision. That's what we're looking for you to do here. And then I'd like you to take one emotional trade and rewrite how a neutral observer would view that, all right? So this is how we can step out of ourselves and into objectivity. How can we get out of our own selves and look at what we did through the eyes of another? And you can do this really, really effectively in your journaling, right? So just to recap, write down the date, write down the trade context, what bias did you observe? And how did it show up? And is there a new perspective? Is there a different way, as we talk about all the time, cognitive flexibility, is there a different way that you can think about this? So through this exercise this week, you can start to understand what your own trading biases are. Next, we're going to talk about reviewing these trades for psychological patterns. So every journal is full of gold if you know what to look for. Most traders are looking for entry and exit, bottom line, R-win, R loss, P&L. But very few ask, what was I thinking and what was I feeling? And this has been proven to be where the growth lives. Trade reviews are a map of internal behavior, not just price action. Okay, so this map is what is going to give you direction for you to transcend your emotional and psychological vulnerabilities. The repetition of trades being journaled emotionally reveals certain themes in your own thinking. So your emotional reactions, any hesitation, impulses, and avoidance, more importantly, as much as anything else. So avoidance is a big one. You know, people who, when we talk about FOMO and overtrading, but there's actually avoidance as well, which is one of those things that can hurt a lot of people's consistency. And then I'd like you to review a curiosity. Again, Stanislaw and I talk about this a lot. It's not about looking at your processes with judgment. It's super important to have a mindset of curiosity, because if we're going to work with this stuff, we want to kind of try and get into a space where we're trying to understand it. We don't want to judge it. That creates problems, all right? That creates blocks. We need to get into a space where we're curious about it. Where did that come from? Why do I have that? How can I change that? All right, that's really where we're trying to get to. Have a think about if there's any blind spots that you may have. Is there a habit that you've been avoiding? Is there a habit that you've been denying? Is there something that in blind spots that might be affecting your results? Is there something about yourself that you're trying not to deal with in terms of your responses to the market and price action? And how can you bring awareness of that into your week? So we want you to just really review all of your trades and to look at patterns, all right? So you can, once you've built up a little bit of emotional journaling around your trades, when you get to around 10, you're going to look back at them all and reflect on them and see what patterns you can see with that, without that sense of judgment, with that sense of intrigue and curiosity. What themes are you seeing that are creating patterns? What themes in your own thinking are, what emotional patterns are there? Is it FOMO? Is it biases? Is it something that you had been previously blind to? So we're looking to reveal your blind spots. And then we'd like to see what the outcome is versus your emotional state. So we want to kind of map that, because your emotional state is going to affect the outcome, not of one necessarily just the one trade, but over a large sample, your emotional state is absolutely going to affect your outcome. Pick your most emotional trade. Pick your most emotional trade out of the 10 and write the internal story that was behind it. All right, so for this, you need to go inwards. You need to write down what you were feeling, as we discussed earlier, before and after, see if there's any blind spots there, and see if there are any patterns across those 10, and then your most emotional trade, and see what you notice about that. And trust me on this, the more you do this, and the world opens up, because this is when we hear people say that trading changes them as a person. It's not just how you show up then in your trading, it's how the self-awareness changes you as a person. And obviously, in my view, because I have a bias towards the strength of psychology, in my view, it's makes people different people in the world. We show up differently in the world. So just to recap on that one, your trade number, the emotional trigger, the pattern observed, and any lesson learned. But pick your last 10 trades, look at patterns, and then your most emotional trade and see what you see there. Right, so one of the other concepts that we want to start tracking this week is shadow motives. All right, so you hear me talk a lot about identity, and one of the things that feeds into our identities are shadow motives. This sounds crazy, but it's true. Sometimes people are not trading to win. They're trading to prove something, or to avoid boredom, or to validate themselves, because maybe deep down they have deep-rooted insecurities for something that maybe goes back to their past. And again, I've talked about this before. A lot of what our shadow motives are and where they come from are experiences that we've had in the past. Our relationship to money, for example, I talked about a couple of weeks ago. So what shadow motives do you have? I'd like to start unpicking that and revealing that for people. Traders often act from unconscious needs. They're not aware of what those needs are. It could be control, it could be approval, it could be significance. And shadow motives such as those distort rational decision-making, because they are bigger in our minds in terms of their importance than anything else. So what that will do is that will sabotage your decision-making. However, the brilliant thing about this is once you become aware of it, it breaks the spell. So if you suddenly wake up to the fact that you have a shadow motive, which is about you trying to bolster yourself and become significant through your trading P&L, and you are really, really clear on that, that spell becomes broken. And that's the beauty of this work. You can work with your responses to it, but once you become aware of it, it loses so much power, trust me. So think about, for example, with this one specifically, did you feel a strong emotional charge before or during the trade, and what was driving it? And with this one, we're looking specifically to see if there was something about yourself that was driving this, such as a need to be significant or a need to control. Is there something that trading brings into your life that may be lacking in another area, which would be a helpful insight into what these shadow motives are. So ask yourself, was I acting from confidence and clarity? Or maybe I was acting from fear, frustration, or the need to be right and to be significant. And if I remove the need to prove anything, would I still have taken that trade? And this can be very, very powerful. It just means that you can be in the moment when you reveal this stuff and strip it back. So ask yourself after each trade, what was I really trying to prove? Was I trying to prove anything? Was I trying to achieve anything through this, or was I just executing neutral? If you have kind of feelings around what you're trying to achieve, and it has either a positive or a negative load, that's a really, really big clue. List 5 deeper needs that might be behind your recent trading behavior. Try and bring these shadow motives out into the open. And just to recap, the reason why this is also important is because it all feeds into our identity, and our identity drives the story behind our lives, and our identity drives the story behind our behaviors. So if we have an identity that we're not aware of, and we are carrying that, it bleeds into absolutely everything that we do. We act in line with the story that we believe about ourselves. So if you see yourself as inconsistent, emotional, unlucky, that's how you're going to behave. And this can be very, very clearly revealed through our emotional journey. If you change the story about yourself, you can change the outcome. Our self-image is key. Trade management, patience, all of those things come into that. And our identities are not fixed, they're fluid, and we can change them and we can reinforce them. And your journal is the way to do that. It reveals to you the story that you're telling yourself about yourself. So my final takeaway for this week is going to be, I want you to write a statement that says, I am the kind of trader who, and I want you to finish that statement. This will reveal the way that you believe about yourself. And you can then put another sentence, I want to be the kind of trader who, and with that new description, you can open up a whole new world of possibilities. And your emotional journey, your emotional journaling is the journey towards that. All right, so we want to track all your emotional responses. I've given you some really key insights there and things to think about. And if you can find your behavioral blind spots, if you can find your biases, if you can understand the story that you tell yourself about yourself and how it shows up in your trading, you have so much power to change things going forward. Next week, I'm going to be continuing on this theme, but I'm going to be talking about getting into your flow state and giving some really helpful tips on how you can enter the market in a state of calm and in a state of flow, which is ultimately exactly what we need to be. So thank you for listening. I hope you have found it helpful. I hope you can grow through some of this stuff this week. Opening the door initially to understanding it is all that's required. You know, it's a process, but you'd be amazed at how different you can feel when you start to see these patterns, how quick that can happen. So yeah, grab your emotional journal, write these things down and start noticing your own patterns. And meanwhile, I shall see you back here next week on Monday with Stanislava, and then Wednesday, and then the session where I talk to you a little bit more about the tools and tricks like today. That'll be next Thursday. So thank you so much. Have a great day, and I'll see you next time.
We're beginners. We all make mistakes. Even now we also making mistakes. But less as in the past.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. I mean, look, it's funny. Every trader I ever talk to, we all have the same story.
You're thinking you can do it. You can go to 10,000. You do one little mistake. It's not a mistake. It's just you think you're the best. Your lot size too big. One negative point in the market and you blow your few $1,000. So And after that, yeah, of course, I told myself I stopped trading. I stopped in general, and I stopped also for a few days. But after that, I rebegan on demo accounts, and I can say never give up. But it was not always easy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Trader Stories podcast. Today, I'm joined by one of our funded traders, Davey from Belgium, who managed to pass his two-step pro account challenge in just 7 to 8 days, which is, vastly impressive. Davey, how are you doing today? It's great to have you on the show.
Yes, hi, nice to meet you. Yes, I am. I'm doing great today, so fine to ask.
Awesome, that's good to hear. Davey, thank you so much for coming on. I think the viewers would just love to know and hear about your story, as a funded trader, how you got to where you are today, your whole trading journey. Because I believe you have a 100K account, which is, really impressive as well. You've had your first payout too. So you must be feeling really good.
Yes, it's nice to have my first payout, yes. Yeah, I'm very happy with Hola Prime at this moment, so everything is going good.
That's awesome to hear. So Davey, can you let us know? How did you get into trading? Where did it all start for you?
Oh, I think it started between 3 and 5 years ago. It was by YouTube, by viewing videos, trading on demo accounts, trading on live accounts. In the beginning, especially with trading software. I tried several trading softwares. It was always going good for a few days, few weeks. But after that, I blowed many accounts. I don't know how much, but really many. Then after that, I started trying to trade by myself, especially on gold USD. First on the demo accounts, then I found by accident on Telegram groups, I find an advertising from Hola Prime. So I came with Hola Prime. Now I'm trading gold USD. I'm trading very basically. Most of the time I'm using the support and resistance lines. I try to hold my lot size and my risk low. I'm risking maximum 2% per trade per day. There are days or days that I'm not trading when the charts are not like I want. I'm even not trading some for a few days. So I'm really waiting for the right moment, and I'm looking at the charts for the 1 and the 4 hour charts.
Very nice.
Especially, yes, the last weeks, gold is going very hard, so it's not easy to trade on it. So lower lot size, it's a good tip, I think. And yeah, it's good. Of course, since Corona, everything is going hard, but the last weeks with gold is really crazy.
Yeah, gold has been hitting all-time highs recently. It's been really insane. It's just non-stop going up and up and up, and
yes, indeed, it's always going up and up, but that will not say that you can just take a buy trade and we will wait. No, it's not that easy.
Yeah, no, I wish it was.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So do you only exclusively trade gold, or is there other instruments you like to trade too?
99%. I'm also, because I'm from Belgium, I'm also looking for the Euro USD charts, but also there it's going hard the last weeks. It's following a little bit the same flow as gold, but less aggressive.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That sounds really good. So you mentioned you mainly trade support and resistance. Are there other things you look for as well in your trading strategy, or is it just support resistance?
Yes, support and resistance. Yes, of course, with gold, like we just told about it, it's going up. So if it have a kick down and then you see it started going up after the resistance and the support line, yeah, I can take a buy, but also at levels there where you're never sure, but where I think the resistance lines it will drop. Then I take a sell. So it will not say I will only take sell or only take buys. It depends from the support and resistance lines. Like I think I see them on the most of the time on a 4-hour chart.
Nice. So are you more of intraday trader, as in you hold your trades maybe for, with a few hours within a day, or swing trader?
Yes, I'm yes, I always try to close at the end of the day, because you never know what happened in the night or in the weekends. I'm always closing before news with news trading, but also there it's going too hard. I blowed a lot of accounts in the past with all the softwares after a weekend and in news time. So I think I'm okay, my risk is 1 or 2%, but I'm not an aggressive trader. I don't want to. I worked a lot. I tried a lot. I don't want to blow my funded account in a few days. So I hope to hold it for a longer time.
No, absolutely, and you're doing the right thing. Risking 1-2% per trade or per day even is the right way to do it.
Per day, because when I lose a trade of 1 or 2%, I immediately stop. I will not take a second trade on the day. No, I don't want to lose it too fast.
No, absolutely, and that's exactly I believe what makes you a funded trader. I think the biggest problem people have is they simply risk too much. They have a bad day, they lose a trade or two, and rather than stopping like what you do and say, okay, it's not a big deal, it's just 2%, I'll come back tomorrow and things will be better, they try to make it back. And
yes, believe me, I did it also in the past.
Oh, so we've all done it.
I learned from that, but I think we all did it in the past, so it's not a good advice.
Absolutely. And the fact that you avoid news as well, I mean, this is
you never know what will happen in news, and also there it will go too fast.
You can't control them. You can't control your positions when high impact news comes out. It's gambling essentially. Then
after news, you can win a lot, but you can blow your account in 2 minutes. So
not worth it. Not worth it. No, that's really awesome. I think discipline is the main. How do I say this? The main kind of I forgot the word, but the main.
I know what you want to say. It's discipline, and also like your emotions, like you told before. If you lose a trade from 2%, go for a walk, do something else, come back tomorrow with new charts, but stop trading for a little while.
That's it, absolutely. Because strategy is only, I would say, probably 20-30% of the equation. The rest is really discipline and psychology as a whole. And if you get the psychology right, even if you have a small edge in the market, a very simplistic trading system, you can actually be profitable. You don't have to be 90% win rate or something in order to make money. That's it's a myth.
No, of course not. And you can look at a chart, and you can use several 10-20 different factors where you can follow. But I also did in the past. I also had bought software there following this one, the RSI, everything. But it will not be easier to follow too much external factors.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having a simplistic trading system can sometimes massively help. We find that a lot of beginners, they overcomplicate it. They use 101 indicators on the chart, and everything is telling them a different story. One indicator will be telling them to buy, the other will be telling them to sell, and they get confused. And we find
100% correct. Yeah,
exactly. And even when you're in a trade, whether to hold it to your take profit, or if you have too many conflicting ideas, you end up just jumping out, jumping back in, and it never really works out in the long term. So simplifying your trading to, you know, just core basics, have that edge, and then be really disciplined in your emotions. That's definitely your right way to do it, I would say. So you've done that really well.
It's like you said, very disciplined. You have your trade in your mind, in your head. You place them in my times, it's most of the time in the morning. You take your stop loss, you take profits, and maybe it's in my favor because I have my main job. So I have not, after that, I have not the time to look the chart every minute, because when you look the chart every minute, every second, you can say, I will close, or I will buy, I will do this. No, take your trade, I'll stick to the plan. And okay, I stop before the night, I stop before trading, but for the rest, I will let it run like I had it like I see it, and that it will go hopefully to take profit, of course.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I wanted to touch up on, so you said that you started 4 to 5 years ago, correct?
Yeah, it should be something like that, yeah.
When did you really see like a change in your trading, where it started, you know, where you went from, you know, just blowing accounts to actually kind of seeing, oh, this could be something, I could actually make money from this?
Yeah, of course. After 2 days, I thought, oh, I can make a lot of profit in the future with Forex trading, but it was not that easy. But like I said, I bought a lot of accounts, a lot of with software, but also I learned a lot from the software and following the idea, how it's going, how is the market going. But I think everyone is a different person, but I think you need to take 2 or 3 years before you can see the market, you can understand the market. But even then, with Corona, with the war, with Trump, it's the market is changing every year, every month. It's not that easy. It's not that after 2 years, yes, I understand the market, I'm good for a few years. No, I think your strategy, your risk and lot sizes need to change every day, every week, every month. Like the chart is, today I cannot use the same lot size as I did 2 or 3 months ago, because then or I have my take profit, or I have my stop loss in 5 minutes. In the past, you can take for gold a lot size from 4 or 5. If I do that now, after 5 minutes, it will take stop loss or take profits. So you need to lower it to have a little bit space before before you have your support light, your resistance light, your stop loss, because otherwise you are just doing something that can be always.
Yeah, no, that's a very important point. You just pointed out how you have to adapt with the market conditions. You know, if the market is rallying hard, you know, and it's moving, let's say the ATR, the daily ATR is a lot higher than it has been, you have to adjust your risk. You know, you have to adjust your lot size to factor that in, right? And, you know, I mean, the same with any market conditions. If the market's ranging, you have to naturally adapt your take profit to be within that range, you know, rather than trying to target like as if it's a trending market. So you have to be quite adaptive in trading in order to be successful. So I think, you know, understanding that, like as you just showed, like you understood that and you actively do that, it's definitely another point, I think, that's made you a funded trader with payouts.
Yes,
and should protect your account.
Yes, indeed. When I see the market, like the last 4 or 5 years, it's a lot that's changed already.
Absolutely.
And it will change in the future also. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, right this moment, I would say the market's very volatile.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, it will calm down again at some point, and then, you know, you'd have to adjust again. And but yeah, be on always, before just jumping into a trade, really, you know, look at the conditions of the market. What kind of state is it? And, you know, is it quite volatile today? Is it calm? Look at the news that's coming out. You know, really build that plan before you ever enter a trade is so important.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's really good. I'm glad that, you know, the points you're putting across are things that I feel are going to help beginners, or people who haven't yet got to the funded stage, or haven't got to the success stage, so to speak, of trading.
Yes, I hope so that it will help beginners, because we're beginners. We all make mistakes. Even now we also making mistakes, but less as in the past.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. I mean, look, it's funny. Every trader I ever talk to, we all have the same story. I find it's quite uncanny in a weird way, because everyone goes through the same process. We all have the same mistakes we've made, the same psychological issues, and it's overcoming that. It really isn't a unique experience. Every trader has the exact same kind of route, that they go down. But talking about mistakes, I would like to know, what was like probably the biggest mistake that really kind of stuck in your mind of your trading journey? Was there one that, where you just kind of almost wanted to give up, or that really kind of hit you hard? Was there a moment?
Yes, I think, yeah. Around two years ago that I traded a lot on demo accounts, and yeah, I blowed a lot, but then I have a few days that's going good, and I think, oh, I can trade on the market, I can win a lot of money. I started a live account, 100 euros, I'll blow it, 1,000 euros, then I flipped it, so I doubled it, so everything is going good, even till 3,000 or 4,000 euros.
Wow.
And then you're thinking you can do it, you can go to 10,000, you do one little mistake, it's not a mistake, it's just you think you're the best, your lot size is too big, one negative point in the market, and you blow your few $1,000. So, and after that, of course, I told myself I stopped trading. I stopped in general, and I stopped also for a few days. But after that, I re-began on demo accounts, and I can say never give up. But it was not always easy.
Yeah, it's funny because I have the exact same story that I went through as well at one point, many years ago, where I had a really successful, I think it was about 2 weeks, where I was trading really well, making an incredible amount of money, and then I just got too confident. I felt invincible. Like, there's no way I can lose. That was the mindset I was in. And I over-leveraged, entered with a lot size way too big, and that was the one trade that really failed, and it wiped out all the profit I made. And that was probably, from the high of feeling so good all the way down to that low. That was probably the moment that really switched for me as well. Where I was like, no, I have to stick to these rules. I have to.
You need to stick to the plan. And like you said, just after 2 weeks, you're so confidential. You think you can do everything. Even after 1 week, I think of winning trades. Stick to the plan. Lower the lot size, take your time, because you have years ago to earn money, and you don't need to do it in 1 month.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So it's funny because even sometimes when you do really well as a beginner, it can actually harm you more than if you fail right off the bat, because overconfidence can be just as dangerous as a lack of confidence. You really have to almost be like a machine,
Yes.
So, but what about?
And that's the only good point on the software I used. Stick to the plan.
Yes.
Always taking their idea. We will do this. We will use this lot size. You can say maximum one risk, maximum 0.1 lot size, and it's like you say, it's a computer. It stick to the plan. But it's no advice to use software, but we need to think like a computer, I think.
Absolutely. Think like a computer. Try to get rid of those emotions. But I think the only way to really learn that is to unfortunately feel the pain that comes from the mistake.
No,
you can tell a beginner, oh, you shouldn't be doing this. and they won't listen until they actually feel the pain of the mistake, and then maybe after a couple of times they'll get the message and stop doing it. So pain is one way to learn in Forex, sadly.
If you just tell someone, they will not listen. They will say, yeah, we will see. But yeah, they need to be on the same point.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the flip side, we spoke about, some of the worst points or the most, painful points that you've had in your trading career. What about the highs, the ones that really stick out where you felt absolutely amazing?
Yeah, I also, of course, now at this moment for my first withdrawal from Hola Prime, it's nice to win money instead of losing money. But also in the past, I had a few good trades on my live account that I had in the past, where I also did a few withdrawals, and it's a good feeling. And also, it was never a big amount, but it's a great feeling that you can do it. It's going in a good direction, like I did 3 or 5 years ago, losing, blowing. And know that you can stick to the plan, that you can grow your account, you can pass the two challenge phases, you can have the points for the withdrawal, and yeah, I want to say you need to be happy with a few €100, with €1,000. I can also go for a few trades now where I maybe can make a withdrawal for €10,000 next week. But the chance is bigger that I will blow my account, so I will try to stick to the plan and have a few more withdrawals in the past from lower amounts. But you can stay with your funded accounts, and I think that's the reason.
Absolutely, that's the right way to do it. 100K account, a $1,280 payout. It's good, don't always target for the big, trying to get 30% or something. I mean, some people can do it, and sometimes there's a bit of luck involved. But to do that consistently, eventually you will unfortunately lose the account. So try target for the smaller amounts. Be consistent. That's the right way to do it. Absolutely. But I'd love to know, how was your experience with Hola Prime overall?
Yes, for the moment, only good things to say. Yes, from the beginning, purchase, payment, receiving the account, the email with the credentials, logging in. When I have a question in the chats, they are responding very good, very fast. The spreads are good. It can always be lower, of course. Good hint. No, it's really going good. It's not the server, it's not blocking, it's not lagging. For the moment, I cannot tell bad points, to be honest.
Oh, that's really good. And how was the payout process for you?
Also, very easy to do a payout, very fast. Yes, immediately the reset of the account so you can restart trading. I haven't restarted this week because the market is too volatile for me at this moment. But yeah, everything is going very smooth.
That's awesome to hear. And we're looking forward to sending you many more payouts in the future. I'm sure you will do that because you have the right mindset, you have the right strategy and plan. You know what you're doing, and yeah, I feel we're going to be sending you lots more payouts in the couple of years. So, but what is your plan? I would love to know. So you have a 100K account. Are you looking to scale that? Are you looking to get another account? What is your future plan?
I would like to scale them. That's my first idea. Maybe in the future, when we see how it's going, I will maybe buy a second one. But for the moment, I will take this one 100% my idea on it, and I will try to have a few more withdrawals and try to scale them. Yeah,
absolutely. So you're going for the 4 million. That's the maximum scaling.
Of course, everyone will do it, but that's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it will take time, but it's possible. As long as you stick to the rules again. I mean, that's what it is. If you try to do it, well, you couldn't do it in like a month, but if you try to rush the process, that's where problems occur. Professional traders understand it's a percentage game. Slow and steady wins the race in trading. Fast, quick, instant gratification always sadly leads to a dark place in trading. And yeah, but you already know this. But for the beginners, take your time with it. There's no time limits with the challenge as well. You can take as long as you want. You don't have to complete it. I mean, I know you did it in 7 to 8 days, which is very impressive, by the way.
But also, like you can see, also in the challenges phases, I used a little bit higher lot sizes as in my funded account. But when you see all the advertising on the internet, all the videos gaining 10-20% profit amounts, don't believe it. Okay, maybe you can have it once if you are lucky. But when you have a 100K account, funded account, and you just have 1 or 2% every month, but I mean really every month for months, for years, I think you can be very happy. You don't need to be 10% every week or every month. Yes, everybody want to have 10K a month, of course, but yeah, be calm, be happy with what you can achieve.
Oh, absolutely. Aim for, like you said, I would say, anywhere from 1 to 5% a month. That's a good aim. Whatever you're comfortable with. If you try to aim too high, I mean, like you said, it can be done. Of course, people do it all the time. But your chances of long-term success massively improve if you scale back a bit and, just aim for, because look, at the end of the day, I mean, if you do 2-3% a month on 100K, it's not bad money. I don't think anyone would turn down an extra 2,000-3,000 a month. It's a good amount of money, and you can always scale that and build upon it and look at it as a business and it's a long-term, it's a long-term career rather than quick payouts, quick gains. Then you could definitely be very successful in trading. And that is ultimately the game. It's to survive another day, as traders put it.
Indeed. That's also my idea from my funded account with Hola. And like you said, I also want at the end of the month 10K. But when you blow it and you can not coming back, I like more to have 5 payouts from 2,000K and then scale my accounts, and then you already have more and a nicer future.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always say this as well. We're more impressed by someone who is more consistent and actually doesn't target unrealistic numbers, trying to get 30-40%, because it has happened, people have done 30-40%, but there is an element of luck involved.
Indeed, and they will not do it every month.
Exactly. So we're more impressed by people who can consistently do 3-4%, whatever it might be, smaller amounts, but consistently. That is because that shows real professionalism in trading. Because at the end of the day, if someone can do 30-40% consistently,
Good day. Here is your 5-minute financial market update for Thursday, 31st of July, 2025. The Federal Reserve kept interest rates unchanged at 4.25 to 4.50%. Chair Powell maintained a cautious tone and emphasized a data-dependent approach. There was no clear signal on a potential September rate cut. Dissent within the FOMC grew as some members pushed for looser policy. This uncertainty lifted the US dollar to its highest level in 2 months. Treasury yields also climbed, contributing to broader dollar strength. Meanwhile, commodities like gold and oil eased under the weight of a stronger dollar. The Bank of Japan kept policy steady but raised its inflation and GDP forecasts. This led to a rebound in the Japanese yen, which had been under pressure earlier in the week. In the Forex market, the pound US dollar continued its slide, down nearly 3.8% for the month. This marks the pound's worst monthly performance in almost 2 years. Weak UK data and expectations of a Bank of England rate cut weighed heavily on sterling. The dollar gained broadly against both developed and emerging market currencies. United States dollar and Japanese yen dipped slightly as the yen caught a bid after the BOJ forecast adjustments. Commodity-linked currencies such as the Australian and Canadian dollars were also weaker. Turning to futures, gold contracts on COMEX saw a drop in both volume and open interest. This suggests fading speculative interest amid reduced volatility. US equity futures rose sharply in early trading. The Nasdaq 100 led the way, up over 1% on strong tech earnings. Microsoft and Meta both delivered better than expected results, lifting market sentiment. S&P and Dow futures also posted modest gains ahead of the New York Open. The VIX eased to around 15.5, pointing to calmer trading conditions. Markets are now awaiting earnings from Apple and Amazon later today. In the crypto space, Bitcoin held support at the $116,000 level and rebounded to around $118,500. Ethereum rose about 1.5% to trade near $3,860. XRP also gained slightly, hovering around the $3.10 mark. Bitcoin's price action is forming a bullish flag pattern, suggesting potential for a breakout. A move above $120,000 could open the door towards the $130,000 level. However, strong resistance remains at $122,000, tied to the 161.8% Fibonacci extension. Over 53% of Bitcoin supply remains in the hands of long-term holders. Any rally beyond $120,000 could trigger profit-taking and short-term volatility. Spot Bitcoin ETFs saw modest inflows while Ethereum ETFs continued their 19-day streak. This ongoing institutional demand is helping stabilize the market despite macro uncertainty. The White House introduced the Genius Act to establish clearer regulatory oversight for digital assets. This proposal would shift more authority to the CFTC and streamline custody requirements. Markets reacted positively to the move, with optimism growing across Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. To recap, markets are digesting a steady Fed, strong tech earnings, and a resurgent dollar. Forex markets remain dollar-dominated as central bank divergence continues. Futures are gaining momentum thanks to upbeat corporate performance. All crypto is cautiously bullish, with key technical levels in focus. Keep your eyes on upcoming inflation data and tonight's earnings from Apple and Amazon. Stay tuned because up next, we have a beginner's guide to Hola Prime. Come, I will show you how Hola Prime is changing the future of prop trading.
Not like this.
By being on our toes, so that you can experience prop trading as it should be, fair and transparent.
We are Hola Prime, the most transparent prop trading firm.
With traders from 175 plus countries and offices all across the globe.
We are the first company in the prop industry to publish daily price transparency report, so our traders can cross-verify their trades and they can trade with confidence and peace of mind.
Let me share the story. In the decentralized Forex market, traders often face pricing uncertainty, but not anymore. To ensure fair pricing every time, we introduced Price Transparency Report.
A daily tick-by-tick comparison with industry data.
We didn't stop here.
No hidden rules.
No unclear trading conditions.
Everything is stated up front,
including prohibited trading practices.
From supreme trading conditions to responsive customer support.
We operate with transparency,
sharing every crucial detail with our traders.
That's why traders from 175 countries trust us.
No unfair breaches of accounts. Wherever possible, we send traders preemptive warnings because we hide nothing.
With us, you can scale your account up to $4 million.
And those profits?
We offer up to 95% of the profit splits.
That's 95%.
But what good are profits if you can't access them quickly?
That's why we process withdrawals within 1 hour, putting your earnings straight into your hands.
We calculate your withdrawable profits at the end of each trading day, ensuring you get your withdrawals as soon as you request it.
We know what failing a challenge feels like, but we won't leave you alone. After reviewing your account's trades, we'll create personalized videos to help you prepare for your next attempt. Our expert trading coaches and Prime Academy are always ready to help you learn and succeed.
I started as a junior analyst. With clear feedback and growth paths, I've moved into a leadership role.
When I joined here, I was just a graduate. Now, I'm an MBA and a senior manager.
My career has been transformed here, from an entry-level position to a department head.
While others are catching up, we are setting new standards in prop trading every day.
Join us today and get funded with transparency.
Behind each face, there's a story. A story of courage, a story of battles fought too soon. These little fighters take on challenges every day with courage beyond their years. Today, we brought a little bit of magic into their lives, a chance to laugh, to wonder, and to feel like kids again.
So we have arrived at Access Life, which is a very, very important charity. Their main aim is to help and support children with cancer and allow their parents to live with their children. They don't have to go to work and they can, be together during such a difficult time as anyone can imagine. We're currently here. As you can see, there is a magic show happening behind us. We prepared this magician to come to help lift the spirits of these children. A puppet show, which is trying to make them, feel better and joy. And they're laughing and having a great old time. So really good to see.
Every smile is precious. Every moment of happiness, a victory. Today, they are free. Free to laugh. Free to believe in magic, if only for a little while. A few smiles, a few moments of wonder. It may seem small, but for these children, it means everything. Magic may be an illusion, but the happiness it brings is real. It's a reminder that joy is still within reach, that even in dark times, there is still light, laughter, and love. In a world where stigma and isolation often overshadow humanity, small acts of kindness remind us of our true shared connection. The focus wasn't just on providing meals, it was also about creating moments of care, trust, and belonging.
So now we've put on some aprons and we're starting to prepare some food. As you can see here, we have some lovely vegetables being prepared by the good members of Hola Prime.
It was about sitting down, sharing stories, and being present. In the small moments that matter most, sharing a meal, exchanging a smile, listening to a story, we found the power to create change. For the people we served, it wasn't just about receiving a meal. It was about feeling recognized, appreciated, and cared for.
Now the food has been cooked. It's ready to serve. I'll just show some of the food here.
Every plate was filled with love. It might sound small, but in these moments, you realize how much it matters to someone who's often overlooked. we preferred not to show faces to honor the privacy and dignity of each individual. Nevertheless, behind every hand is a story, one of resilience, hope, and humanity.
And it's all been dished up. It's a lot of work, guys. It's a lot of work. But we got there in the end. Everyone seems happy. It's looking really good. A really successful day.
Education is the foundation of growth, opportunity, and empowerment. Yet in many rural villages, access to quality education remains a distant dream. This is school, a place where young minds come with dreams of learning and a brighter future. However, limited resources and infrastructure challenges makes their journey difficult. Despite these challenges, these children are driven, hopeful, and eager to succeed. At Hola Prime, we believe that every child deserves access to quality education, no matter where they live. Through our CSR initiative, we're committed to creating lasting change by supporting schools like these. Our efforts include renovating classrooms, providing necessary supplies, and creating a learning environment that inspires growth. We're helping make this village school a place where dreams can take root. Together, we're not just building classrooms, but building futures. When these children succeed, we all succeed, because education is not just a privilege, it's a right.
How do you feel after another victory?
It's really good, so we're excited, we're happy to be here. People only see the wins.
And there it is, folks, the
trophies.
buzzer sounds.
The moments under the lights. But they don't see this. Adversity. Everyone faces it.
No.
But those failures motivate you to try harder, to try again. Hola Prime is the platform used by pro traders. No hidden rules, just fair trading. In basketball and in life, speed is the difference between success or failure. Hola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Adversity sometimes just means a new beginning. Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Got trading skills but can't risk your money? Enter prop trading, a smart way to monetize your trading skills without risking your own money. Start your journey with Hola Prime. Here's how it works. Buy a small fee trading challenge. Hit the profit target and keep losses under 5% daily and 8% overall. Pass the challenge and get a funded account. The risk rules stay the same, but now no profit targets. And yes, up to 95% of the profits are yours. Wondering, how's that even possible? Well, we selectively copy trades from top performing traders in live markets. That's how we generate profits. Whether we copy yours or not, you still get your share. While most firms take days to pay, Hola Prime is the industry's first to do it in under 1 hour. Yes, every payout is processed in less than 60 minutes. It's a win-win. You bring the skill, we bring the capital, speed, and support, including one-on-one coaching. Take the trading challenge. Get funded.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hello and welcome back to another video by Hola Prime Academy. I am Christopher Lewis. I'm your host and head FX trainer here at Hola Prime with 15 years of experience in the markets. In this video, I'll discuss market sentiment and specifically retail trader sentiment. The reason why retail trader sentiment matters is because historically retail traders have a horrible trade record when it comes to trend analysis. While the sentiment of retail traders can match up with the reality for certain times. The reality is that over the longer term, they tend to lose money about 90% of the time over the life of their accounts. With that being said, a few years ago, people started paying attention to the order books at various brokers and tried to discern whether or not they could come up with an indicator that might give you an idea as to what the retail trader is thinking, and therefore maybe you can trade in the opposite direction. In this video, I'll explore this, but the 30,000 foot overview of this is going to be when traders get extraordinarily bullish of a market, you need to be a bit cautious. When they get overly fearful of a market, you need to get a bit curious and perhaps thinking about buying it. It's not the perfect timing tool, but typically you can see something like this and you can do technical analysis as well as other fundamental analysis and tie it all together. So for example, if traders are extraordinarily bearish on gold in the retail sector, there's a really good chance that it'll go higher over the long term. It doesn't have to, but if you can find that and several other reasons, typically what happens is the retail trader does something like shorts the market because it's gone too far, which is not a reason. And then when the institutions come in and start buying gold, retail traders have to close out their positions, shorting it, and then buying back that position. And that puts more upward pressure on the market overall. So with that, let's take a look at a sentiment indicator by Oanda, a large CFD broker, and take a look at some charts and see what we can glean from this. Okay, so I am on the Oanda website, and Oanda has the labs area. You can look at the indication of traders, and essentially what this means is that the traders who trade at Oanda, and it is a massive company, this is how they're positioned. So for example, the US dollar against the Swiss franc net long at 88%. That can be a contra indicator that we are about to see the market fall. We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes they do get it right, but it's just another step along the way. What's interesting though is you start to get into other pairs like the pound yen at the moment is basically dead even, right along with the euro dollar. When you look at the euro dollar during current trading, for example, I'll go ahead and put this up. You can see that the traders are basically flat right now, trying to determine whether or not it's going to go somewhere. But you'll notice that the market had been falling. So at least half of them are losing money at the moment. Let's go ahead and go into something like gold. So gold, we have 63% short, 37% long. Let's go ahead and take a look at gold. You can see what's going on right now. We did get a slight pullback, but notice 63% are short of this market. And I can tell you from off the top of my head over the last couple of months, it's been that way the whole time. Sometimes it's been like 90%. So during this move, you look at this and you see something along the lines of, you know, there's obvious support there. Retail traders are, you know, struggling to get on the right side of the trade yet again. You can zoom in a little bit and you can look at this through the prism of a market that should continue to go higher. The thing about trends is they do last much longer than most people realize they can, especially retail traders. They're always looking to pick the top of the market or the bottom. So this is interesting. Nasdaq 100, 71% bearish. Let's see. NDX, Nasdaq 100 index, and you can see what's going on. As usual, the retail traders on the wrong side of the trade, and the market's just going straight up in the air against them. It should be noted that this does update, I believe, every 15, 20 minutes, something like that. So it's not to the tick and it's not to the minute, but it's a pretty good idea. Dollar Swiss, this is one that I'm interested in because only 12% are net short and 88% are net long. Let's see what's going on here. You can see that we are pulling back. However, you could make a technical analysis argument that, hey, we did break above significant resistance, so they're not necessarily unrealistic as to why they look at it that way. But when you get extreme swings like that, that's generally a sign that you're running into trouble. And that's exactly what we're seeing during this session. Let's go ahead and take a look at some other markets. Let's take a look at Japan 225. So that's the Nikkei 225. Go ahead and get rid of this first. You'll notice that 74% of traders are negative on this market. You can see what's happened. We sold off a little bit during the day, but objectively looking at the chart, looks like we're doing everything we can to break above this area right around 39,750 or so. And if we do, what will happen is we'll race higher. And the reason being, all of those retail short positions, they got to buy them back. So it only adds more fuel to the fire. So that's a way that you can definitely use this. I find this to be an excellent indicator on top of my technical analysis. So going back to the Nikkei 225, for example, I might wait for a breakout, knowing, and in this case, we're close enough to 40,000. I might even wait to right about 40,000. And if we can break that, I would assume that at that point in time, everybody would be in trouble that was short of the market, and it will cause more momentum. The thing about trading is typically you're looking to go in the direction against the people who are trapped, because they have to push the market in the direction for you, or they blow up their accounts. So ultimately, I do think this is a situation, this is kind of like a classic setup where you have a heavily shorted market, the price is doing the other thing. So that tells me the institutions are very interested in the Nikkei. Now, in this case, the Japanese yen, and perhaps I'll do a video on this, as it shrinks, it helps the Nikkei 225. Why? Because a cheaper yen means that exports for Americans or whoever to buy, Europeans to buy Sony or Mitsubishi or other Japanese goods, suddenly become cheaper. So the Nikkei 225 actually likes a cheaper yen, all things being equal. It's an export country. So we have that. We have the market sentiment, which is absolutely ridiculously in the other direction, 74%. We've got this potential setup. And let's see. Dollar yen, although it did pull back just a little bit during the trading session, it's threatening a breakout as well. So it all ties together. You have a decent setup there. Remember, it's not only Oanda, it's several other brokers, but that just happens to be one of the more frequently updated ones and a particular favorite of mine. You are using retail sentiment as a tool to set up the trade. It's not the only reason, but it does give you yet another reason why the market should move in your favor. Remember, there are institutional traders out there that will use this information. Again, it's just a tool in their toolbox, but you're better off betting against those who typically don't fare well.
complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hello, welcome back, Coach Paul.
Hey,
I hope you had a good little
Coach
break.
Sam. Yeah, nice little break. I accidentally spent like 3 minutes outside, and I am drenched now because it's like 100 degrees outside here in Florida. So, but aside from that,
fair play. Yeah. So this is the Ask the Experts segment. Paul, do you have the sheet with all the questions in?
I actually do not. If you want to send it over to me.
Let me share that with you. Absolutely. I'll send it over to you. I'll put it in the Zoom chat for you. And
sure.
You can also have a look. All right. So, to all the viewers as well, if you guys have questions, please, by all means, post them in the chat. We will answer them. Otherwise, the back-end team have basically scoured the internet, Discord, Reddit, etc., to find a bunch of trading-related questions and put them in a list, and we're going to go through them and answer some of the good ones. So I'll kick it off. Let's find one that we haven't done yet. We've done quite a few of this list already.
All
right. So this one's from Reddit, username The Gambler. When is it okay to take a trade that doesn't fit my plan? I mean, short answer is never really. It's never really okay to take a trade that doesn't fit your plan. If you do take a trade that doesn't fit your plan, why? What is the reason for entering that trade then? Do you see what I mean? It is essentially gambling then. So there's not much really more I can say about that, except just don't do it. Always stick to your plan, even if your emotions get the better of you and say you're on a losing streak or something, you just want to make it back up. It will only make the losing streak worse if you start taking sloppy trades. Trades that don't fit your plan, don't fit your strategy. You'll only make things a hell of a lot worse. So I would say, stick to whatever your strategy is, as long as it's tested, as long as it's proven that, hey, this has got an edge, you'll be okay in the long run. Not to fall into that trap of taking bad trades for the hell of it. If you have to, do it on a demo account or something for fun or whatever, but don't do it as a real kind of, as a real thing.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. So, it's the reason I wanted to chime in really quickly was because exactly what you just said with like, if you have like an urge to trade something that's not really a part of your plan, maybe just do it in a demo account for the sake of like getting that feeling out of you. What's funny is I actually used to do that. Like if I saw something happening, what I had was a demo account right beside my real cash account, and I would take the trade, and and the whole purpose of this exercise for me was to prove to myself that when you act emotionally, and you record those trades like on those demo accounts where you're just like, well, this didn't fit and this didn't fit, but it still looks good based on this, so I'll take it. And you record those trades on your demo account, and then I mean, for me at least, the net result was negative P&L. And it just kind of re-emphasized the need to stick to what you have researched in depth with like the multiple variables, let's say, of analysis that you require for yourself to get into that trade. That's just something I used to do. It was like, and I didn't need to do that. Like the further I went along in my trading career, I had to do that less and less. I don't do that at all anymore because I've proved it to myself that some of those emotional impulses you might have to get into something because it looks good with one factor, it's just not worth it. So yeah, I like that you touched on that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely. Paul, InvestiGenix has a question in the chat. If you would like to take that one. He asks,
definitely.
What helps you stay emotionally stable whilst trading?
Oh, all right. That's a good one. It's a little deep. It is a little deep, but it's a really good question. I think emotional stability, I know undoubtedly emotional stability comes from being in the markets consistently, first of all, like just experience and exposure constantly, and just diving in and having a little bit of risk or something on the table just gets you used to the feeling of being in a trade essentially and having risk. So I would just say, first of all, the hard thing is just having experience in the trading world and on the charts, and actually having a little bit of risk on the table. And then second, I would say I kind of keep things quiet myself usually. Like I keep my environment around me relatively quiet. It's funny when I'm trading by myself, I kind of do something like Sam does, where in our sessions, he'll start talking to the trade. When I'm by myself, I like to hear my voice and like me talking through the trade. Okay, I did this because of this and this and this and whatever. So I sound a little odd if you just look at me in my room by myself trading, but it does keep me more level when I'm explaining to myself why I'm doing this for whatever reasons are present. So I would say those are the two main things. Just that I would keep at the forefront of being stable.
Yeah, very well said. Couldn't agree more. And I would like to add that if you're emotionally unstable whilst trading, it generally 9 times out of 10 is because you're putting too much risk on the table. Mm-hmm. If the risk is low, you don't really care too much because it's minor what you're risking, right? If you get stopped out, all right, no big deal. But if your risk is high and this trade, could wipe out 2% of your account or something, yeah, it's very hard to kind of emotionally stay stable whilst in that trade, right? So as long as you keep your risk down, generally speaking, you're going to be quite calm in the market. So another little thing to add.
100%. That is literally such a good, that's a perfect answer, I think. Definitely.
Yeah. Let's have a look through this sheet. Trade psychology. I think we've done that one. Besides looking for large orders that manage with more subtle cue for market manipulation. Okay. All right. Spooful Truth from Reddit asks, besides looking for large orders that vanish, what's a more subtle way or a more subtle clue of market manipulation? Okay, so orders that vanish, you're talking about obviously the depth of market and people spoofing, right? So someone placing, a huge amount of contracts on the depth of market as a pending order, and then as price gets close to it, they cancel it and it vanishes, right? And that's trying to manipulate people's perception that, oh, here is, a lot of volume, a lot of sellers here or a lot of buyers here. That's illegal, number one. It does happen though, of course. It's very hard to kind of prove and prosecute people for doing it, but it is technically illegal. Other terms of like market manipulation, the reality is, look, a lot of traders come into the game and they enter a trade, they put their stops where they're always told to put their stops, and then the market goes straight to their stop loss, takes them out, and then continues. And people start saying, "Oh, it's manipulation." They're manipulating the market to grab our stop losses. Now, the reality is, big institutions do not care about your stop loss. You're such a small fish in such a big ocean. Your stop loss means nothing. I mean, in order for them to push the market to your stop loss would cost them more money than whatever liquidity they would gain from your stops, right? From retail. It doesn't make any sense. The reason stuff like that happens is simply down to how the market works, right? It's down to liquidity. If big institutions, their biggest problem is not figuring out if the market's going to go up or down or any of that. One of their biggest problem is simply getting filled, right? They want to place such large orders. There's just not enough orders available at whatever price level they want to get in at to even get filled, right? So that's a big problem for big players in the market. Now, a lot of big players, they'll do it basically off an exchange. They might call up clients who they know they can trade with, and they do it direct without a middleman. But if they're doing it on the actual market, then when they're placing these large orders, a lot of them will break them up, okay? Break them up into loads of smaller ones and kind of drip feed it. But another thing is, if there's not enough liquidity available, the market will go to wherever the liquidity is. And structure, since you're always taught, put your stop above the high or below the low. Guess where all the liquidity is then, right? You're placing your stop exactly where all the orders, where the liquidity to fulfill a large order exists. So naturally, if big institutions want to enter, the market is going to get drawn to that liquidity because it has to go to the closest place possible on the chart where there are orders to fulfill this big order. And that is why you get something that looks like a stop hunt, but they're not intentionally targeting you as a retailer, right? As a retail trader. It's just a sad effect of having such large players in the market.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like correlation is not causation, you could say. Just because it seems like where you get stopped out all the time, you could correlate it with bigger players coming to get you. In reality, it's not you. It's the fact that, like Sam said, it's just you're putting your stop where just a ton of liquidity is, and where a lot of other people, just like yourself, are putting it, and they can sniff it out. So especially their algorithms can sniff it out and they can do it quickly. So yeah, it's good.
I guess a follow up to that is where do you put your stop then? I think that, I mean, look, it's a tough. You're gonna get stopped out. Like, it is gonna happen. I guess using order flow, you can see if large quantity of orders have already come in. If they have already come in, people are already trapped. The likelihood of the market revisiting that area to get more liquidity drops, right? So having order flow can kind of, you can time it better, if that makes sense, than if you don't see that. That would be the only real suggestion, I would say. But you still need to stop. Like, don't start trading without a stop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, first and foremost. Yeah, and and you hear a lot of traders also say things like enter where the masses put their stops, and that is easy. Saying like hearing that and saying that is much easier said than done. And I think that it ties exactly into what Sam just said with order flow. Is if you can, I think as a trader, if you can sniff out where you believe many stop losses are being put, that doesn't mean you necessarily get long where those stop losses are, but maybe you watch the order flow, assuming price action gets down to that point, you then have just a hawkeye on the order flow, see if there's some sort of rejection off of that area with massive volume coming in, that then you can get into a position off of as a little bit of like a confirmation of sorts. But yeah, and then you put your stop loss below whatever that stop run was, because that could possibly be the exhaustion occurring. So now you're putting your stop loss below exhaustion, but that takes a lot of practice and a lot of time in the markets to get a consistent execution on trades like that. So
absolutely, and well said, very well said. Paul, do you want to have you got the document in front of you now?
I do. It's just a very big one, so I'm trying to find exactly.
It's huge.
Man, I don't know. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm like searching through a big document here.
That's all right. Take your time.
All right. So we have a question from Reddit saying, from the backtest badger, how many trades do I need to backtest to feel confident in a strategy? So this is an interesting question, because I think that you'll hear traders talk about backtesting a lot, and there are some traders that don't backtest at all. But for me personally, like I've gone through strategies where I've backtested not like a few months, but I've backtested multiple years of data. So you're looking at 200 plus days of per year of backtesting. Because I mean, the whole point is, like, statistically speaking, you need a large sample size in order to possibly have statistical significance. There was one back test that I did that went back 10 years because I was this was in the beginning of my trading career. I simply wanted to back test the tried and, or not even tried and true, just the very common chart patterns that, you'll hear people on the internet talk about, like bull flags and bear flags and triangles and range compressions and all this stuff. And I just genuinely wanted to see, like, okay, well, let's try to assign a probability to some of these based on like 3 variables per pattern. And I mean, that takes so much time and effort. But I would say the probabilities that I got out of it were useful. They provided not too much significance for me as of now. Like, I don't trade those patterns really or anything, but I would say just enough to where it's statistically significant. So probably I'd say over like 100 instances, but that's just me for feeling comfortable. And that's kind of just a relative number, but you need a decent sample size in order to, because also on top of that, there are different time periods in the market where there's just different, you could say, structure and maybe personality based on the auctions. So if you're only testing the strategy through like when COVID happened and you tested this strategy of yours for 3 months during the absolute annihilation that happened. Well, maybe it's not a really good sample size because you didn't also test through the upswing that occurred as well the following 8 months or whatever. So it's good to get through periods of, test through periods of volatility as well as getting that larger. Well, that's the point of getting that larger sample size. So yeah, that would be my answer to that.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Like backtesting is something. I mean, when you're doing it with order flow, it can be a bit difficult to backtest simply because the data is literally once it's printed, that's it. Like it doesn't get recorded, right? So backtesting can be difficult in certain scenarios, but you can still kind of backtest with like the footprint, volume profile, stuff like that. So all that can still be done. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you pretty much summed it up. I've got nothing really to add to that.
No, yeah, and actually, Sam, I think real quick, there. And sometimes like backtesting does come with its costs. Like, and I'm not talking like time, but I'm like obviously time it requires, but also money too. Like, because if you, like you were exactly saying, Sam, like it's hard to test order flow, but there are softwares out there where if you have like monthly subscriptions, there are data softwares out there that do allow you to record sessions like that show order flow by the second. It just costs you money. It's going to cost you. It's not free. Like that kind of data is not free. But then on top of that, it's even more painstaking in terms of a time commitment because now you're going through trading sessions in like live time of sorts and trying to record things and record data yourself to backtest in whatever way you'd like. So yeah, it's a lot of it's possible. It's just like the effort that you have to put in, which I think we all know by now. There's a lot of effort in being a good trader, and you just got to put the sweat and blood and tears into sometimes finding these strategies that'll make you money. So
that's right, absolutely right. Okay, let's have a look. Another question. Tickmaster99 asks, for a new prop trader, is it better to focus on a single contract like ES or try to trade a few? So I think you mean instrument, not contract. Yeah, I would actually agree with that. I would say get comfortable with one. Don't try not to trade too many instruments or too many assets just because you're gonna confuse yourself and it's going to be a little bit difficult just because there's so much, they all behave a little bit differently. They all have kind of their own personality, so to speak, right? And if you're using stuff like order flow, you need to get used to the kind of range of numbers you would expect to see from that instrument, right? So like with the Nasdaq, it's quite common to see, I don't know, maybe 100, 150 on the delta within a price level. That's quite common. But if it goes up to like 400, that's really high. Like that's wow. So you kind of know anywhere from, like 50 to all the way up to 450 is kind of the range you'd expect with the Nasdaq, right? But if you go on to the ES, there's so many more contracts traded. 450 actually isn't that big on the ES. So do you see what I mean? You kind of need to get used to, you need to train your eyes to get used to that instrument's numbers of what is big and what is small and etc. So I would say focus on one, master it, become, the more hours you put and the more hours you kind of watch it and trade it, you kind of develop a feel for that instrument and you're more likely to just be a better trader in general. Rather than if you're trading 100 different instruments, all you're just going to end up getting confused and flustered, and you're probably going to overtrade as well then, and that's never a good thing. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, I full-heartedly agree. That's how I started. I purely started as a trader on my own. I started with the ES, and I drilled into the ES. And then as I got a little bit more comfortable with other products, I started taking small trades in other products to just introduce myself and understand, really get like my emotion into like how, like, or not get my emotion, but figure out what my emotion is relative to other products as well with small risk. And like Sam said, you can you essentially can start to understand the personalities of these different markets. And by personality, what do we mean? We mean, like Sam was talking about, liquidity, and hence volatility. And then on top of that, you just have to know relative ranges of price action and yeah. And then on top of that, if you're trading like a commodity, that's not like a financial instrument. If you're trading a commodity, you need to understand, are there crop reports associated with this product? Are there news events that I need to be aware of that aren't like really publicized? And like a crop report, for example, you need to go onto the USDA website, and sometimes you need to join a call in order to listen in on the data that's being spoken of for whatever that crop is. So there are just things like that you need to really dive into when you start exploring different avenues. So we have time for one more, maybe?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to pick one.
Yeah. So the exit plan says, he asks, besides a stop loss, what are other signals that tell me to exit a trade immediately? Good. Very good question. Really good question, honestly. And I would say usually for me, aside from an area like a stop loss where I've predetermined before I even got into the trade, I know exactly where I should be putting my stop loss. That's a whole other thing. Is just first you should know where your stop loss is going when you're getting into the trade immediately. But I think Sam could attest to this as well. When we are looking at the depth of market and like the order flow happening in real time, and I'm seeing it literally second by second, and I'm seeing aggressive like deltas being calculated literally on a second by second basis, and then on also second by second, minute by minute, etc. You can start to tell when aggression is either working or not working. And usually regardless, I will stick in my trade and keep my stop loss where it is and like let the market stop me out. But there are very certain situations where I recognize order flow not behaving the way I expected it to, and the probabilities start to tip a little bit out of my favor. And I recognize, okay, well, maybe the correct thing to do is to get out of here with a small loss instead of taking my full stop loss, because now this seems a little bit more erratic and the probability does not seem to be on my side because of this type of order flow occurring in real time. But yeah, that would be my answer to that.
Yeah, really, really well answered. Well, I think we're pretty much at time.
All right.
Okay, so up next we have the Trader Spotlight segment with one of our funded traders, Mauro. So that should be awesome. But yeah, Paul, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you in about half an hour. Yeah.
Yep. Awesome.
Yeah, about half an hour to go back.
Appreciate
to trading. So awesome. All right, guys.
Well, I'll
see you in a minute.
See you soon.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out.
If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading.
I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using.
My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. And swing trading is a bit like surfing. When you're surfing, you've got to find exactly the right position in the surf, and swing trading is exactly the same.
A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading.
Mauro, welcome back. How are you, my friend?
I'm fine today, thanks. And you?
Excellent. I'm very good. Thank you for asking. So, Mauro, we didn't get much time yesterday in the Trader Spotlight, so hopefully today we have 25 minutes roughly. I think last time we'll catch up to where we left off last time. So we were looking at your charts, if I remember. If you could possibly share your screen, we can go over some strategies and how you trade, if that's possible.
Yes, I share the my graphics, my trading view charts.
Yes. If you could on Zoom just share your screen, and the back end can you are sharing?
Now, yes.
Okay. Back end, if you could do your magic. Okay, you're up. All right, let's do this. So, what do you see today? Anything interesting for you today?
Oh, yesterday if you remember the rates, and I give you one little info about where he possibly go. How the time was the 19 here, 20 in Italy, and I tell you when he come the statistical the news event, he will go down because dollar go up. And we see touch first of all this red line, this important red line here, and this trend line here, and he stopped there. If you remember, I give you this information, and he retest after this.
Yes, you did. Yes, I remember.
We see this tomorrow we have the NFP non-farm payroll.
We do, yeah.
So I wrote some notes here to remember the topics. Sorry, and I want to
no. Take your time.
Yes, about the gold and the macroeconomic events in the market, with the current situation in the short and long term charts. So for the short term charts, I see in 5 minutes, and I place this yellow line to see the market. And the red line for important support. If I go in higher time frame, we see some pattern too, like wait, a 4 hour. Here there is a big flag here. Is maybe now we will go up. Tomorrow, I don't know, maybe I don't see the previous rates. And I see this flag here. And they touch this trend line, very, very important for me, this trend line. Because it starts from, it was a resistance here. This one. It was a resistance, and it become a support after here it retests here, and it was now it's a support. So here we can maybe go up a little bit, and we need to see tomorrow for no farm payroll.
Yeah.
Yes, I draw this horizontal line for two type of importance. And I use, if you see investing for economic calendar. You see investing?
Yes, we see, yeah.
Okay. No, there is tomorrow maybe. Sorry, my language in Italian. I'm seeing in Italian.
No. It's all good.
And there is here, yes. We have this date tomorrow in, okay, just minus. We can see there this actual value. This is the actual, and we expect this, which is minus of this one. That could be negative or positive. The actual date. Wait, sorry for bad English.
No. Honestly, take your time. Your English is a lot better than you think.
I'm sorry. For example, I can also talk about correlation. So if we buy, for example, gold, we can't buy, we can't sell euro USD, for example, because correlation is direct or inverse. And also my best example for this correlation is Swiss franc, which is direct correlated with gold. Depending on countries' reserve, and it's easy to see why the Swiss franc is also safe haven currency like gold.
Yes.
And use oil with Canadian dollar too. And more. So if we go buy one, we need to sell another, or take the good position with trailing and stop loss in every trade. Because I don't use too much take profit, I use trailing. It's just different of take profit, because it can be better than take profit. I make one take profit, and the trailing under the take profit. For example,
I see.
we go by, for example, long here. This is my stop loss and take profit, for example. And here on 1-on-1 or 1-on-2, I activated the trailing stop, for example. If you go trade here and you go back in, which some points, he closed the position and I take the profit. And now, which the gold use can be used to diversify investment, reducing the risk too. And it can be gold is priced in US dollar, so which mean its value can also affected by exchange rate fluctuation.
Yeah.
This and is safe even, and gold is seen as an asset that retains its value over the time, especially in the time of economic crisis or financial instability, such as now. Right now, yes, we are seeing this big flag at higher time frame here. This for me is a flag. Where is the flag? Where is the flag here? I don't see. I don't see.
Should be.
That's too much things. I don't need this. I don't need. That's too much. The market is very simple. We need to place the trend line and the horizontal line only, for me.
Yeah.
But we can see here this trend line is going down, and this is going up. This is the flag. And it touch here and here. Now maybe we'll go up, and we see tomorrow with this news, unemployment and non-farm payroll. With this date tomorrow, if he go down there in this like 270, 250, he probably go under here in this area. After this, maybe there is a bear, and he go down here for me. So maybe in this here, or next year he go down because it's too much pumped maybe at the moment, and instability.
Yeah. So, have you? Do you mostly only trade gold, or?
Yeah, mostly yes,
trade
or I do some crypto, but not too much. Not too much crypto.
Yeah.
I love gold. Is my favorite.
Gold, yeah. I am scared of gold.
I know much people tell me this too, and because he lost much money and and gain too, and is much volatility. I like volatility.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
USD yen is near gold at volatility.
Yeah, yeah.
It's much, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
I mean,
another fundamental aspect is the mindset. So we don't need to panic when we open a position and let the market flow.
yes,
This
exactly.
is another.
And would you recommend for beginner? What would you recommend if a beginner right now is starting to trade? What would be the first thing you'd recommend they do in terms of strategy?
You maybe need to study first of all the correlation, how study correlation.
Yes, yes.
Direct or reverse, and fundamental and technical analysis. And we can also change our candle. I use Ekinashi or Renko too.
Okay, interesting.
That's the chart is much clear.
Yeah.
We
do you
can
use Renko or Haikanashi as well when you trade?
Yes, sometimes yes. I use it.
Very nice.
Renko, of course, is much better for long term. Short term too, but for long term is the best for me.
Yeah. I see. Oh wow, yes. So how do you? I've never traded Haikanashi.
Ekinashi, we have for example, the candle here is negative, but after he go up, so this one could be green too, not red. Is a mental sorry, I don't remember the word. Mental
psychological.
Sorry. Yes. It's a cycle. Yes.
I see.
So if we see the normal candle, for example, this day from 31, it go up. So this red candle, we don't see this red. For the mindset, we can use because it's clear. If you see here, look. So we can go by for the first one after we see the first green or red candle. It's just easy to use the Hikinashi, but we don't need to. We need to apply, of course, trailing a stop loss every order, and we need
Yes.
to wait the confirmation, because here we can go yes,
Yes.
buy here and wait, but is another green or red candle here because he go under a certain value, like yes. He go here and he appear red. Then he go up from there, all green from there. So we can go buy here or there.
Yeah.
Other
I
things,
see.
I have one indicator. This is an indicator I use for order block and price action. You see the volume of trading and a red spike, like spike here appear. And this is
I
another
see.
indicator to help me to enter buy or sell this order block. Like if we go here, he can have market can react at this point, this lever.
I see. Well, it's very, very interesting.
Here
I've
we see a
never
green
met.
candle. Yeah, sorry.
Carry on, carry on. I was just saying I've never met a Hikinashi trader before.
Yeah, I trade sometimes. I start with normal candle and I study the Aikinashi. For me, it's a very good candle because we don't see clearly, but we have approximately the price where he can go.
Yes. No, it's very good. We have a few minutes left. I'll see if there's anyone in the chat has any questions for you. So a viewer asks, have you ever lost confidence in yourself after a bad trading week? And how did you bounce back?
I just smile and I try again.
Very good.
You mean when I lost when I lost some trade or I have day
like if
negative.
you lost
yes.
Yeah, if you lost like a few trades. How do you?
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, the mindset is very important. You need to deposit or invest what you need to lose. For me, I want to lose 200, 1,000. I go deposit 200, 1,000.
Yes.
For example. This is my risk. The deposit is the risk. I risk all of it. So mentally, I need to be ready for to lose everything. I start for negative mindset.
It's
Sorry,
good
sorry.
to have. No, it's okay. It's good to accept, that you may lose money in trading, and like you said, if you whatever your deposit is, whatever your initial investment is, if you're happy to lose this, truly happy, generally speaking, you're a bit better.
I'm not happy to lose money, but Sorry, maybe I
But
misunderstand.
No. Like if you're, in order to psychologically become more calm in your trading, it is good to have your risk low and to accept that if you lose money, you lose money. It's okay. You know?
Yes,
The
I
mindset.
expect the ratio 1:2, like this. Yeah, I have 1:2, 1:3, but it depends of the trailing stop. It can be more, but the loss is the same. It's 1, 2, or 3% per trade after I calculate.
Yes. Well, very, very interesting stuff. I love the Heiken-Ashi candles. I've personally never really researched into them, but they look fantastic. It almost looks
Yes, because
almost looks perfect.
No, not perfect because it's not clear charts.
Yeah.
But it will be helpful for trading.
Yeah, I can see
like
how
that.
having it alongside your normal candles, Heiken-Ashi can be very beneficial, especially if you already want to buy or you want to
you
sell.
go in 1 hour,
and then
you see in
Heiken-Ashi
1
goes
hour.
red.
Is clear but unclear, because if you go by, for example, there in this candle, and you need to go by at the next one. Maybe it will go down again and it will go up. So you need to wait for confirmation every time.
Yes. I see. Yeah, of course. But no, very interesting stuff. Mauro, though, we have ran out of time right now. Again,
Unfortunately.
thank you so much for coming. Unfortunately. But thank you so much for coming on, showing your
Thank
strategy,
you.
showing the viewers how you trade. It's been really good.
Thank you to inviting me to this live and for the opportunity to share my
No problem.
my analysis.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action, we decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London.
Welcome back,
Hello.
coaches. Hope everyone's doing really well.
Hello. Yes.
Hope you had a great little break as well.
I took a
Awesome,
short.
Awesome.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Very nice.
Well, remember what I said this morning, and I never thought we would go near that level actually today, but we're really close to that 4-hour Devil's Mark candle, which is that flat bottom candle at 23,263-ish. And I think if I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to make one more leg down, but let's see, because then we might have another trade. But it looks very bullish now. But yeah, so
yeah,
I'm happy.
Very good.
What about you guys? Well, I know you've been busy.
No trading for me as of yet.
I saw it. Yeah, you were
but
busy.
Hopefully in this session.
I hope so too. And Troy.
Sorry.
I'm
go ahead.
upset because I should be up about 10 times this much on a day like today. This is the days I do really well. Played it way too cautious. And actually I shorted it right at the very bottom, very close to the very bottom, and made an extra $100 there. But again, I just been playing it way too conservative. Although on that last trade, if I'd have held it just a little bit longer, it would have been a loser, because obviously we hit the bottom and V'd up. But
yeah,
right now this area right here is very dangerous. I want to go short again, but it has had really good buyers came in and really jammed it up, and I'm afraid it's going to keep going, but it's at a spot I would love to short it.
Yeah. I gave some back because of the spike up.
Sorry, Iris. I was just going to say real quick, during that interview with Mauro at like roughly 2:15 p.m. Eastern time, like Troy was saying, when that V occurred, man, was that if you're looking at the order flow, geez Louise, did that look like a good long after a few minutes when that 5-minute hammer candle formed on relatively large volume there. Jeez, man, if I was taking a little bit of a break, I was just taking a water break essentially, and when I came back 10 minutes after that and saw it, I was like, son of a gun, my goodness, that would have been a good entry at the close of that candle right there. But that would have been like an immediate click the button to buy at the close of that 5-minute candle there. But it's all right. We'll see if there's going to be more opportunity, I think, in the next hour, honestly. So
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
I I also didn't maximize it all, but you know, for a day like today, it's still good.
Yeah.
Guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. My head's starting to hurt quite badly, so I'm going to take some tablets, get something in my stomach real quick, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. So back end, I hope you can hear that. You can just switch off my camera, and yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah. No worries.
See you later. So,
Thanks,
Troy,
guys.
I would like. Troy, I would like to. Would you go over your trade? Where you executed exactly?
So I've been taking the very simple. Paul, if you want to put the Nasdaq up, yeah, that's good. So I've been just taking the simple trade, and the simple trade is when it breaks down to a new low. So it comes down, so you can see every one of those little swing lows, it creates a new entry point then. And so, you know, and I'm looking for the little whoosh down when it breaks the low. And now normally, if we were in normal market conditions, I would be holding much, much longer and maybe even adding to the position on a bounce to get more short. But this market's been absolutely pounding me and Sam, and so we've just sort of really gotten gun shy about holding anything. So if you go back to that that swing low around 130, yeah, around 130.
Eastern or CT?
I guess that would be ET.
ET.
Yeah, around ET. You know, it came down like it was going to come down to a double bottom, but instead of doing that, I played it to break down, and so I literally had a stop order, like a tick below that swing low, and then then I'm looking for, as you know, Nasdaq moves really fast, so. You know, as soon as I start seeing plus 75, plus 80, I'm like, close. You know, and I'm getting somewhere around 90 to 80 to maybe $110 a trade. And then it came down again. It put that there's a little tiny swing low about 1352. Can't hardly see that little spike. There's just a little tiny tail. Rotate to your right.
I'm sorry. I'm actually also paying attention to the ES because I was contemplating getting short just now. That's why I was a little bit checked out for a second. But sorry.
Well, you know what? I can share my screen, and then good to go.
Apologies. Yeah, sorry. I just saw something possibly set up, but give me 1 second here.
Yeah, we have an opportunity. We must take it, right? I wonder if anyone in the chat is also. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't let me. Upset you in taking a trade.
No, I would love to hear. I'm really curious about your trade and what you wanted to do better, because you mentioned that you were not satisfied. So I'm very interested in what how you would do it differently. So I'm also watching, but I'd love to. I'm very interested in your execution.
So I've been taking the easy, what I consider the most conservative trades, and that's where it breaks the swing low. So right there, that little bump there, actually right there, it bounced a little bit, and I did it again right there. You know, I did like 5 trades with $50 to $70 each, just taking the super quick. You know, everybody sees it break, and they all go new low. And, they pile in, and you get that little rush, and that's all I'm looking for. Now, I know you guys don't seem to use oscillators, but I use MFI, which is the money flow index. And if I would have been more disciplined, you can see that this topped out right in here. And I should have been really aggressively watching for a short. And these longs, that could have actually been a little tiny long there. Not so much here, but then right in here, you could have also gotten a long. I like to combine this with the order flow, with POCs and value areas. So I was not taking the aggressive trades today. I was just sort of being very conservative. The downside is that when you're conservative, if you finally hit a bottom, like if we come back down here and test this, that'll be a major double bottom, and I don't know that that won't be the bottom of the day. And then this might end up being a loser somewhere out here if I short that swing low right there. So that's always the danger, is that you keep doing this until it finally bottoms, and then you have a losing trade. The good news is that every time I've done it, I've been in and out so quickly, it didn't really have time to reverse on me. So, from a purely, my favorite trade is when it breaks and then it comes right back up to the break point. So like right there was a perfect entry because it came right back up to that low right there. Anytime it bounces back up to a breakdown point, I want to short it. And I didn't do that at all today. And my God, I could have just, killed it if I would have been shorting every one of those highs. But instead, I was shorting the breakdowns or the new lows. It's not very sophisticated trading by any stretch of the imagination. And it's really, it's Sam's 10-second trade. You hit it when it starts to break, it breaks through. You don't even care if it follows through. You're taking that instant break. It's really, I almost feel like I'm almost embarrassed to say that's a trade I took, because it's really not. You're playing that very short momentum, and that's it. That's all you're looking for, $50 to $100, and it's you don't have any staying power. So you feel like, oh, I'm out, and then it goes 30, 40, 50 ticks farther, right? And you're like, oh man. But the whole premise of the trade was to catch that little tiny momentum squirt when it breaks down to it breaks the new low, intraday low. So I don't know if that was the answer you were looking for with that.
No, but it's funny because I traded it also to the downside, and but I was also like nervous in and out. And normally I love distribution moves, and I'm very confident normally in them, especially when my setup is there and I just get in, and it's a low risk reward. And this was basically like I felt like I knew it was going down, and it's just it was in out a couple of times. And normally I don't do that, but it was quite obvious that it was going down. So yeah, for me it was a totally different way of trading, but I'm still happy with the result. But it's not. I'm also not that satisfied with execution wise, but I'll take it for today. Like I said, this day I know from my stats, so it's green. Yeah. So it's okay, but I totally get it. It's very nervous. It's nervous. It's like a nerve. It's this price action. At some point, it does get to you in a way, and I start trading in a nervous way. And not that I'm nervous, but it's just not, the relaxed in and just wait, sit it out. You just feel, oh my God, I've got to just make sure that I get this. Just keep the winnings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. When you
look
at the daily chart. Go ahead.
Sorry, Troy. You go. No, you're good. You go.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say on the daily chart, we're starting to get some, where it's really working hard at going up, and it's starting to chop sideways, and we're starting to get these little pockets of panic selling or aggressive selling, and we haven't had that in a long time. So, if, like me, I'm on the short side. I love the short side. So, we get these little panic moves down. They're this big. And so for the last 2 or 3 weeks, man, it's slim pickings for the guy going short. So I've kind of gotten into this, only short it when there's momentum, and then take the small bites, and take as many small bites as you can, because if you hold it, the trend's going to kick your butt, because it's going, the trend is still going up. And so I think that's what's happening today for me. It's the summation of the last couple of days or weeks And today was a day you get short and you hold it, right? You really could have made some money on the short side if we just, I mean, you know, you said it yourself. You said at, I don't know, maybe 10:15, 10:30 this morning, you said, this thing's going down. And, you know, you were totally 100% right. And I was thinking the whole time you said that, I'm thinking, I need to short it and hold it. I need to short it and hold it. Because I knew it too.
Yeah.
I knew it too. But you know,
Yeah.
because of the last, the you know, this is one of those times where you've gotten burned, and so therefore you're playing the short game. And today was the day to play the long game, at least on the short side, the holding it longer, not the long game. That sounded wrong, wrong, but you know what I mean.
Right. No, for sure. But it's and in hindsight, yeah, undoubtedly. And for me, like the what really held me back from being short much at all today. I mean, the one trade that I did take this morning where I was short and I ended up getting out of it for a small gain, I didn't even feel comfortable with because of yesterday's earnings and everybody just being in like the Nasdaq being in euphoria. Just wasn't expecting necessarily such a large correction, kind of not even correction, just like a relatively large down move compared to what we're used to seeing this past like month or so. So it was a tough one for me to swallow. Like I was just constantly looking for longs, and there was a lot of candles in this chart where, you know, you could have been faked out. There was a lot of like fake out moves. Where you thought, you know, maybe a like after a rebound occurred, maybe a continuation long was going to come to fruition after there was some consolidation. And then what do you know? Sellers came in and just dropped it. And that happened 2 or 3 times at this point today. And so like right now in this move that's happening, you know, in the market at this moment, did we have a nice reversal off of yesterday's in the ES? And we had a beautiful reversal off of the ES's previous day low. But now we're like, we've rebounded up 33 points, almost 40 points actually. And now it's struggling in this area where, and if you like, let's see now, if I look back at the previous rebound, we went from 64.02 to 64.35. So what do you know? The last rebound that occurred where we dropped like a knife and then we rebounded, in the ES, we rebounded 33 points. Right now, we've rebounded 33 points. Coincidence? Not sure. But I do like to measure moves like that intraday where we have, okay, like what's the, when the market is doing some sort of reversal, like how much of a reversal is happening, and is it happening consistently? So I'm very cautious of being long at this level. If anything, I'd probably take a small stab short. I would most likely take a small stab short. So
what I'm noticing on the 4-hour. Sorry, go ahead, Troy.
No, go ahead, Iris. Jump in.
No, I was just, I'm seeing on the 4-hour that we are, am I seeing it correctly? Hold on. Let me just check the daily because I think I looked at it incorrectly. Go ahead, Troy. No, let me just look because I think I did not see something properly. Just go ahead. Let me just do some more, I have to acquire some more intel.
So, you know, we are getting ready to break this little shelf right here. And normally I would try to hit that, but my MFI is saying that I'm already oversold. So I'm not going to take a short down here or right here at those two little spike candles kind of defining this little bull flag. And remember that bull flags tend to break to the upside if you're in a bull trend, and we are in a longer time bull trend. But anyway, my MFI here is saying I'm oversold, and it's likely to rotate back to the upside. So this sort of keeps me out of some trouble. Shorting it at the bottoms when it's already oversold doesn't seem to work. So I do use MFI. And for you guys out there that are interested, there is some secret sauce here, and that is in the settings. MFI standard setting is 14. If you want to try, you can see I use a 6. I either use a 5 or a 6, and I find that that's much better setting than the 14. You'll see that, you know, most of my highs here will be very close to price highs. Most of the lows will be really close to overbought or oversold. This one right, you know, that right there, you know, it's right down here at the very bottom. And again, I use this as a filter to help me. So, you know, they're already selling, and you can see that they stopped, they spiked it a little bit. Now it may turn over here, but it's still saying, wait, dude, you're way oversold. Be careful on the short side. That's the way I read that. I'm a huge fan of MFI. Keeps me out. Now, if the market decides it's going to go down, you can stay in overbought or oversold conditions for an extended period of time. That's why you cannot use this for entries. It's not good for entries, but it's good for telling you, hey, be careful. This is the condition. The condition is oversold. Condition is overbought. Not, I'm oversold, please sell me, or please buy me. Exactly. You don't use it that way. I think that a lot of people use it wrong. This is a condition. It's not an entry. It's just helping you define a condition. We're getting up here, right up there. Yeah, it's getting overheated. It's overbought. It didn't pick the top perfectly, but what I like to do is the 80-20 line, when it crosses back below that 20 line, that's when I want to get short, or it crosses back above that 80 line. This is the 20 line. When it crosses back above the 20 line, then I want to go long. So I do somewhat use it for entries, but the vast majority I'm looking for a condition, and that just gives me a kind of a heads up. You know, this is a dangerous short right here, very dangerous short, because we are oversold. Doesn't mean that it won't crash and go down, but it gives me at least a cautionary tale to pay attention to.
Yeah. It's low probability at this point. Lower probability.
I know you didn't ask the question, but why MFI? Why not RSI or stochastics? Right, those are the more popular oscillators, and that's because MFI has a volume component in the formula. So when you break the indicator down into the formula, stochastics and RSI have one input, and that's price, whereas MFI has volume as well as price. So it takes into account volume. And as an order flow junkie and a volume nut, you know, I need an oscillator that includes volume. So that's why I've specifically used MFI. I think there's maybe two other kind of fairly common, well, they're not common, but oscillators that use volume, but they're far and few between, and most platforms don't have them. But MFI is fairly well, you know, accepted in most platforms. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. I'm done.
No,
I like
like
it. It's
Troy,
interesting to see.
I'm so glad. Like the kind of the final note there, before you were talking about, like, you know, what MFI or what variables represent MFI. The final note of people understanding it's not a tool necessarily for entry. Because of just like RSI and stuff, you can have periods of oversold or overbought, and that means that, you know, things can swing in ways that, if you were thinking of it as an entry vehicle, then you are likely going to be wrong, because, hey, it's more so the tale, like you said, of we are in oversold conditions, so I would not necessarily like to be getting short. Like, that's just the overall thesis, and I love that, because I agree with you, man. I think that a lot of people will use like RSI and stuff as entry tools, and it's like, man, is that an odd game to play because I cannot count the amount of times where I see RSI oversold for long periods of time, and the whatever
right.
the product is just tanks and tanks and tanks, and then people are like, well, but it's oversold, so I got to buy. It's like, no, you don't have to buy. Actually, that's not the point. So
yeah, so I should have taken this shot. I should have taken a shot here, because what it did is it says, hey, you're oversold. And then what do? You default momentum. So if I'm oversold, but I see momentum, I'm going short. Yeah. So that's kind of, that's sort of how you use, use MFI. At least that's the way I use MFI to enhance my abilities. I should have said here, I don't want to go short, and it did. It went sideways there, but then momentum came in, and as soon as that momentum came in, I should have said, I want to be short. Plus, we came out of oversold. We got above the 20 line, technically not oversold, just close, right?
Yeah.
And then it breaks down. It's not perfect, but for me, it's just one more kind of conditionary. It's what is the condition? Is the condition overbought or oversold? And it helps me to not. A lot of times, I don't want to be the guy that shorts, and when it goes, like here, right here at the bottom, I don't want to be that guy that's shorting down here, right? And this is saying, hey, be careful, be careful, be careful, right? And so I like that condition. It becomes a condition towards a potential entry, I guess is the way to say that.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, it's a good way to use the tools.
And, it's kind of funny. Actually, I'm just putting MFI up on my chart for the sake of giving it a gander, because I have never actually looked at it before. So this is the first time me hearing of it, Troy. And I like how you broke down like the variables of MFI, and I just wanted to give it a gander myself and compare it on the ES instead of the NQ and look at it. And it's very similar, of course, which makes sense because the NQ and the ES are very correlated right now. So, but yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, the magic sauce is having a 5 or a 6 as your period. If you use the standard, it's terribly lagging.
Yeah. Yeah, I put it at 6 just to have it like similar to yours, and because I was what I was going to show was when you were talking earlier, like it was like 15 minutes ago, and I was like, guys, I think I'm going to get in a short. I'm looking at possibly getting in a short here, and over the next like 3 minutes of time, I was like frantically looking at between the Dow and the Nasdaq, and then like my TPOs and whatnot, and trying to understand what the order flow was doing. And we were ranging in the ES between 63.95 and 63.99. And I was like, man, I can see just like a little bit of a break above 6,400. So I don't want to necessarily get short and just like have a couple point stop loss and then get stopped out and then have it go against me. And literally that's exactly what happened. It like popped above and then it failed relatively. Right now we're trying to retest 6,400 again because it dropped down to 63.92 just a few minutes ago here. But if I was looking at, I was curious if I was looking at the MFI, for example, what would that have told me? And unfortunately, it wouldn't have been much of a like that situation. I would have been in the same kind of state of like, okay, maybe I should just keep away from this. Don't get short. Just let things play out a little bit longer and things to get a little bit more clear. So, but yeah, thanks for explaining that. By the way, it's good to know.
Guys, sure. I think we're ready for the lull time as well. By the way,
yep.
So if the back end, if you want to play the sting, and we'll start our lull time. We're doing a quiz this time, so it should be good. Okay, so let's get this up. I'm just going to share it. Okay, so the back end should be able to see.
Or do we need to use our phones?
There. Yeah, so this one, again, to everyone watching,
Okay.
You can use your phone. You can scan the QR code if you're on a desktop. Or if you're on your mobile already watching, you can play along by going to menti.com and then entering the code 23080824. Okay, so we'll give you a little bit of time to do that. Just scan the code. All right, let us know in the chat if you have logged in.
I'm still not logged in. Oh, here we go. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I think we can.
Everyone
start.
in?
So, I hope so. Give it another couple of seconds. All right, let's start. So, you are stuck in a confession box. Only way out is a good confession.
Oh my god.
No.
I like this.
What's the most ridiculous reason you've ever exited a trade early? Do I click on the next one? Oh no, sorry. There we go. What's the most ridiculous reason you've ever exited a trade early? Who'd like to go first?
I thought we were
I'm
going to enter it or
thinking.
something. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I thought as well, but for some reason that didn't work.
Huh.
Well, I can tell you that all it takes is a full bladder and a trade that's going in your direction. And if you start getting a little excited with that profit, it's a good reason to exit the trade and go to the bathroom. So I know it sounds stupid, but I've done it before. Like, I'm up, click, run, right?
That's true.
I'm trying to think the silliest reason.
I'm also thinking.
Phone rang. You had to pick up a phone call.
That's literally what I was just thinking, Troy. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. I don't necessarily have super ridiculous situation or anything. I mean, but I have gotten out of a trade because of a phone call before, but that's not that ridiculous, you know?
Yeah,
No,
that's true.
I'll say earlier on, getting in right before news and then having to instantly exit the moment the news hits. I mean, that's a ridiculous reason, right?
It's
making such a rookie error.
Well, not for the exit, but definitely for the entry.
Well, yeah, the entry is probably more ridiculous than the exit.
But yeah, I wish I had one, but I can't think of one. Dang.
Anyone in the
Anyone
chat
in the
maybe
chat
has
have,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Robert. I was driving and put a trade in, and obviously I could not watch it, so I closed it. Yeah.
Oh, man. Driving whilst
Trading
trading.
while you're driving.
There should be a law. You know, like, don't drink and drive, don't trade and drive.
Yeah.
It should be a thing.
Yeah.
But was it a winning one? Did you still win or lost on that trade? Probably won. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I can't think of one. I don't have one, honestly.
It's not really ridiculous. It's just, yeah, for me it was, I had like a power outage and we got back on, and then I just got out because I thought, oh my God, we're going back off again. But it's not really that exciting, or just, Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
don't know.
now. I did
Alright.
think of one. I did think of one real quick. Okay. Yeah, this is like more like of an OCD thing that I had a while ago. Usually I like to do a lot of my chores like before the day starts, so I don't have to think about them or whatever. And I was in a trade, and it had probably been like about 10 minutes, and I remembered that I didn't do the dishes, and the sink was full, and I couldn't stand the fact that the dishes weren't done. So I just got out of the trade and I went and did the dishes so I could like clear my mind. So that's ridiculous.
Really?
Actually. That was like, I think that was like a little over a year ago, where I think back to that. I'm like, man, you, sir, have to make sure you don't do that again, so that your OCD doesn't kick in. But yeah,
That's funny.
That's actually very funny. Yeah.
Brilliant. All right, we'll move on to the next slide. Type one word that describes a secret guilty pleasure you have whilst trading. This is anonymous, right? So
I need more words. Wow. I can't. I need more words.
Man, I wonder who the first one is.
No idea who wrote that.
Yeah. Who's the nicotine?
Oh, I have no clue.
Idea. It must be Troy.
It's true. Are you a smoker?
No, I'm a caffeine freakazoid.
Are you a caffeine?
I've got a whole trash can full of Mountain Dew cans right here.
Are you the Mountain
I
Dew?
just-
Yeah. Okay. I'm a okay.
Diet Mountain Dew. Wonder who that one is.
Oh no, it's not
Revenge.
letting me. It's not letting me do it now because I entered one already, and then I refreshed my thing. Son of a gun. All right, well, mine. I'll just
Click
tell
zero.
everybody it's
Turn
cheese
on.
slices for me. I like eating slices of American cheese. It's weird, but I love that.
All right, we're gonna start calling you Cheese. Paulie, Cheese, Cheese, man. What's up, Cheese?
Dude.
Mine is
Cheese and grapes.
stroking the golden bull.
Yeah,
That's mine.
That's a good one. Yeah.
that's it. That's it.
All right, let's move on to the next slide.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing you've done while trading that no one knows?
Yeah.
Place
what?
trades
Are we
from
really
the
supposed to
bathroom.
tell?
Let my dog hit buy or sell. Enter the position
No.
mid-bite of a pizza. I've done the pizza one.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I can't say I've ever traded whilst in the bathroom. And I've never let my
Oh,
dog
I did have a.
trade.
My cat well, I actually did. My cat actually ran over my laptop one time while I was trading. Yeah.
That's almost happened to me before. But definitely if not even pizza, just like eating and entering a trade, I've definitely definitely done
Who
it.
has not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost kind of have to.
I have placed a trade in my retirement account while in the bathroom, where I'm just like I had like an alert set to like buy a certain blue chip stock at a certain price, and it just, I happened to see it on my phone literally when I was going to the bathroom. I was like, okay, and I just bought some shares, like, but that's not like trading. That's just investing. So
Robert has a nice something to add. Oh, Robert, you're so funny.
Robert says, I've taken my laptop in the bathroom because I had to poop. was waiting for the entry point. That's dedication to the craft, that is.
Yes.
And Ben, we'll get to your question after our little time. Yeah.
You should just cut a hole in your office chair.
Oh no,
TMI.
Sam, that would be.
Then you never have to leave the trading desk. All you need is a microwave next to you, a little mini fridge full of meals, hole in the chair and a bucket below, and just like a bottle of water. You will never have to leave your trading desk. You could 24-hour trader.
Oh my God.
What's the funniest thing you've blamed the losing trade on? Wi-Fi, cat, astrology? I mean, Wi-Fi, yes, actually that has happened. Not my Wi-Fi, actually. It was the brokers stopped, like, disconnected. And it wouldn't reconnect. Yeah. And I thought at first it's my Wi-Fi, so I went on to my mobile and I had perfect internet on my phone, couldn't connect, it just kept. And yeah, that was really bad. So
that's bad. So
Definitely.
I actually always have backup on my Wi-Fi. If the Wi-Fi goes down, I've got a battery attached to my Wi-Fi. But that's what you need here. Yeah. So I can't blame it on Wi-Fi anymore.
Yeah, I've blamed
What
the
about
trade
Cam?
on a waxing gibbous or two, a phase moon or the phase of the moon. Or no, I'm just kidding. I have not done that, but
No. You've blamed anything in the chat? I'm curious about. Robert, you must have something you can add to this one. Well, I think it's going to be in the it's going to be in the same area.
Brokers stopped me out. Investi Phoenix said, brokers stopped me out. Yeah, damn those brokers.
Yeah.
I've
on.
actually I was gonna say real quick. I have blamed a broker for not letting me get into a trade because crude oil was shut down on my broker. Like it was like 4 years ago, and I wanted to get into a trade so badly, and they wouldn't let me because of the volatility. But anyway, that was it.
What's the funniest little lie you told a student during a tough market? It's all part of the strategy. That stop loss was intentional. We're practicing Zen trading. Do nothing.
The
Well, I've never had
market
students.
makers are watching. Yeah.
That stop loss was intentional. That's something I would come out with.
Yeah.
I want it to be stopped out.
When really you were trying to move it down and you couldn't pull it down fast enough, right?
No,
Exactly.
never.
Oh, beautiful. We have just a nice, even answer through all three.
2-2-2. Well, let's move on. Type the weirdest source you've ever taken trading advice from.
Penny stocks, people.
The weirdest source I've ever taken trading advice from.
I'll make sure I have this quote correct.
I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't have anything either. I'm trying to think.
Daryl.
Bless you.
Oh boy.
I have a Dr. Seuss quote here. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes, you can steer yourself any direction you choose. Ooh. I can relate to trading.
Oh,
eh?
nice. Article is just copying.
Well, it used to be that the old saying was that you knew you were at a market top when the taxi driver gave you stock tips, you know, or you're riding on the mass transportation and the guy next to you is telling you about, you know, how Intel's got this new chip. As soon as it becomes mainstream, you're at the top of the market.
True.
Yep.
Well, guys, I think that pretty much wraps up the lull time. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining in. But we are back
Awesome.
to trading now.
So there was a question from Ben. Let me just get to it so I read it properly. What do we think about tomorrow's NFP? Well, for me, it's I consider that NFP like the laxative that I've been waiting for NQ basically the whole week, because after that news, I tend to trade better, and the market has some sort of I don't know. Yeah, just call it relief. And so for me, it is like this news is then finally all a manipulation has been done this week, and then you get a final move. But then it's sort of Friday, so it can still be tricky. But NFP itself, I think maybe Troy or one of the, I don't know if your answer is, do you want to get into the NFP, or is it more about general, how the markets behave after that news tomorrow at NFP?
Oh,
I can't wait until that news. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the reaction, whatever the reaction is. What does the market digest the information? You know, and the good news is on Friday, once that news is out, there's not a lot of news after that, so the market can then choose a direction and go without having some other news item come up. So you end up getting, I think you end up getting a little bit more trending action after the NFP, you know, whatever direction that is. You know, I'm always thinking, what's the Fed going to do? What's the Fed going to do? How does this affect the Fed? NFP, PCE, CPI, PPI, unemployment, those 5 things are all, you know, part of the Fed picture. You know, are they raising rates? Are they going to lower rates? But it doesn't matter what I think. It's whatever the market decides to do and the direction it decides to pick. Then, you know, hopefully it trends one way or the other. You can get on board with catch the wave, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for me, it's I love it when things come to. Why am I suddenly red?
Yeah, for some reason the
Somebody
PNL
trolling
updated
me.
back to the old one. I've just told them.
Oh,
Because
okay.
mine is up 466 when it's 330. So I don't know. I think they had the old version up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, the
Doesn't
markets
matter.
kind of took a little bit of a downturn there while we were in LOL time.
Oh.
The Dow was showing
Oh, boy.
was showing a little bit of like a mini head and shoulders there, and the ES kind of, but looks like they're bouncing a slight bit now.
Yeah.
Kind of want to get short.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Feeling that tickle that Troy feels to get short.
The Troy tickle.
Yeah.
The Troy tickle.
All right, 10
wow, the Dow
seconds,
just-
Sam. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Exactly. Wow, that short opportunity went away quickly. Geez Louise, the ES dropped literally 9 points in like 15 seconds.
There's definitely some negativism seeping into the market.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
You good there?
Did you hear that? Yeah, I think there's a lot of wind coming.
We didn't hear. No,
I need to attend. I think something. That was really loud. I need to check that because I think something fell. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Blame it on the cat.
Always.
It's those the monkeys that she's got roaming around, probably throwing things at her window or something.
Getting crazy winds here now. You'll see my curtains move because all my windows are closed, but the wind is so, it's really a lot of wind. Yeah. Okay, let me see.
It's literally 35 degrees Celsius in this little room right now.
Jeez. Oh no.
Oh,
I've
nice.
turned it into a little sauna.
But you like it?
Actually, it's so good. It's like soothing my head right now. I've just got
I love
hot
it.
air blasting my face.
That's crazy. I usually like the opposite. I like cold when I have a headache, which is hilarious.
People need something cold. Like cold makes it so much worse for me. I need just like heat. I think it's to do with like
Me too.
your blood vessels. Some people like get headaches because they contract and they need heat to kind of open them up. Others, they're too open and they need the cold to kind of like contract them and get back again. So depends what
That makes
type of
sense.
headache you have.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
I learned that that's what caffeine does to your blood vessels in your brain. Like it opens up the blood vessels more. So if you're not used to having a lot of blood flow, it can cause headaches.
Yeah.
Which is, or sorry, if you're used to having normal blood flow, caffeine constricts the vessels. So then it doesn't allow as much blood to get to the brain. It's the yeah, exactly. So interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
You know, Excedrin has a real high level of caffeine in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that?
Excedrin, it's
what
like
has
a
caffeine?
Tylenol, but it's for headaches, but they put
Oh.
caffeine in it. It's like caffeine and aspirin.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I'm going to take a shot here to short.
Oh,
See if
yeah.
it'll break. Come on, break.
Nice.
Come on, give me $100. Come on.
I think it can.
Come on.
I'm not sure. I don't like it.
I'm not liking it as much. Longer it takes, the worse I feel.
Hmm.
I'm out. I'm out. Let's see. I actually lost 10, 12 bucks. Now it's going to break.
Oh, man. You're never going to recover from that, right? 12 bucks. Oh, man.
Maybe it'll come down
That
again.
sucks.
I'll hit it again.
I just got in for a long.
Yeah. Going the other way.
Come on.
Wow.
Come on, push up. Get me a break even. Come on. Come on. I'll take what I can get.
Come on over, baby.
I'm only down 127 now. I'm getting there.
Look at you.
Oh, you got another. You have another half. Good.
I've only got
Guy's clawed his way back.
$127, 80 cents left, and then I'm break even for the day.
Well done.
Maybe I might do it again.
Now it looks bearish again. So do you, on the footprint or on the volume profile, do you see anything on that 23,264 level on NQ?
23.
I'm sorry if it makes a noise because it's really, I think it's some storm coming here.
No worries.
I did just get short one Dow, one
damn
MYM.
it. That's what I was looking for right there. I was early.
Mm.
Oh, what did you say? 23,364? Is that what you said?
23,260. Yeah, make it 263. Yeah, 23,260. That was my. Yeah, I actually didn't think we would make that level today, but it might. You might. What time is it? Half an hour to go. Oh, by the way, I've changed my chart to pink and white now, and Paul inspired me.
Guys, I've done it. I've done it. I'm up.
You've done it?
$14.40.
Really?
I am green for the day again.
Well done.
Little scalp. Oh,
well
very
done.
nice.
And now I'll mess it all
Very
up probably
nice.
if I keep trading.
Yeah.
Finally get
Well
a green.
Oh, last half hour. Last half hour, be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not messing around now. I'm that's it for me. I'm just happy I dug myself out of a $920 hole. So
Can't you just feel the woo, man, all that relief? I can just feel the tension go away, and it wasn't even my trade.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And then there is a earnings report that he missed.
Yeah.
I am still
I'm just happy I'm
short
green.
a micro Dow. I'm going to get into probably another contract here on this little push up. I'm just waiting for it to get a little bit further up here to get into another contract.
Now we can show your screen.
What was
You
the
got a trade
target
on.
I
Let's
had to
do
do
that.
earlier?
Yeah.
It was like I have to get to plus 600 or something, wasn't it? The back end made a mistake. They put me at plus 600 at one point. And I was minus 600.
Hey, he knew.
So I do a bit of over trading. To be honest, the market's much nicer now. The footprint is clear as day on a few of those trades. It was quite easy to read this time, but
very nice.
I don't know. I don't want to push my luck at the same time because it will annoy me. Because let's be honest, any losing trade, no matter how small, is enough to get rid of $14.40. So, do you know what I mean?
That's right.
There's a good chance I'll just end up negative. And there's something psychological about ending up negative on the day that I don't like. So, unless I see something really exceptional, I'll go for it. But otherwise, it ain't for me.
Agreed. All right.
Yeah.
Can we finish this candle here in the next 2 minutes? Yeah.
You know, those flat bottom candles, they are really magnets. So I wouldn't be surprised. But it could also do it tomorrow. Go ahead, Troy.
I was just going to say, if you guys can help me out here, I've always told my beginning students to avoid the first 15 minutes and the last 15 minutes of the day because that's when all your mutual funds, your pension funds, any other retirement funds, they are squaring their books up. So if you're in a mutual fund, they give you an NAV, which is an average value that they're going to exit your shares at a certain time of day. Some are at the very beginning of the market, some are at the end of day. And so you have a just rush of volume that comes in at market open and at market close that has nothing to do with direction of the market. It has to do with the big mutual funds, pension funds, just squaring up their books. So if they have lots of people saying, I want to sell, then they have to sell to raise the cash to pay those people out. And so you get this crazy volume at the beginning of the market and at the end of the market, but has nothing to do with direction. And so I always tell my students to stay out of the market during those two times, those last 15 minutes and first 15 minutes, due to the fact that it's non-directional. It's about accounting. It's not about the direction of the market. How do you guys feel about that statement?
100%.
I like it a lot. That's why I get stressed out when Daryl is entering trades.
I know.
When Coach Daryl's entering trades with like 5 minutes left or whatever, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. But he's comfortable doing it.
He's a madman, that's for sure. Yeah, no, I wanted to say the same thing, but I didn't want to criticize him.
No, but,
sometimes I leave that.
His style's different. I mean, maybe that's an edge for him. Like maybe he's seen it enough to where there is some sort of edge that Coach Darryl likes to use when he trades. But he's also talked about like staying away from that a little bit more because he normally doesn't like trade that much during that time of the day. But this trade is looking not so good for me anymore.
Well, there you go.
But it depends. I do trade the last 15 minutes sometimes, but it depends if there's a certain move that you can really. I have my level and it just didn't reach it all day, and then it uses that last 15 minutes just to get that last spike down, and then I would trade it. But then I have to have high confidence in it. For example, now I wouldn't be sure about the 23,265 level, but it wouldn't surprise me if it would spike down in that last bit. But I just don't have the confidence like I sometimes have, and then I would trade it, definitely, yes. But it's just sort of like the finalization of a move that it just didn't pan out all the way. Yeah. It depends on because I do see it's in the middle of another level, which is sort of like I do think it's going to go there, but I don't have the energy to stick this one out. So
if this isn't gonna move, I mean, goodness gracious, can we just move at this point? This is one of those moves where if it doesn't bounce,
Yeah, I know there
I
you
just
go.
want to get closer to the bottom of the wick. I mean, like, or bottom of that, like,
Yeah.
you know, hammer candle wick. That's my
Yeah.
it was roughly like a little bit better than 1-to-1, but like, I just am despising the way that this is moving. At the moment, it's a little jumpy, but
Yeah. So
this is also getting used to the
Wix.
this is getting used to the Dow, like the bid offer ladder on the Dow, like getting used to the jumpiness, like the couple ticks of spread that there is and everything. Just getting used to that is a whole other thing to deal with too. But yeah, so sorry, Iris.
No, is it Dow always jumpy? Or is it
yeah.
No.
Yeah, at least in my in my opinion, it is it is a little jumpy. But like, I was talking to Sam about this actually. I was like, you know, you actually might enjoy the Dow a little bit, because like the Nasdaq and the Dow are both jumpy, just in a little bit different ways. But they are a little bit volatile when things start picking up. So when volume starts picking up. So
it's true.
See, this is just.
I'm sorry it's winter in South Africa, but here we're having heat advisories. It's 96, 97 degrees Fahrenheit and 70 to 80% humidity. It's like we're just dying here of heat.
I love
it's
that
way.
weather.
I'm sure it's that way in Orlando.
Humidity.
Pretty hot for Paul
So
too.
hot.
So
it is
hot.
Deadly. It was 97 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday, and today it's 95 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's not what it even feels like. It with the sun on you, it feels like 105 easy. It is rough, but yeah. So I'm out of that trade. It was a break-even trade. Which is fine. I'm okay with it. Like Troy, you were saying, we're getting close to the end of the day here. I'm cool with just being out of it and kind of sitting on my hands now. But
Green is good.
Yeah, go into a Friday green. That's
good.
Nice.
Green is good. So, I'm just sitting on my hands too. I'm like, I took a shot. It didn't break. I'm not going to do it again. I don't want to blow my day. I've had a good day. You know.
Just took another little trade. I'm up $36.
Oh.
That's what I'm doing. I need to stop.
36. Let's go. He's about to beat me. He's
the most stressful $20 you've had all day, huh?
I know. I was literally in it, and I should have stayed in it because it's actually not a bad trade. But I was like,
careful
"What am I
now.
doing?" Because if it goes against me, I'll be.
Yeah.
I won't be able to,
Even $1
really
red
should've hit
it just feels horrible. Yeah, you don't want to be red.
hit my TP, which was $250 something. That's my TP, and it's just hit it.
Dang.
$36 is fine. I'm happy. I'm done. You finished.
That is a comeback for the books, I must say, on these live sessions. So,
very
good job.
But didn't he say that you were up 660 plus just
Yeah.
3? Just there you go.
That's true. Yeah, 660. Yeah, exactly. The profit,
Exactly.
The
So
prophecy
he
has
had
been fulfilled.
a profit. Nice.
Now I wonder. This is interesting. Like I think from like a mindset perspective, you were down you know, $920 or whatever it was to start the day. And you took, I don't know, like 7 trades today to get back to break even. Do you think that you might have been as aggressive if you weren't down so much, or not even aggressive, but do you think you would have taken as many of the trades that you did today if you were just like flat to start the day? No. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I would have probably stopped around like 400. And I'd be like, yeah, that feels good. And then leave it there. And then...
Right.
I mean, I got quite lucky because the NQ moved a lot today. And the first trade I took, that was like $300 something, like right, couple of seconds, $300. And that normally isn't how quick it moves. So, yeah, I think that kind of added a little bit of luck there to it. But yeah,
definitely.
It was definitely because I was down. I traded a bit more than usual.
Yeah.
Well, that's NQ. You can lose, but you can win very fast.
Yeah.
That's why I love NQ. Never a dull moment. What? Yeah.
The Dow just retraced right up to being 1 tick away from my stop loss. If I had still been in that Dow trade, it literally just got 1 tick away from the stop loss I had, which is pretty hilarious.
Wasn't there a large wick when you were trading it? Or was it on a higher time frame that when you traded it?
Oh, no, not this time. No,
there
wasn't
that one, yeah.
So this one maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So this large wick you see there, we call that a rejection. That can be a rejection block. So then when you calculate, you measure the wick. Like I use all quarters, and then it didn't even go to 1/3, did it? From the it just went into a little bit of a interesting. Yeah, we treat those as gaps.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good decision to get out of that at break even. I'll take that. That feels like a win to me. So
it didn't even go to half of it, right?
See, I'm seeing a short now, but I'm not going to take it. That'd be silly. Nah, it's not a short. It's not a short. For a split second, it
16 minutes.
Well, it's 6 minutes till MOC.
Yep.
We should have a bell.
Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, ding.
Gold's chart today is interesting. Definitely a demand area down here in the 33.44 area. Gonna have to keep an eye on that for the quiet market session later that me and Tiger are doing. I might be trading some gold.
So when you do the quiet session, you look at what are other commodities as well, or what are you eyeing
usually gold and the NQ, just gold in the NQ usually. And then Coach Tiger is usually looking at a lot of the Forex pairs. I would love to. I'm learning about like a lot of Forex through Coach Tiger, and I would love to be able to trade Forex futures, but I don't believe that there's like a micro option for them. So I don't want to just trade full Forex futures, especially with little experience in them. So maybe use like a demo account or something to get used to them. But sorry, Troy.
So there's micros for almost every. They're all dollar pairs. So for futures. The futures are dollar pairs, but there's like the euro dollar, Japanese yen dollar, Canadian. All of those have micro contracts, which are usually they're a dollar a tick.
Do you know what the contract? Because like I know all the U.S. like pairs are like -6 and then whatever the letter of the country.
You just put an M in front of it.
Micro.
M6E. M6E is the micro.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, there is. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I might be. But there isn't for the yen, unfortunately. Dang it. That's what I really wanted to trade.
It's a different symbol. There is a micro for the yen. You might have to look it up under CME to see what the. There is one for the yen. Almost all the majors, there's a micro. 6A. There's a micro for the 6A, which is the Aussie.
Okay.
Yeah, it has a little bit different. It's a 6 MJE or something like that. It's not.
Interesting here. Okay, I'm gonna look on the CME.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one.
You can Google it.
I got it. Okay. Well, I thought I did. No, I don't know. MJY is the micro JPY USD according to CME Group. So interesting.
Well, I found that certain brokers don't carry the micro yen. I don't know why.
Yeah.
However, they also, the yen has a half contract. MJ, I want to say MJE.
MJY, yeah.
Or MJ, is it MJY? Is a half contract?
MJY.
Yeah, it doesn't,
they don't have that either. Smaller size. It says smaller size version.
Yeah, it's a half contract. The full
Michael
size
Jackson.
is like 12.50 a tick, and the mid size one is only 6 1/4. And there's actually a British pound micro. It's 62 cents, or it's 60 cents 62 cents a tick.
M6B.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I could do the pound, the Aussie, or the euro. So I definitely could do those three. I would probably dabble in maybe the euro if I was going to mess around and like learn the markets a little bit.
Canadians also. There's also a Canadian one.
I really wanted to participate in the yen. That was probably the one that I wanted to participate in the most. But it looks like maybe they do have it. It's just a different symbol that we haven't checked. Like I looked MJY and everything else, and it doesn't seem to be there.
So Robert wrote MJYW00 for yen. MJY. Okay.
Gave it a gander.
W00. Okay.
All right,
Bye,
Robert. Enjoy your nap and enjoy the rest of your day. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
Oh, look, it's going.
So it looks like the market. Some really interesting stuff actually went on. Let me share screen.
It's going down. 265.
We saw really, really interesting stuff on the footprint happen. Back end, you can pull up my charts if you like, as long as no one else is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so
it's going to be a nice short. Yeah.
Which candle was it? It was the 13.9 past candle, 13.9. So this is where I actually got bullish in. Yeah, this candle here. So, right here,
It's gonna go.
there were 637 sell on the delta right here. And that's why I got it bullish. And then I got out literally like a couple of ticks. Should have really held because it was such a nice movement. And then we had like an explosive move down on the 46 candle. So this candle here, this bearish one right here, there was 478 sell contracts executed on the delta, which is huge for NQ, these two numbers. So, and then the market kind of went back into it. Those sellers defended well, and it just tanked down. So, really interesting. I mean, but like Trey said, it's dangerous to trade this time. Because
should I get in? I don't know if I get in. 23,257. I'm not doing it. I'm just leaving it. It's okay. If it goes, it goes.
Call it a day today. I mean, the market's been very weird this time as well. I can't imagine the amount of volume that went into the market today. When everyone starts exiting and getting the hell out, and all the algos do their little algorithm thing, it's going to be quite. I can imagine
it's going to be volatile. It's going to be aggressive. Yeah, it's going to be violent.
Yeah,
it's going to be like a samurai sword. But you know, it's like, if I would be like, if it would be a day that everything goes smooth, I would take that trade definitely and have a tight stop loss. But now, after this week so far, I'm just staying out. But normally, I would take this risk. Yeah. But then I would have gotten in a little bit earlier.
Dow just casually dropped 200 points.
Yeah.
Like part of me as well, I'm like kind of itching to jump in, but at the same time, I know it would be the dumbest thing I would ever do is start trading right now.
Yeah.
So,
they could leave it for tomorrow.
I'm staying
right?
on my hands. In fact, this is where you can do the lockout thing, right? So for anyone who has a problem with over trading, little button here, click it. We're going to lock. If I say all day, it's going to end at the end of the day, right? It's not going to stop me from trading tomorrow. I'll just do 1 hour.
Just be careful.
An hour and a half. I don't want to do all day and it thinks, I don't know. But yeah, lock me out.
Well, you can join pool. Oh, it's going.
I can no longer trade.
Yeah, no, I'm. You know, but I also have joy when it still goes and I'm not in a trade. You know, when you get to the point that you still can enjoy just having the analysis correct, but not, you know, it doesn't resemble then in the P&L. But it's just like, okay, you know, I read it correctly. Next time I'll take it. And you know, I used to really be upset about that. Then, oh my God, your analysis was right. It didn't take two. But now I'm like, okay, well, you know, I journal it, and it's because, you know that you see it, and then next time you will most likely will execute on it faster and better. So yeah, it's okay. Just go.
Yeah. And now look, even if I try and click buy, I'm trying to click sell, nothing's happening. This is such a good feature, honestly.
It is.
I'm going to use this a lot more often. And I would say do the same. Even if you're up for the day, if you're up a good amount and you start getting a bit greedy, lock yourself out. Just stop yourself from trading. Sometimes that's the only way you can be successful in trading. Is just to stop yourself from over trading and blowing it. So
yeah. But I do wonder if it's one day, if it stops, like, is it the same as how are the futures time go, or is it like, does it go to midnight, or what does the day mean exactly?
I think it's probably when futures market closes up, probably then. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's that, yeah. I just didn't want to accidentally click it and then find out.
And then it's like 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can't trade tomorrow.
The best setup is there. Oh my god! Yeah.
There's like that custom option too, so you could just set it for like 6 hours or something, and
yeah,
be good.
Yeah.
Well,
I have to start using
for
it.
me,
as well.
For me, that would be bad no matter what, to be clicking the lockout all day, because I need to trade tonight on the quiet market.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. It's very quiet then. I'm sorry, guys. I locked myself out. So. Yeah.
Oh dear. See, now even though I'm itching to jump in, I can't. Like, it's part of me that wants to buy, but I'm not gonna buy. I literally cannot buy. Like, how much?
You cannot. But does the itch get bigger because now you know you can't? Is it like really like something that triggers the brain, knowing that you cannot anymore?
Yeah, I feel alright actually. I feel good. I'm
I
also,
feel like it would be
dragged up from ibuprofen and stuff. So.
Yeah.
I'm in no condition.
Did you take the
to
combination
be
of Troy?
I didn't. No.
I'm reading. I'm just looking to see if there's any headlines or anything, but it doesn't really look like there's much going on the news front either. Let's see. Dow Jones Dow Jones struggles. I mean, we definitely know that. Yeah, honestly, no news either. So just a bearish day after a bunch of data.
Yep. A very bearish day. We dropped like 2-something% on the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Pretty significant, to be fair. I mean,
right?
It's quite big. I don't think it's not gonna go to 100 points lower. No, it's almost 4. Few more seconds.
The
20 seconds.
The VIX is up almost 6%. So that tells you there's some fear starting to come in a little bit.
Yeah, that is the one true mean reversion trade that not a lot of people talk about. It's like when the VIX spikes, I mean, it is just such a good thing to be able to try and trade the VIX downwards when it spikes above, let's say, like 30 a lot of the time. Only problem is the only way to do that with like defined risk is like through like options, like trading VIX options or something. And but yeah, like an interesting. I mean, but it's what's funny is with the VIX, when the VIX starts popping, obviously we know the market's usually going downwards, and everybody's too afraid to think about mean. A lot of people are too afraid to think about mean reversion at that point. So.
Yeah, when the VIX gets really high, I start itching to sell call premium. I start writing calls.
Yes.
You get such juicy premiums when the VIX is high. What kind of BS is that? What is going on? It's spiking like that right at the end.
Yeah, the Dow literally just jumped 150 points.
Wow. Whoa. Wow. Imagine thinking. Yeah. But I could go.
It's got to be earnings. Oh, that's Amazon. Amazon earnings.
Wow.
Apple, Amazon.
Remember when I said, I'm really itching to buy, but I've locked myself out. I kind of wish I didn't lock myself out and I did buy. No, I'm joking.
But yeah, let's see if it just it spiked down as well.
Yeah, that's
Well, I did take
Amazon.
liquidity.
Well, the market's closed technically.
Jeffrey Bezos, what have you done?
That guy. Now it's a Jassy, right? Bezos just chilling on a yacht somewhere. So
Yep. It's just unimaginable wealth. Yeah, you can't even comprehend how much money. Like, I love to break things down into kind of understandable numbers. So it's like the equivalent of, if you're a millionaire and 1 million is worth a penny, a billionaire would have $1,000. That's like, how insane is that? Imagine 1 penny is like a million. A billionaire has $1,000. Like, the difference is already in 1 penny to $1,000 a lot. And then it doesn't just have 1 billion. This guy's got like 200 of them. So for a standard, if your net worth is $1 million in cash, or not even cash, but say your net worth is $1 million, and that's the equivalent of like a penny or a cent to you. For Jeff Bezos, who's like, what, 250 billion or something? That's like having him having $250,000. You have 1 cent. That's the difference between a millionaire and Jeff Bezos. It's just insane. Like, you can't imagine the wealth.
Really is wild. So what are the earnings right now of what, like, have the earnings even come out yet? I don't think they have.
Amazon came out. Yeah, it's on.
Oh, what did you see the results?
Juice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they beat it. Just beat it. Just beat it.
Just beat it.
Oh yeah. Operating.
Oh yeah. Apple should have come out as well, right? Or is that 10? No, that's an hour.
That's at 4:30. Yeah.
Yeah, and in 30 minutes you got Apple Q3 earnings.
30 minutes. Yep.
Guidance sees favorable impact of 130 basis points from FX. I mean, that's all right.
Hey, lucky me. Good to see you. We've got Coach Chris as well in the chat. He's saying that there's been massive spoofing in games being played for weeks now. 1,500 lot spoof. Yeah, that's insane. Is that on the NQ, Chris, or ES? Either way, still 1,500 is ridiculous. If it was on the NQ, that's really ridiculous.
There were last night when I was trading gold, I was going through like the motions with Tiger, and I was like I was explaining on the order flow. I was like seeing bids and offers, like algorithms were taking blocks and flipping sides constantly. So I was seeing like 100 lots spread across, like, let's say 5 ticks to the upside, and then as soon as price was about to get to that block, the block went away and it went down to like very low liquidity, and then the block reversed down to the bid side, and it was doing that for like an hour and a half, and I was just like, this is odd. I usually don't see that in the overnight session, but it was very apparent in last night's. Yeah. Whether I'd call that spoofing or not, that's not necessarily spoofing or anything, but it was just like there was some sort of algorithm just trying to either move things in a certain way at these like 5-minute or 10-minute intervals or something. But
were they like 15 or 20 ticks out of the money?
Yes, a lot of the time. Yes.
Yeah. So they were bracketing. They were bracketing, so they had a big sell and a big buy. But then every time it would come close to the bid, they'd move it down. Yeah, that's
sometimes they would move it down. Sometimes they'd flip it to the, like, if it was a bid, they'd sometimes move it down, or they would flip it to the offer. So it was happening like when it was constantly being moved in the same direct. Like if it was a bid that was just being moved down or an offer that was being moved up, it gives me a little bit more confidence that like sellers are getting maybe a little bit weary or something, and like, you know, like if the offers are moving up, buyers are maybe in a little bit more control, and sellers feel like that they can get a better sale, a better price. So it'll give me a little bit of comfort to just stay in the long. But when it starts flipping from bid to ask to bid to ask, and it's like 10 or 20 ticks out of the money, and it keeps flipping like that, I start getting little anxious, because I'm like, what's the game being played here? Like, what game is this algorithm trying to play that I'm not aware of? So. All right, Amazon is seemingly definitely down like $10 a share-ish right now, almost $10 a share. Wonder what the forward guidance is.
That makes no sense. They killed the earnings. I guess the expectation was even higher. They beat their operating income they beat it by 2.17 billion.
Yeah,
Estimate was 17 billion, and the actual was 19. I mean, they just killed it. I wonder if they're sort of discounting these numbers because they're anticipating, tariffs.
Possibly, or maybe they had higher expectations on the AWS front. AWS didn't really beat by much.
True.
Yeah. It's probably something like, one of the areas of the business didn't do as well as expected, which people have like more growth expectations for, or maybe their forward guidance in general is like poor compared to what was expected. I don't see any numbers on their forward guidance. But that's all I can really think of. Huh. How about Apple now? When is that? That should be coming out soon.
4:30. It's in 20 minutes.
Ah, of course. Apple had a little bit of a jump in the after hours here. A couple bucks a share. MasterCard had earnings this morning. I didn't realize that. And AbbVie, okay. Healthcare, financials.
Bless you, Troy.
Thanks.
Ooh. If any, on the Bitcoin front, MicroStrategy earnings are today or tonight. So I wonder what that is.
talking about. Yeah, I need to check some things as well. Ooh. XRP.
Bravo Zulu FX, aka Tom. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you.
Hey there.
I like it when it's a green day for everyone. It's nice. It looks good.
And it's better when you go from red to green.
No,
Yeah.
honestly, I'm so relieved.
Can imagine.
Go have a nice steak dinner tonight. Treat yourself.
Oh, yeah, that would be good, actually. Keto friendly, too.
Yes.
Earlier, because I had to take some tablets, I needed something in my stomach, and I was like, damn it, I haven't got time to cook anything. Well, I'm not, I'm pretty ashamed of this, but literally just took a tin of tuna, opened it, just like ate it with a spoon like a madman.
Oh man,
we're gonna get really
You're an
bad
animal.
weather here. The wind is going to be crazy. It's a little bit scary, to be honest. You can't hear it, but it's quite scary at the moment. The wind miles 21, 22. I've never seen that before on the app. Wind MS 21. Is that mile per not per hour?
Miles per hour.
Well, if you guys don't see me on Tuesday, I've been blown away, most likely.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
No.
Yeah.
Are the winds usually bad there during like this time of year, or is this like not normal?
So, well, in winter normally, so we have a lot of microclimates, but in these areas it's like subtropical. But winters tend to not to be too rainy, but we had a lot of rain lately, and so the wind it has been quite unusual. Yeah, rain-wise and wind. Well, this wind, this is the first time that I am seeing this and hearing this kind of wind. So you can see my curtains going. Everything is closed. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I just have to check if my cats are inside. Yeah.
No problem.
All right.
No, they're here. I see them
all
already.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to announce the winner for a $50,000 challenge account. So everybody listen up, we're going to have a drum roll. The winner of the $50,000 challenge account goes to Ben Trader. Ben Trader.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Let's go.
Congratulations,
Trader,
Ben.
let us know if you're in the chat, if you heard us.
Oh wow, we've got the confetti now as well.
Yeah. Special effects.
I didn't see that.
Up in the budget.
I didn't see that last time. Wow, good.
Benny the Trader, Benny and the Jets. Is that song? That's the song, right? Am I right? Benny and the Jets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ben Trader, let us know if you're in the chat. If you're not, well, you'll find out. You'll just get an email.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm talking to you as if you are in the stream. This, though. And Bravo Zulu FX. So Tom, Tom won a 25k account, but he logged off before we announced it, and he's just come back on to say thank you. You're very welcome, Tom. You're very welcome.
Very. You saw the better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it too, man. I was, dude, it's so good. It's so funny. Too good.
Definitely.
I have it as my profile picture on my Coach Paul YouTube channel that I made. I have the one in the purple suit as my profile picture for that. So whenever I comment in the chat or anything, you'll see my picture as the profile picture.
Nice.
Paul Goodman. Better call Paul. We haven't played with emojis today.
Better call Paul.
Do some of the emojiing. We need to make an iris emoji. I haven't got an iris emoji. You know what?
Are we going?
That can be iris symbol. Right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a very smart one.
Get it?
And
everyone needs to have their own unique emoji. Iris. The iris of the eye.
Well,
makes sense, right?
It doesn't get more better than that, I guess.
Literally your name.
Well, I mean, it's better
think
than
mine should be
Daryl wanted to give me the leprechaun, so I prefer the eye, I guess. What was that? Well, oh yeah, because you said Irish, that was it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, are we going now? There we go. Are we still? Is that price action now going down?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Are there people trading this at this time?
I never trade this
I
time of day.
didn't. No.
Yeah.
I would trade it up to 4 o'clock maybe, but not after.
Yeah, no.
But, I've actually also not watched it in the way I'm doing it now, but I'm like, hey, are you going to that level that I actually mentioned? And I'm like, I have to start watching you now after this time. But, yeah.
I've got the perfect emoji for Iris. Sorry, I just thought of it, and I just saw that it exists. If we want to share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, exciting.
Oh, yes. Troy
Good
might
old
not get this
bat.
one.
Nice.
Yeah. But
There was a
infamous
bat in her.
So was that
there was a there was a bat in her house during one of the early one of the trading sessions we had a while ago, and that will forever stick in my head for sure. It's crazy.
That's scary.
Was that your first? I think that was your first, the first one we had together, I think.
I think
or
so.
The second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bet. Yeah, and then I was like, okay, something's going to happen here.
It was just flying around. Casually.
It's one big zoo here. Yeah, sometimes we have monkeys at the balcony jumping around and bats inside. Yeah, crazy stuff.
For like a little branch for it to hang on or something.
No, Batman.
Dang it.
So when we started the stream, there was one of those big trumpeter hornbills. They sort of like, I've got like an outdoor shower. It's on the first floor, but there's an outdoor shower, sort of like and there's a glass door. And there's one of those birds. It keeps on. They have a very big beak. They're enormous, and it sort of ticks on the glass all the time. So when we just started the stream, there was this really loud sound. I don't think you guys heard it, but maybe you did. And my cats both jumped to that. I'm like, oh, and it's so funny. They sort of like want to communicate. Like, I don't know what they are doing, what they're saying, because I don't speak the bird language. But they start doing it every day now. but it's like so loud, and I'm like, oh my god, that glass is going to break.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you should Google them. The trumpeter hornbill. Those beaks are like this, really like they're really big, and they have like double. They have like a double. I don't know how you say this. One beak and then sort of like a thing on top.
Yes, I've seen these before. They are cool looking birds.
Huge, but they're so
Crazy
funny.
birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they sound like a trumpet, really.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. The trumpeter hornbill.
Yeah.
There's a ghost emoji, right? I've just put it up on my screen. There's an emoji of a ghost, and the face it makes.
It's so funny.
I kid you not. I can copy that emoji's face perfectly.
Really?
Back end, pull up my. Yeah. So this emoji, right? Look at its face. Now watch this. Laugh. All right, wait. I gotta figure out. Yeah. Exactly identical, right?
Yeah, I hope they screenshotted this one for a real.
A1.
That was
A1.
quite identical.
Beautiful.
That's a hidden talent of mine. I can look like an emoji.
Okay, maybe that should be one of the our challenges, that we have to mimic one emoji per week or something.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
The easiest. I already figured out the one that I would imitate, and it's the easiest one that you could possibly do. But I don't have the props with me to do it correctly. So maybe next time.
Okay.
I will just save it. We'll save it as a little surprise. You know? We'll keep it as a surprise.
Exactly. It's I think there have to be some props, and you have to just add some stuff to it. So okay, and then we have to guess. It's like a guessing game. Then you show us, and then we have to guess which emoji. Okay, I think so. That's
a great idea, actually. That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah,
love it.
Could be part of the low
somebody's
time as well.
Exactly.
It's like one of those bad high school mixer. Did you ever go to those?
I have some funny ideas.
Those mixers where you have boys and the girls are trying to get them to interact, and they do these really stupid games, and yeah, that's what it reminds me of.
No, well, so you have to join. You cannot butt out with this one.
Man.
What's with the police woman?
Oh no, that was meant to be Troy, and then I realised it was a woman. So I don't know. Because Troy reminds me of like an old school movie sheriff, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
I like that.
He has a sheriffy vibe to it, you know. I can imagine Troy as a sheriff driving around.
For sure. Especially like in like Kentucky or something like that, like small town sheriff kind of guy. Oh, 100%. That's great.
Small town.
That's a compliment.
Are you calling me a Barney Fife? You're calling me a Barney Fife? Is that what you're doing?
I
really?
I wish I understood that reference. I wish I understood it.
I'm thinking more about Reservoir Dogs or something.
Barney Fife. The Andy Griffith Show. Oh, the Andy Griffith Show. Duh. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty great. No, I'm not. I promise.
You guys are too young. How do you not know who Barney Fife
I know.
is? I mean, come on.
I felt
Man.
not very cultured as soon as I saw that it was the Andy Griffith Show. I was like, darn, man, I probably watched like 5 episodes of the Andy Griffith Show, unfortunately. So.
Oh, see, I probably watched every one of them when I was young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A humbled Haitian trader is here.
my dad was big into like MASH and like the Andy Griffith Show and stuff like that. So I would catch some episodes here and there when he'd be watching MASH and whatnot. But
Chris says in the chat, "Hey Sam, I had a conversation with a Dutch prop firm that is starting up. They want a desk manager to help them succeed. Their goal is 30% a month. Seems like a great job, ? Lol."
30% of what?
Yeah, there's
30% of what?
A desk manager.
What does it mean? Okay, we're getting closer.
Bravo Zulu. He's off. Take care, Tom. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Bye, Tom.
MASH was one of the best shows
got
ever
about
created.
3.
I enjoyed watching MASH a lot.
Carry on,
actually. No, sorry. Yeah, Coach Chris was just talking about how MASH is one of the best shows, and I actually like MASH. I liked watching MASH a lot with my dad. It's funny. It's very funny. It's old timey, of course, but it's funny. So
yeah, right. Yep.
Oh God. Oh, humbled Haitian trader. He won 25K in the last session. 25K account, obviously. The last session, he says, "Thank you guys. You're welcome, humbled Haitian trader. We're glad you saw the email and everything." And then Chris says, "Basically, they want me to make sure the traders are getting close to 30% returns monthly." Oh yeah, easy.
Please, dude.
Yeah, it's right here. Only 30%. There's a
per month.
Add another 0 to that. That's the kind of number I would expect from my traders.
But a Dutch prop firm,
if you're capable of doing that, why would you like? If anybody's capable of doing that, why even work for a company? Like at that, like why would you even want to be a manager?
Exactly.
Like, what's the point? That's hilarious.
Exactly.
That's so funny. I get the sarcasm now in the original comment that you had. That makes that's great.
Get it. If you could do 30% a month consistently, that's hypothetically say the compound. Even if you manage to do like 10% a month, the kind of compounding you get. Oh my God! A couple of years, you'd be a multi-millionaire. You'd be so wealthy. You wouldn't work for any company if you could do 30% a month. That's insane.
Gosh, man.
Well, you turned down 200 million.
Well, yeah, I mean,
right?
That's, yeah. That's just how it is,
Oh, there's Apple's earnings coming out.
Nice.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Well,
come on, go it down to 260.
That is also our cue. That is the end of the session. So, guys, we're wrapping up. Thank you all. I think we're going to have the Prime Day wrap up next. I'm not sure who's joining me, but it's myself. Oh, Paul, great. So me and Coach Paul will be on the Prime Day wrap up. We'll have a 5-minute break. Iris and Troy, thank you too for training today.
Thank you.
Honestly.
And we'll see each other soon. Bye-bye, everyone.
That's right. See ya.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear.
Okie dokie, Prime Day wrap up. Well,
Here we are.
Good day for everyone. Not surprising that Troy probably had the best day, considering he's a short. Well, actually, no, technically, I would say you did the best because you were doing micros. So if you were on the minis, you're up 900. So you got to take that into account. That's a very, very good number to be up.
Good old trader math. I mean, hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. It was a relatively good day for me, definitely. But your day also was fantastic. I mean, you essentially, what you did, I think, is crazy. Like being able to dig yourself out of $900. You basically did what I did if you just hadn't had that one mishap in the pre-market session. So,
well, yeah.
Kudos.
Yeah, but it's such a rookie mistake. I mean, it shouldn't happen.
Hey,
so,
it happens to the best of
us.
I
can only blame myself, be a bit sloppy and not check. And this is why I have to stress it as well. Like, just get into the habit of checking the news and marking it out on the charts when the news is coming out, because you do forget sometimes it. And trust me, you do not want to be caught. Luckily, the damage wasn't that bad. 900, even if I just accepted a loss and didn't trade again, all right, $900, you can dig yourself out of that. But it could have been so much worse because I rarely set, and this is another bad mistake I always make. I get in the trade, and the first thing I do is set my take profit. I need to get into the habit of setting the stop loss first, because that would have saved me a hell of a lot more money today.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it is what it is.
You're gonna, yeah, I think, yeah, maybe today was the jolt to get that, habit in. I wouldn't be surprised. So, I mean, but that's all right. Like, hey, you lived through it, and also you're unscathed. I mean, not many people can say that you're relatively unscathed on the day. So, it's good.
Element of good luck,
yeah.
I think, as well played.
There's always
All
going to
my
be a little
trades
bit of
bar
that.
one. Yeah. So I took quite a few trades. I can't remember how many trades I took, maybe 4 or 5. One of them was a bad trade, and the other 4 made up the loss, thankfully. So,
Yeah. I mean, for today, and that news that we were the news event this morning that Sam was insinuating earlier in our session was there was the core PCE price index month over month that came out just as expected, 0.3%, and then employment cost index quarter over quarter came out slightly better than expected at 0.9% instead of 0.8%, and unemployment claims were essentially flat. Like, it was no crazy number, but still caused a little bit of a flurry. It always causes, like, regardless of how meaningful or non-meaningful the high impact news is, it'll usually cause a little flurry there in the first minute or at least 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. I mean, great day. Great day. Regardless, it was a great day, I think, for everybody. It's nice to see the markets kind of digesting a little bit, I would say. I think today was a good, was it bearish? Of course. Today was bearish across everything. But I don't feel like we've had a day like this. It's been a little while. So aside from the Dow had a similar kind of day yesterday, but we haven't really seen this too often in the last few months. So we'll see if tomorrow, August 1st. So tariff deadline stuff. We'll see what kind of headlines come out tomorrow. And if anything significant with China or something comes out or whatever, but wouldn't be surprised at some more volatility. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, last day of the month is always it can be a very strange day. I mean, how much the market tanked, and look, I mean, there's so many zones we went through where I would have potentially wanted to buy in. And this is, again, why the footprint is so important, in my opinion. It didn't let me enter any of those trades because I could see that the sellers were just so effective. Like, every seller that came in, it just pushed the market down. And if I was the type of trader to kind of chase the trend, I would absolutely have just shorted it. I can imagine, like, Daryl, his trading style, he would have made a killing today because he would have just went short, and he'd be up, 5,000-6,000 or something ridiculous. But yeah, unfortunately, like, the style I have, I've been burnt too many times chasing the market that I just don't do it. Even if the footprint's telling me, hey, look, it's doubtful it's going to go up. I don't know. There's something in me. I can't sell at the bottom or buy at the top. I just can't do it.
Yeah. It's that risk manager in you, like, from experience of just understanding, like, FOMO. I can't, like you were saying, even if the footprint is telling you things are good, there's still an element of FOMO that is present at those kinds of areas when you're close to tops or close to bottoms. And I agree. I've been burned enough trying to do like breakout strategies or breakdown strategies to have learned my lesson and take a little bit more caution and look for, I guess, a little bit more confirmation if I even ever am going to get into any of those types of trades. So but and something interesting today to mention, and it's funny because 2 days ago I had also mentioned this on the ES 2 days ago. We had an engulfing day. The daily bar fully engulfed. So July 29th's daily bar engulfed July 28th's daily bar. Today, we had another engulfing day. And yesterday was a big range of a day, relatively speaking. It was a big range. And we still engulfed that today. We opened above the high because of the earnings from yesterday with Microsoft and Meta being crazy and the Nasdaq just going nuts. And we closed below yesterday's low by the tiniest bit. So the ES just put in another a bearish engulfing day. So I'm very curious to see. I mean, my initial thought would be relatively, bearish. It just feels bearish. We closed outside of yesterday's value area low. We closed today below our own session's value area low today. It was an engulfing bar on a wide range too. We engulfed a wide range in yesterday. So I think I'm going to be going into tomorrow bearish unless something happens in the overnight tonight that contradicts that to a large degree. But a very interesting day in the markets, very fun day, I think, as long as you weren't long. But yeah.
I mean, I can imagine a lot of people were trying to buy the bottom, and look, I don't blame you for trying that. On many days you would have had a beautiful reversal of some kind, you would have had nice pullbacks, but today was just not the day for that. And these days are rare as well. Like you kind of learn the characteristics of the market and what kind of days, like these type of days, I find them difficult to trade. Really trendy type days, I find them hard to trade, just because, like I said, I like to do the opposite of what most people are doing on the footprint. Do you know what I mean? If I see a lot of people buying, I generally won't join in with that. I want to see them fail, and then I will do the opposite of what they're doing. So on a trend day where, like today, where everyone is selling and it was going their direction, they weren't failing, I'm not going to join in just in case is this the time it starts failing and then we have the reversal. So it all comes down to your strategy. My strategy is just do the opposite of what the mass majority are basically doing most of the time. That's essentially what it comes down to. The mass majority are buying. I'm more likely going to be looking to short the market at the right opportunity. Only when they start failing, obviously. If they're pushing the market up and they're buying, then all right, cool. I'll sit back. I'll wait for them to start getting trapped, and then I'll swoop in. But apart from that, I won't join them.
Yeah. Good old contrarian. As long as the order flow fits, I get it. I mean, some of the best trades you can make are if you're able to like fine tune that kind of strategy. And I think you definitely have fine tuned it very well. Your win rate is very high, even though you scalp in very small time periods a lot of the time, especially with the Nasdaq now. Your win rate is super high, and then you keep your losses relatively low. It's a fantastic strategy, man. I wish I was able to do it as quickly as you do. But yeah, today Oh, sorry. What were you going to say?
No. Carry on.
I was going to say, like, today for me, a big learning thing for me today was I talked about it a decent bit throughout the day about how I was using the EMAs a lot today, because I use the 21 period and the 50 period a lot when there are trends, like looking trendy. When them trendy, a lot of the times there's like general like consensus to follow, whether it's like a SMA or an EMA or whatever. I use EMAs for the sake of they put more importance on trades that have happened more recently. So SMAs just average everything together regardless of time. EMAs put heavier weighting on trades that have happened, or on bars that have happened recently. So
yeah.
But today, like, I was talking about how I'm not just going to get into a trade because it's coming up to an EMA on the 5-minute chart or something that it's been respecting. But the more I was thinking about it, I was like, I need to reassess that strategy. When you are able to confirm that the day is a trend day, why would I not be using trend indicators or a trend indicator to have more weight for that day's trading? So I need to kind of revisit that, see if there's like something else I can, maybe look at the order, like go back to my screenshots that I have of the order flow at different times of the day today, pair it up with the 5-minute charts and the 1-minute charts and the EMAs, see if there's anything that's like a telltale sign of, hey, these EMAs combined with this kind of order flow, tells me, hey, I have a decent probability here of getting a good trade on. So that that's been floating around in my head for roughly like 2.5 hours now, where I'm like, I need to do this. I really need to I need to do some work and research that a bit more. But yeah.
Yeah. No, nice. Really nice. Yeah, like I like what you said about, trying to figure out what the day is and recognize. I think it's so important to recognize what kind of day are we in. Are we in a trending day? Are we in a range day? Because understanding whether you're in a trend day, a range day, whatever it might be, you can adjust, not necessarily your strategy, but just adjust your stops and mainly your take profit, your targets, things like that. It is important to kind of figure that out. Sorry, for some reason Siri's talking to me. There we go. Don't know what I said, but Siri just woke up on my phone. Oh my god, no! I said her name again. Stop. All right. Yeah. Oh dear. I lost my train of thought now.
Well, I can pick up where you left off, actually, because regarding you were talking about like range days and trend days and stuff, and
yeah,
and one of the books that is one of my favorite trading books and is really foundational in the way that I trade is the with the TPO profiles. It's a book called Mind Over Markets with Jack Dalton, the author Jack Dalton, and he's the one who basically kind of came up with this this type of thinking of using time time spent in certain price areas to dictate what the auction process generally thinks of whatever the underlying thing is that you're trading. So, but in this book, he explains different profiles, shapes that essentially indicate whether you're in, like, basically if there's a distribution, and there's plenty of different types of distributions. We all know what a standard bell bell shape looks like, and we would know that that's a range day likely. Like you're just going to trade within that 68% area of that bell shape distribution for the day. And the thing is in that book, it explains a lot of the times when you are looking at, let's say the previous day, there was a trend day where maybe there was like a double distribution day, and you would consider that a trend day. The likelihood of another trend day occurring after that is X% or Y% or whatever, depending on this factor and that factor. I'm not going to go through the entire book of Mind Over Markets, but the point is a big emphasis on it is understanding the ability to figure out sooner in the day than later in the day what kind of day it's going to be, whether it's going to be rangy or trendy, just like you said earlier, is a massive probability booster in your trades in general. It's and it's easier said than done. It's a very difficult skill to master. But we've talked about it in these last few sessions, where you are really drilling down on earlier in the day, like this feels like a range day in the first 30 minutes to 45 minutes, or you nailed it on the head a few times in a row. And it was like just that, being able to figure that out so quickly in the beginning of the session, I think, helped you limit the amount of trades that you took, because you're not a range day kind of guy. And honestly, I'm not a range day kind of guy either, unless it's within the previous day's range, and then I can trade in between value areas, and I can just like sell at the top of a value area and buy at the bottom of a value area. But that doesn't happen very often. So
exactly that. Exactly that. And I think the most important, especially if you're like a breakout trader, it's really good if you can start anticipating, is this going to be a range day or not? Because if it's a range day, breakout traders are just getting chopped up. Like, they're constantly buying at the top, selling at the bottom, and it reverses almost instantly on them. So, trying to figure that out. Otherwise, like if you're quite a dynamic like me and you, whether it's range or trending, our strategy can is quite fluid enough to kind of work on either one. But it's still been massively beneficial to know that, because you're just not going to target like a long, massive extension somewhere. If it's a range day, like it's just never going to happen, right? So, and when to like.
It tempers your expectations. No, it tempers your expectations is what you're like. You like hit it on the head. I think it just tempers your expectations for the day of what you can do.
That's it. And you can also like pick out then like areas where it's going to be of interest, right? Like, so on like a trending day, areas that were like today, for example, because it's a downward trend. Areas that were, support, and it broke and it came back to that area, now works as resistance. Like basically you kind of know in those areas, all right, look at the footprint. If you see something that's, okay, this is looking quite good, sellers are coming back in, buyers are trapped, whatever, then you can, short the market and hopefully get that another leg down, right? But like on a range day, if you know it's a range, say it kind of breaks out, your first thought will be the false breakout, and then you look at the the footprint, and if you see sellers trapped, heavy volume, and it doesn't really work out, then right, we're going to the top of the range. So knowing kind of like what conditions the market's in, two very similar kind of situations, you will trade them completely differently based on whether it's a range or a trend. So very, very good to know. And it's kind of hard to know if something, if it's the beginning of a range, like it's hard to kind of anticipate, are we in a range? The best way to kind of look at it is just look at like you said, the distribution of the volume, right? Volume profile will look very V-shaped. you know, just like a triangle basically. If we're, you know, like on the footprint, volume, buy volume at the top, sell volume at the bottom, mostly concentrated, you know you're in a range pretty much because everyone is getting trapped on either side. So there's like little signs, and you can use like the volume profile tool. You don't even have to use like the full day fixed volume profile tool. You can use like the what is it called? I think fixed range volume profile tool. So the one where you can actually draw a certain area. And if you think you're sorry about that. If you think there we go. If you think you're in a range, just draw from the start of where you think the range is to where we are currently. And if the volume profile looks very kind of V-shaped, you know, like a triangle, there's a good chance you're in a range. And then, okay, treat it as a range until it tells you, hey, no, we're no longer in the range. We've actually broken out, come back, retested it, and continued. Then you know, right, you know, we're starting a trend or whatever. So, yeah, very useful.
People aren't. I think the with those range days, especially, I think a lot of traders have a hard time feeling like it's going to work over and over again. You know, shorting at the top, buying at the bottom. They're like, it's funny because it's like it feels too easy. If you're able to recognize a relatively like range or just a range bound day, I just think, you know, traders might like, you know, even if you do recognize that it is a range day, let's say after the second time it ranges through the like 70% value area or whatever, there's something in your brain that is like, well, it's not going to, I'm not going to be the fool to be wrong on the third time. You don't, you know, I don't want to be the one that gets caught when it blows through the range, when I'm seeing that it's a range day and then all of a sudden it doesn't, it's not a range day. Like, so I think people are a lot of the time just, it's like this emotional feeling of, well, it's already happened this many times where we've gone through this range this many times. I'm not going to be the one that's wrong because it's the third time it didn't do that. But unfortunately,
that's a very good point.
Unfortunately, a lot of the times it will continue to do that. And then you're like, son of a gun, like, why didn't I just buy at the bottom of that range? Like, it was pretty obvious we are in a range day. So I think it's a tough mental battle at times too, even if you are able to recognize it.
Yeah, I think it's a million times harder if you're just doing candlesticks. If you're just doing candlesticks, it's next to impossible. It's not impossible, but I mean, to scalp, like using just candlesticks, like a proper scalper, yeah, I can't see how you can do it. Truth be told, I can't see how people scalp with candlesticks. I would get so chopped up in the market. You have to then go for the longer term, more swing trading, intraday trading, but scalping like the 1 minute chart on the candlestick, nah. You don't know what the hell is going on. Like
I agree.
You're completely blind. It's man, I don't know how some people do that.
I remember it like way long ago in the beginning. I remember so long ago literally having that thought, like looking at candlestick charts and being like, I understand there's volume there and everything, and like you can go down to the 1 minute, I guess 30 seconds or whatever, but like this is crazy. I was like, there's an obvious like hole in my heart of there's just a lack of understanding. Like there's got to be more data. And then I ran into order flow and like I was like, oh, okay, so I can pay for this. I can pay for this order flow to understand just the breadth and what's going on more. And then once I started watching order, I'm like, this makes sense. Now I can gauge the heartbeat of the market. Like it felt like there was like a warmness inside my heart when I when I was blessed with order flow. Like 8 years ago or whatever it was, and I was just like, oh, this is what people should be doing. Like, you can't just be looking at candlesticks. That's crazy. But I mean, to anybody that is able, let's put it this way, anybody that is able to do it with just candlesticks and like the volume bars on the candlesticks, hey, power to you. Anybody that's, I'm not like, anybody that can make money with whatever way that they trade, that's all I care about, is if you're able to make money and do it consistently. So bravo to you. But in my heart, I was like, I just didn't understand the markets enough to be able to put trades on without the order flow. So
yeah. Me too. I was a terrible trader before order flow. Let's just put it that way. I was the most unprofitable trader you'd ever meet. Before order flow, I couldn't trade at all. Like, don't get me wrong, I learned all the stuff. I learned Fibonacci, learned all the candlestick patterns. I had them all memorized. I had, patterns, all that stuff. I mean, we're talking so many years ago now that I've forgotten like all the names and everything of it. Like, but like I learned all that stuff. But still, it just didn't work for me. I think it's because I wasn't confident enough in. Like, I wasn't confident because there was information lacking. Like, sometimes it would work nicely, and I'd be like, "Oh, that worked," and then other times it would really not work. Like, not just a little bit. Like, it would completely do the opposite of what it was meant to do, and I couldn't accept that. How can I see the two of the same thing? And one time it does something, it does, A, and the next time it does B. Like, surely it must do a similar thing, right? If it had any true value, all these candlestick patterns and stuff, if they had true value, it should have more of a correlation, at least, to do whatever it's meant to do, right? But I couldn't find that correlation, really. So that's the way I started kind of questioning it all and started thinking, I think this is all just made up. Like, I think someone just made this up one day and just like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how you do it.
I couldn't say it better myself, to be quite honest. Like, it's just that missing link, and then you see, and then like, those two scenarios where the one time it was right and the one time it was wrong, and then you are like, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, there are like, things are random to a degree and everything, and sometimes it'll work and sometimes it won't. But at the same time, like, there's got to be a more of a reason to be able to say why it didn't work this time. And then you look at the order flow, the difference in order flow between the time it worked and the time it didn't, and you're like, oh, that's why. Like you just immediately like point at it. And you're like, oh, okay, so this makes sense now. Like, I get it now. Like, I shouldn't have taken it the second time. Sometimes you could, don't get me wrong, like, order flow isn't like the answer to everything, but it can help you get out of those losers more times than you normally would without it. So yeah, like,
1,000,000%. Because two candles can look identical and have complete different volume, complete different distribution of volume within the candle, and all that matters. Like, it all actually matters. And another thing that kind of one day just sort of occurred to me, because everyone, when I was learning like trading, everyone say, you got to wait for the candle to close, wait for candle close. And I just said, okay, yeah, the candle close is very important. So I'm going to always wait for the candle to close before I enter or whatever, right? And then one day I just kind of thought to myself, I said, what is special about 60 seconds? Like, do you know what I mean? If the candle closed at 55 seconds, it would look different. So what is so magical about 60 seconds on the dot, or 5 minutes on the dot, or 10 minutes, or 15? I can understand like 4 hours or the really long time frames, because they have, it's such a long period of time where it closes, whether it closed, 3 hours, 58 minutes, or 4 hours, it really wouldn't make that much of a difference. But on the smaller time frames, why does it matter how the candle closes actually? It's just a random time, right? If it closed 5 or 10 seconds earlier, the candle will look completely different. But the market still does what it does. So that's when I started thinking, like, this whole candlestick stuff must be just it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, so what I discovered is what's more important is actually to look at the candle developing rather than how it closes. Like, you can still do candlestick, like naked candlestick charts and read them, but if you just watch how the 1 minute candle develops, how many times does it go near the top and then drop down, and then near the top and then drop down again, near the top? And even if it closes near the top, the chances are it's going to drop down again. Do you see what I mean? Because there's someone there or something there blocking it from getting up higher. Do you know what I mean? So how the candle develops over that 1 minute, I would say put way more weight on than how it closes. Because it can close in any shape. Well, not in any shape, but in any, but yeah, in any kind of like shape. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to follow through with how that shape looks like. How did it get to that shape is more important, I think.
Yeah. And a good example like of that in my style, like, and when I'm trading, is like you were saying, like on a 5 minute time frame, for example, like when you're getting close to like the end of a 5 minute candle, but then you're looking at the order flow, and it's like it's formed like, let's just make it easier. Like, since my screen is being shared, we can just look at this hammer candle, for example, that's right here. There's 1 minute left, let's say, and it's trading. It closed up at 63.77, but it was all the way down at 63.66, we'll say. With 1 minute left, it could be in the 63.73 or 63.74 area, which is not really as much of a hammer candle at that point. But when you're looking at the order flow and you're just seeing it happen in real time, like you can see more like buying pressure like building up as the seconds are passing, and you can get long before, like you were saying, like you don't have to wait for that candle to close. You can actually give yourself a better entry price because you're analyzing that order flow second by second and just seeing the buying pressure building up. And you can have like a educated guess essentially that this candle will relatively close in some sort of hammer fashion once the 5 minutes is up. And then maybe once that happens, the only thing I can think of in terms of a minute candle mattering or a 5 minute candle mattering is the fact that other people have it drilled in their heads that it does matter. And then when it does close and you were able to get in at a better entry price at, like, let's say 3 points or 4 points better, other people see it close. And then number one, you have the initial, like, you can tell by the order flow that the buying pressure is there. So there's an innate want for the market to boost price up. And then two, you might get some algorithms or something that do have hard variables like time and whatnot, and like closing prices and whatever, and then they just follow along suit, and it helps boost everything up as well. But I agree, like there are a lot of times where I get into the position before candles are closing, because I can't help it. I'm looking at the order flow and I'm like, I need to get in now before, like, my risk to reward is actually going to diminish rapidly if I don't get in now. So based on the order flow. So I'm right there with you, for sure.
Like I couldn't care less if the candle closed whatever. Like, I'm getting in the moment the order flow tells me to get in. It makes no difference if the candle's developing, if it's just closed, it makes no difference to me. But like, take that hammer candle you just said. So that's like a morning star pattern, I think they call it, the 3 candlestick pattern, right? So that's a bullish candlestick pattern, and it worked out quite nicely there, right? But the big thing is that hammer, right? Mm-hmm. What if it was just 1 minute earlier it closed? It will look completely different. Do you know what I mean? The whole candlestick would look completely different. It might look really bearish then, right? Because it might have only been one minute that pushed that market up so rapidly, right? Yeah, exactly.
And
So,
this is
it
this
would
is
have looked
exactly the
like
point. It's
pretty.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
It's like a self-fulfilling
how the
prophecy of
candle
sorts. Like when,
closes.
yeah,
Carry on.
right.
Yeah.
No, you good. You're good. You go.
Yeah, like how the candle closes. Okay, in that case, the hammer, and it pushed it up, fair enough. But if it closed 1 minute early, it would have, no one would have seen that. Everyone would have thought, oh, it's still bearish. So it's complete, it's just a random, it's just pure luck almost in a weird way, but it just happened to be on the 5 minute close. A bullish candle happened 4 minutes into it that pushed the candle up to close like that. Otherwise, it would just look like a normal bearish candle, and no one would see anything.
Yeah. I agree. Like there's bigger volume at play that's not paying attention to these candles. Like there's a different reason that there's a more foundational reason to the move that's occurring, not because the 5 minute candle formed a hammer and now we're gonna blast off to the moon. The only thing I genuinely think that you can make an argument for is the whole maybe it just because there's a group think about stuff like this, is that it might add a little bit more of the buying pressure simply because there are people that are not paying attention to things like order flow and what the bigger volume is trying to do or where it's trying to accumulate, that is then causing price to get pushed up. And then they just add a little bit more of that pressure. And, but the net result likely was going to be what was going to happen anyway. So, So yeah, it is funny. It's so funny because you have a 5 minute candle here and then it's like, oh, I go to the 2 minute and then okay, well, what does 2 o'clock look like? In this case, the 2 minute actually works out well for you. But if let's look at the 1 minute now. It's kind of funny to see this. And then you got this pattern all of a sudden. It's like, okay, well, indecision here. Okay, now if you're looking at 1 minute, you could interpret this as indecision and possibly bearish indecision consolidation before another big move down. You don't know it's going to reverse off of those 2 indecision candles. So I wish we had a 4 minute here in order to be able to just keep going through examples like this of contradicting time frames or whatever. But it's so funny. It's so funny when you do but you were saying when you go out to larger time frames, that might hold more weight. Yeah, I think because there's just more. Yeah, there's more participants. The longer term participants can be viewed a little bit more in the candles possibly, but on the short term it is funny to talk about
scalping it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, scalping pure candlesticks is, I don't know. I mean, look, some people can do it, but how they do it, I mean, they must have some secret, but they're not sharing because I can't. Believe me, I tried years and years and years to figure out some kind of edge scalping candles, just candlesticks. I couldn't find anything. I even bought like a protractor and stuff and started putting it on my screen to work out angles and things. Oh, this camera, man. And I was trying every kind of thing possible. I could not find any correlation, long-term correlation. All after doing so many tests, it always kind of came to 50-50. Basically, it's just random.
Yeah.
If you were to follow one kind of candlestick pattern or something. Longer term, it did have a correlation, but on the really short term, 1 minute, you've got a 50-50 shot almost.
When you're breaking out the protractor, that's dedication right there. I gotta say that is pretty awesome. Honestly, I'd pay to see you with a protractor on the screen. That's fantastic. And what's funny is I didn't have a protractor on me, but I actually mentioned it a little bit earlier in the session. You might have, I don't remember if you were at the desk or not, but I was saying how on trendy days, I do like to analyze the amount of difference between lows and highs, like the price difference in lows and highs when you when you get a consolidation, maybe it like price bounces up 10 points and then rolls over, and then we break through the lows, and then see how far price goes down before bouncing and then making another little hump before it essentially keeps crashing down, and like looking at those price differences. And funny enough, I can't remember if it was on the Dow or the ES or something. Each one of these like bounces was like 33 points each or something. I think it was this 30. So this one was from low to high. It was like 38. This one from low to high was like 33 or whatever. And it was like relatively similar in terms of like what the effort of the rebound was going to be. But more importantly, I don't know why I just got I because the protractor just made me think of that for whatever reason. But but more importantly, back to what we were saying earlier about like this, like for the funniness in regards to just pure candlesticks formation stuff. I don't know personally how you would look at, like, I have this level set, which was the previous day's low, which was a big, like a relatively large range day. It was about 70 points in the ES of range. And this is the previous day's low, and price action just and volume happening to like touch that and bounce off of that. To me, like that's like an auction process in effect of people seeing that we're at the previous day's low and maybe it wants to be defended. And that's maybe why you then start looking at the order flow and you start seeing the volume come in there and getting in long there for a reversal off of that. That makes a ton of sense instead of worrying about the candle forming a hammer. Like that's not the point. It's like there's actual levels that matter in these days that have been drawn out by volume and stuff.
If you scroll up to the last low, not the one right immediate, the one right there, like there you have a candle that oh look, that should be more bearish, right? The long wick to the top, clear rejection, then look what happened. It's just complete. Do you know what I mean?
I could not agree more. If you were going based off of this 11-25 minute candle, you were getting short right there, and you just got stopped out big time.
100%.
Easy. Yeah, it's so true. I couldn't agree more because that's funny because like literally earlier today when I saw that, I thought the same thing. Like it would be funny if somebody just got in based off of that. That would be an immediate stop out. It's too funny, man.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
And then here, like
in the order flow. Carry on.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, right. In the order flow, it definitely looked different for sure. I can actually pull it up. No, not on the screen. Actually, I can't. But let me see. What time? 11:20. Yeah, and like so now, like when I'm looking at the order flow at this time, selling volume it died. It was dead. That like sellers, literally aggressive sellers, I should say, aggressive selling. The deltas on the aggressive selling were just. It went from we were breaking through like bids, like higher bids on decent volume, to all of a sudden aggressive buying was just taking place over a 10-minute period, and the sellers were just abysmal. It's easier to look back on that now and be able to say that, but like, if you're looking at this stuff in real time and you have a good sense for, like, for example, like you like to look at counter trend stuff and reversals a lot of the time. If you're prepared, if you're looking for the signs of a reversal and this order flow is in front of you, you're just getting minute, like, every 3 or 4 minutes, you're essentially getting a lot of confirmation that's telling you I should be getting long here for like a bounce right now. And I think you did multiple times today. You caught either one or two of these lows where you got long and scalped up a little bit here. So
that's it. Yeah. But yeah, well, that was a good little Prime Day wrap up. Any comments? I think it's pretty much died off now. Tuned in late for next time, coaches. Elma FX, thank you for tuning in. Have a good one. But we are pretty much going to wrap it up there. Great day. Great day, Paul.
Ben Trader he said thanks, guys. So I guess he found out that he won and everything, so that's good.
Yes, of course. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's
and
everyone.
Honestly, just right before we wrap up really quickly, the only thing I can think of to mention for anybody still with us is the earnings for tomorrow. Real quick, just in the morning.
Yes.
We have ExxonMobil, Chevron Corporation. So like we just got like basically gas or energy stocks, and this is interesting. Southern Copper Corporation, with all the copper news that's been coming out. That's kind of interesting. Berkshire Hathaway, I believe, is as well. So yeah, nothing too crazy actually, now that I look at it. But yeah. I think that was a good wrap up. Good
awesome
discussion.
It was indeed. It really was. All right, Paul, I will see you tomorrow. Have a good late session with Tiger. And everyone watching as well. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.